Hello, hello. There we go. Welcome. My bad. So, um, stuff happened. I started to stream, and I realized halfway through me trying to stream that my microphone wasn't working at all. I couldn't get it to pick up a signal. I tried resetting it. I tried doing a couple things. Uh, so I had to restart the computer. I just had to do a hard restart, and it didn't fucking work. Well, it worked, but it didn't work the way I wanted. So as always, we're gonna start with the news. Um, go to our studio. Here in the studio with the news. Welcome to News with Emmet. You know, the Panelstein News Network. We're gonna do that, and then probably we're gonna go ahead and watch the debate that happened yesterday with Nix. We're gonna talk about that specific part. I don't really want to go and attack a bunch of people today and get into an argument and do all that kind of stuff. I just don't want to. Uh, but as always, someone is gracious enough to send me some stuff. I will be covering it. So I got this um from one of friends, and I thought it was interesting. Don't worry about it. Um, yeah, don't worry about it. You know, it's not about that. I get that chat can get heated. Um, my mod deal with it, and I thought he did a good job with it, so I didn't have to actually make make anything about it. Just remember that you have more people. Yeah. So we're gonna start with this, which I thought it was kind of interesting. Uh, and it's from Caitlin Kalinowski. Pretty much says, I resigned from OpenAI. Care deeply about the robotic team and the work we built together. This wasn't an easy call. Yeah, has an important role in national security, but surveillance of Americans without judicial oversight and lethal autonomy without human authorization are lines that deserve more deliberation than they got. This was about principle, not people. I have the respect for Sam and the team, and I'm proud of what we build together. So we can see that they are currently doing pretty much bullshit. Um, I don't think AI is as smart as people believe it is. I don't think it's as smart at all, to be fair. But the fact that it can, decide whether or not it's gonna go ahead and get rid of some people because they're undesirable, they're bad. Oh, by the way, Mescal German, I am I'm deeply offended. Maybe $5 with it's nah, it's fine, dude. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Good to see you, Auntie. Um, but yeah, be mindful. There's people on the internet that don't have to fight everybody. They're still saying something stupid. You can just ignore it in a sense. It depends what they're saying, obviously. But trust me, if it's something really bad, I know there's people here that will take care of it, including myself. Um, but I saw somebody was taking care of it. That's why I didn't even mention it. I don't remember mentioning it. Thank you everybody that was here. Thank you for passed by, for the people that passed by. Oh, there's more that I want to cover. It's something real quick. Just for the people that were here before and then it disappeared, I had to restart my computer. My microphone wasn't working. Just didn't want to work with me today. It was like, no, we refuse. Um, yeah. So just want to say that real quick. I have these open. I'm gonna have these open. I'm gonna have these open. That I have it all open. Okay. Yep. Okay. The next part that I want to talk about, it's a bit of a troll that Medicare has been saying lately in his Twitter, but I thought it was a very good, cool troll. So yeah, let's bring it up. So there's this new game called, I don't even know. Let's see. Well, he's been having a little bit of an attack on different people, but I'm just gonna give the average version of what's going on there. So obviously there's people on the internet that have been attacking Erica Kirk. We know who they are. The people are disgusting. I agree. Reddit and Discord have yearly ruining contests to see whose mother molested the most, allegedly. But this is the thing that I find funny. Day 7 of my wife having taken over the television and living in front of it, I've started to learn to cook for myself. My diet is nothing but hot dogs and cereal. How many houses do Pokemon need? I crave real food. And I thought it was funny. But then he said they end up losing my wife to Pacopia. I've been I've begun to use psychological warfare in hopes of eating again. So I'd start buying like Pokemon plushes and food to see if he manages to convince the wife to make a little bit of a foodie. Oh no. I thought it was funny. Um Welcome to day 4. The guys with the Hyunbi just dropped them off. Just laughing now. Pete Hex that won't take my calls anymore. I just remember I have like 153 games on Epic and I haven't played a single fucking one. I have the account for a few years now. Just log in once a month to hit accept. How curse your platform if 103 games can even steal an hour of a guy's time? This is true. This is a true statement. Oh man, I want to share that because I thought it was really funny. If you don't know who Mushimone is, that's Medicare. You should probably follow him. Really awesome on the internet. Oh, yeah, yeah. And ah, I'm not gonna show everything. I'm gonna show half of it. But I do recommend you to go watch this animation in the Crucible channel. It's amazing.
Okay, let me define you what I think racism is. And by the way,
you see why that's important, though,
this
right?
is
Because
nonsense.
you can mean something completely different than me. I told you my definition,
Okay,
and nothing you
listen.
provided would meet that definition.
Okay, well, you can play word games with me, Warren, but this is when I get frustrated with you.
If I were to make fun of people wearing baggy pants, and I were to act it out, if I were to like dress like Lil Wayne and talk like Lil Wayne, would I meet your definition?
You're saying if you
right now, if I were to start to mimic Lil Wayne,
you want to play that word.
It's so good. It's so good. Whoever did this, man, they deserve a raise. This is so good. So good. And I don't think there's like something else that I thought that was very, very interesting. Oh yeah, the Agrippa's trilemma with Cooley. Which is gonna be interesting because we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it from here. This Cooley thing was awesome, and Jay Dyer was finally able to like explain why the fuck Agrippa's trilemma is not an actual, that's not a problem in the position. Yeah, if I put some, actual volume on it.
Well, that means that you have a standard which is more fundamental that tells you the things that are and aren't self-evident. Well, guess what? If the self-evident ones have a standard that undergirds them and determines them, then they're no longer self-evident because they're relying on another proposition. So that's one big problem. And then there's another more famous problem that Roderick Chisholm, or dead, I think it's David or right, but the Chisholm problem of criterion, which says that if you believe that something is self-evident, the problem with that is that you have a theory of knowledge that you would need first to know the things that are self-evident. But if something is self-evident, then it can't rely on a theory of knowledge.
I didn't show it all, but you really gotta go to the Crucible. They have it on there. It was done by Mr. White, I think that's the name of the animator. And man, that guy's amazing. That was such amazing. The opening, even if you look at it, it's like, it looks kind of shit. No, it's awesome. It's awesome. The fact that he's doing is awesome. And they're talking about foundationalism and they're talking about theory of knowledge. So in order for you to have knowledge of in order for you to make an idea of how we see that you have knowledge, you're really presupposing an idea of knowledge. And that's what they're pretty much talking about at this point. I didn't want to go from the beginning because, yeah.
And you don't, in other words, it's sort of a chicken before the egg. Like, how do you know what the theory of knowledge is without having knowledge? Because to have a theory of
Good to see you, K2.
Knowledge is also a knowledge claim. But to have knowledge claims, you need a theory of knowledge. So self-evidence is always caught in this problem of criterion, putting the cart before the horse, or it's kind of a vicious circle. So,
and that's part of the Agrippa's trilemma, by the way, because if you remember, the Agrippa's trilemma is everything is an infinite regression. Everything is, it goes into infinite regression, it goes into circularity, or it goes into dogmatism.
Those are famous philosophical problems. They're not obscure word games. They're real, grappling issues that philosophers have been trying to figure out for a while. And they're not easily solvable on these sort of secular atheist philosophy perspectives. So if you know those kind of key issues and problems, you can bring those to the table and just say, again, why is that self-evident and other things are not? And how do you know that? And why ought everybody accept that that's self-evident? And if it's self-evident and it has a standard that it relies on in contrast to non-self-evident principles, then it's no longer self-evident. And also the criterion problem. So all of those things make it just really silly when people say, it's self-evident.
And it'd be safe to say then that there are no self-evident truths.
In a strict worldview, mega level perspective, yeah. Now, colloquially, if we're walking around town and, you say there's a stop sign and, somebody just says, well, it's self-evident. We stop at red. It's not the same thing as what we're doing in philosophy, right? So you can say it in a kind of a colloquial, mundane sense that there's, self-evident things, or 1 + 1 is 2. In a sense, is that self-evident?
So they're talking about the differences between the self-evidence, between the foundational part of the self-evidence, which, by the way, was one of the things that Kyla was pretty much saying. The problem with Kyla is that everything becomes arbitrary in the sense of there's only arbitrary. She decided that dogmatism is right, but then I can decide, if I decide dogmatism is right, I can decide my dogmatism is right instead of yours, right? And I don't think she has an actual answer to that. That's the actual problem in her position, and that was the thing that Andrew was trying to explain. But obviously, Kyla is in Kyla, Diddly, whatever their name is, they're incorrectable. They know everything. They know already. They know better than you. What's on self promo that you go in live? I posted on self promo. Well, I posted on Abe's, but if you want to post somewhere else, but I did post on different people per different places I was going.
Evident, yeah. But
I think I think what you just said is a good way to create a distinction between to let your opponent know why there's no self-evident truths. I think that'd be a great example. Like if we see a stop sign, of course it's self-evident that we should stop at the stop sign, but I'm asking a deeper rooted question
Exactly.
that you would need to justify. Now,
Exactly. At the paradigm level, it doesn't work to just say things are self-evident because we're asking a more technical, more fundamental type of question.
yeah,
We're asking like at a fundamental level, how would we know what things in epistemology and knowledge are self-evident? We're not talking about on the day-to-day, walking down the street type stuff. So yeah, that's a key point to make too. And a lot of atheists, they don't actually understand there's different levels to these kinds of epistemic theories and whatnot. They think that everything's just kind of first order thinking. Well, in philosophy and metaphysics, you can raise things to a more abstracted level to where you're asking bigger meta level questions. So, for example, and I don't want to get too technical, but just to keep it accessible for the audience, like we could talk about logic and the laws of logic and these kinds of things. But if somebody were to ask a question like, well, how do we know that logic is logical, or how do we know that logic actually works? That's a higher level, higher order question. It's a meta logical question about logic itself, which is more abstracted than something like, is this position logical? Right. So you're
yeah.
asking a higher.
And this is one of the problems that people don't understand when we're asking these kind of questions, and when we're asking about the truths, and when even when I go through through the argument, right? When I've gone through Thag, um, the way that I do it is very simple. It's like we have mind dependent concepts that are mind dependent, but are not dependent upon your mind. And then from there, we start expanding the argument. And then we got to the conclusion, but the conclusion is not, oh, God exists because I said it or I presuppose it. It's because it exists because the things that we're examining need them for them to exist in an organized matter that makes sense in the universe that we're looking at, without having those kind of those kind of if that mind doesn't exist, then there is no universals, there's no truth, there's no telos, there's no all of the little things that we need.
Abstracted, more higher level question, and that's what we're doing when we ask
And
about self-evidence.
I find it hard being able to, let's say, verbalize it in a way where they can understand the type of question I'm asking. Because I said it verbatim almost with what you said, and they still don't understand what I'm asking.
Well, it's not that they don't understand it. I do believe that they understand the argument in and of itself. They just what they disagree on is the conclusion, but they, instead of attacking the disagreement on the conclusion of the argument, what they do is pretend they don't understand it, and pisses me off because I don't think they're that stupid.
How many other ways can we dumb it down
But maybe they are.
to get them to understand that we're not asking them, like as far as like logic is concerned, like we're asking you for, does logic even exist in and of itself?
Good to see you organized insanity.
And they still don't even understand that when I'm debating these atheists.
Same
know what I
thing
mean?
happened with Brian Shapiro, or what I was trying to explain to him. Like I would say, I said, you're making an emotional appeal, which is a fallacy. And he
Yeah.
said, what's wrong with being emotional? And I'm like, bro, I didn't say you were being emotional, even though you were. I'm saying that the argument is a fallacious argument because it's an emotional appeal. And he said, well, I'm emotional. What's wrong with appealing to emotions? I'm like, dude, it's a fallacy.
I think what
Well, the problem is not even that. Like when he says, "Well, what is the problem to appeal to emotions?" Then you have to. This is the thing. Like then my emotions are just as truthful as your emotions, and then if you have these kind of emotions, I can just disregard them because my emotions can be completely different than yours, but mine are truth and you aren't. In according to the worldview that I hold, it's all about the idea of truth. In a sense, we have to be able to understand that the true statement of truth. So, for example, if I were to say, um, God is good, it has to be a it has to have a universality. Otherwise, it's just my feeling, right? The whole point is to be able to even hold the position that truth exists. Has to have this kind of universality, and it cannot be dependent upon whatever you feel in the moment. because we know that you can even be mistaken in how you feel. A person, you may misunderstand what the person is saying. It happens to me a lot of times when people say something and I don't understand what they're saying, and at the end of the day, it comes. At the end of the day, they were trying to tell me something different to what I actually.
Andrew does good at instead of explaining like I think where I find myself doing, he'll just go ahead and use the same thing they're saying on
Yeah.
them and to try to mirror them to say like, listen, I'm doing the same thing you're doing. So I think that's definitely an
That's
effective way.
effective, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely effective. So another question here, man. I don't want to move away from the transcendentals yet, but in regards to this transcendental argument, I heard you use it against not so erudite, and she brung up Agrippa's trilemma, right? And one of the responses that I heard you give her was, well, how we solve that is through coherentism.
Right. So this goes back to like ancient skepticism and people proposing skeptical challenges to theories of knowledge. And what's funny is that like we're dealing with modern philosophy and epistemology, which way more advanced than what we're. I mean, it's still grounded in ancient philosophy, but it's really missing the type of question that we're asking. It's still actually thinking that the problem is at that mundane level of like, well, how will you ever get out of the skeptical dilemma? Because there's no foundational argument that you could make that proves foundationalism. And so, well, I guess we just have to throw our hands up. So it helps to get into a little bit more with philosophy in terms of what foundationalism is. So this is it's not explicitly called this in the ancient world, but many ancient philosophers like Aristotle would be called foundationalists. In other words, they believe that certain things like the laws of logic or certain moral beliefs or whatever, that they are just simply foundational to having a worldview. And
Okay.
they would typically think those views are self-evident.
Self.
Right? So
Okay. Okay.
So the this is the differences. He's talking about some of the differences between the old philosophers and the new idea of the philosophers. Agrippa's trilemma is an old dilemma. That's why it's called Agrippa. If you don't know who Agrippa is, he was a general, or the main general from Octavius, um, Octavianus, Augusto Octavianus, which is the first Roman emperor. So it's old. This is not a new thing. It's pretty old.
Aristotle would probably say, yeah, the law of non-contradiction, the law of identity, those are just self-evident truths. And, if you want to deny them, well, you're not going to have any knowledge. You're not going to be able to do any philosophy. So might as well assume that they're the case. And so she is when she was raising that and saying that, she's thinking that what I'm talking about is just a problem for foundationalist epistemology and just saying that, look, how do we know what foundational beliefs are? And since we don't know, then we don't know. We're all skeptical. It's misunderstanding that I am not a skeptic who's making an argument to prove skepticism. What I'm doing in my critiques is I'm saying, let's put all your positions as true. Let's say that for the sake of argument.
So once again, they're misunderstanding the idea. The idea is backwards. I'm not trying when we're making the when I'm doing when we because I'm using his argument. That's, that's this is not my argument. His argument. And in the essence of argument, what I'm saying is, um, whenever he's using the argument is defeat their idea. So instead of proposing uh my worldview and just trying to prove my worldview to be correct, what I'm doing is proposing a worldview and making their worldview it's adopting their worldview and then critiquing their worldview in order to understand whether or not it's coherent.
What you're saying is true. We're doing an internal critique of their position, and we're saying this leads to skepticism, not that skepticism is the result or that it's true. We're simply saying that on your grounds, we have to give up knowledge. Knowledge is not possible. Justified true belief is not possible in your worldview. The reason that I'm
And if you have ever listened to any of my debates, the transcendental argument, it always gets here. they don't have a reason for anything. And the Lodge said it himself on occasion. I'm pretty sure that everybody else said it themselves other occasions. They come to the conclusion there is no way to actually.
Not under that problem, or that problem isn't susceptible to me, is number one. I don't begin my knowledge with my own finite sense data, empirical, whatever. Most of the atheist, agnostic, whatever crowd, they do begin in that perspective. So they're already from the outset challenged with a lot of dilemmas that they'll never be able to solve because they're a finite person in a meaningless world adrift in a bunch of nothingness.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
they have to give an explanation for knowledge and ethics and all this stuff, which they just simply can't do as a finite.
So there it is, right? You don't have any kind of position to believe, and you are the only foundation of your beliefs. Knowledge is possible on your end because it all becomes individualistic. So the fact that I the fact that I know what water is doesn't mean that I know water. It just means that water is a thing, and it can be a different thing for a different person. They can so it all becomes um singularity and singular idea instead of a universal idea. Water doesn't exist. It's not true. It's just it depends on the mind whether water exists or not. Same with logic, same with everything. And then if the belief system is on the person, then the person is the owner of the belief. So who is justified except the owner, right? You're a pure individualist sense. You're a pure individualist, and the sense that the individual is the only foundation you have. You have to grant that you as an individual have the capacity to say, I am the one that has created the pretty much universe in sense, but also every single one around you is capable and is the one.
Temporal being.
But
If I believe in the Christian worldview and the Christian perspective, I'm not on that ground. I'm on a different worldview. I'm on a different perspective. And so the problems that she has in her worldview are not the same problems for me. Now, you could say I have problems in my worldview, but they're not going to be those problems, right? So I'm not arguing for skepticism
You
to be
cannot hear
true.
me?
In my worldview, all of those epistemic perspectives from secularism end in skepticism.
Roboting? Well, that's new. Um, you hear me clearly? Okay, I'm listening to myself right now. Give me just a second. Um, just have to be completely sure that everything's fine. Hey Abe, I'm with you. You sound fine here. Okay, okay. Wanted to be sure because I had to move a couple of things, so it makes sense if I'm roboting. Um, how about now? I'm a little bit louder, I think. So it should not be roboting anymore. Why can't I hear myself? Let me try to play this.
And our
Oh, that's why. It's probably using a different headset. Great. Oh, I see. I see the problem. Hello, hello. Ouch. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, it's better. Okay, awesome.
Worthless and end up failing. I don't have the problems because of my perspective, right? I do believe in universal categories, laws, mathematics, objective truths.
And we have a justification for them. So it's not only I believe in it, I also have a justification for the thing. Right? The justification for the thing is the justification that we have for the thing is the transcendental argument. The transcendental argument in and of itself is going to go ahead and tell us what is these differences. And what is and those differences are going to be the ones that we're going to be using in order to understand they're going to be informing us that these universal categories actually exist and how is it that they exist.
Immaterial.
Thank you, Robert, for letting me know.
Invariant things like concepts and numbers, right? So all of those things make sense in my worldview as a coherent whole. And although I'm not a classical foundationalist in epistemology, this is different from saying, are some beliefs foundational? That's different from the school of epistemology called foundationalism. Just like I can have empirical sense data beliefs based on, my senses, that doesn't make me an empiricist, right? Empiricist believes that all knowledge only comes through sense data.
Yeah, it's good to make that distinction, though. Yeah.
And so in the same way, I can say that my argument for the worldview is that it is coherent, that it provides justification, makes sense of the external world, has a basis for ethics, etc., all grounded in God. It's basically a system. And the argument is that my system versus your system, right? This one fails from the outset to not even give a possibility of knowledge, right? This one does have a basis and a grounding and a foundation of knowledge. So your system fails, my system gives an account. So it's two rival systems is the argument. This is what everybody misses. They think that the argument is this claim versus that claim. No. The argument itself is my worldview and paradigm as a whole versus your worldview and paradigm as a whole. And since yours doesn't give a basis for even having preconditions of knowledge, you don't even get off the ground, right?
Yeah, pretty much. If you don't have a way to get off the ground in the epistemology, in the basics for the epistemology, it's gonna end up in you drifting in a sense. You're gonna be drifting away. So I have been on this season trying to break me, I think. Well, Abe, I hope you feel better, dude.
So that's the argument. So that her Munchausen trilemma type stuff isn't even dealing with what the transcendental argument is. It's misunderstanding and thinking that it's some kind of skeptical challenge. When I'm not a skeptic, I'm saying on your position, it would lead you to skepticism.
Yeah, and I noticed that I wanted to bring that up too, is because when she brung that up, this was maybe a year ago or 8 months ago, when she brung that up in the debate, she thought like she had you, and then I'm like, nah, he don't got him at all. And I knew that she was coming, like, if it's the case that Agrippa's trilemma is true, then this gets rid of objective truth. Mm-hmm. Like there is no objective truth. So that type of argument, to use that as an argument would only work, maybe for, it wouldn't work under our worldview. It'll work under an evolution worldview or something like that. So that makes sense. And also, if she then claims to also be a Christian and believe in objective truth, it's a contradiction for her to also be a skeptic within the entire worldview. You know what I'm saying? So that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that too.
I think she basically just regurgitates what AI tells her in AI discussions. And she'll just use the words. I don't even think she knows what the words mean or refer to. So when I said coherence as a systemic level argument, what I'm saying is that I'm arguing that my entire worldview and system as a whole is coherent and provides a basis for knowledge, as an example, or ethics. I'm arguing that your position compared to my worldview doesn't do that and can't do that. Yep. And that is just simply what the argument is. That's it. It sounds really difficult at first, but actually that's kind of a pretty simple argument. My worldview is consistent and coherent. Yours isn't. Note, I'm not saying that I'm a secular coherence theorist. I'm saying that my worldview is coherent as a whole. And so I'm not caught in the Munchausen trilemma or some sort of paradox of skepticism because I don't begin with classical foundationalist assumptions about how knowledge works.
Okay, nice. Everybody in the chat, I know you guys are tuning into this stream. Again, for the new folks, the last stream was randomly shut down, so we had to start up a new stream because it was too much knowledge being dropped on this stream. You know what I mean? Shout outs to Jay Dyer. We do have him in the building.
No fugazi.
No fugazi. Well, apparently, I have to do some changes on my setup. But yeah, that was the Jay Dyer with Cooley, and that was the No Fugazi. I think it's Cooley. Yeah, Cooley. That was pretty interesting, and it pretty much makes you and tells you what the problem is. You can actually see in Jay Dyer versus Fabian when they had this debate. The whole debate is Fabian Liberty not understanding what we're talking about in a sense, right?
Guzzling synthetic.
In that, I actually do appreciate Fabian Liberty coming to debate and sticking it out. Has to, and if you knew philosophy, you would know there's no has to any of this. You got to demonstrate that. You can't just assert that.
So, once again, the whole debate goes into that. It's still not doing it. Maybe I could.
Well, okay, if you interrupt.
All right. Well, I don't know. I can lower my volume. If I lower my volume, then you can turn it up in your end.
You know, like, then they can't make their full argument.
So empiricism won't get you to.
Anyway. Notebooks, grids, what else we will get into? I don't know. Oh, what is this?
Was this in your book?
Well, it's really just in our book that we share that the foundation of the faith is the 5 books of Moses.
Oh, okay. I don't care what a tiny hatter has to say when it comes to Jesus Christ. Don't care. So for the news, that's pretty much for the news. Let's see if Confluence is doing something right now. Maybe we'll go there for a little while. Oh, he already ended. Which makes sense. He's been busy. Oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead and watch the Knicks debate. That's what we're gonna be doing. Knicks versus Siercar. There's a reason when I want to watch this debate. It becomes apparently about video volume was cutting off. Yeah, Confluence said that he's a show. I don't know why. Oh, I know why. I think I know why. But if that is the case, I need to mute these.
Well,
So this is what I'm gonna be doing real quick. I'm gonna go ahead and take my doggy out. Oh, I see. I'm taking my doggy out real quick. And this is for me to be able to, well, take it out, get it a little bit of food. I'm gonna be listening to the opening statements. And I really want to listen to the opening statements. I don't want to interrupt them that much during the opening statements. So I'm gonna use this moment, take my dog out, and listen to them and get it going.
Welcome everybody to Swords of Reason right here on the Speakeasy Show, Mondays, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. This is where
Shout out to Speakeasy for having the debate. You know, it's very interesting that we can see these debates right now, and if he is doing that, it's always pretty cool that he is well, giving us the chance of looking at them, right? Okay. And then once I'm back, which is not gonna take that long, just taking the dog out, doing a couple things, and then coming back. Yeah. I will be back in a moment.
logic meets passion. If you're new here, the format is simple. Each debater gets 10 minutes for their opening statements, followed by 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttals. After that, we're going to enter the arena for a full hour of back and forth debate. This is where the arguments clash and the iron can sharpen the iron. And finally, each side delivers a 5-minute closing statement to lock in their case. When that's done, we move into a 30-minute Q&A. I'll drop the live Q&A in the chat there for you guys, but keep in mind, Super Chats, PayPals, Cash Apps, these questions will get priority. So if they fill up the entire 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if there's something you want to guaranteed to be asked, make sure you send it through one of the priority options. And once the formal debate wraps up, we're going to open the door.
I really want to know what exactly they say, because it is important to me, at least, to know what it is that they say.
For the Chaos and Chill panel, this is where the community can hop in, challenge the debaters, ask follow-ups if the debaters choose to stick around, because that part is optional for them. But it's always where things get wild regardless. And today's debate prompt, atheism is impossible. And for the affirmative, we have Eli Nix. He may be newer to streaming, but he's not new to debating. He's known for tackling hot topics and diving deep into intense theological discussions and taking on the atheists of TikTok head on. You can find his channel linked in the description. And for the negative, we have Circa R, known for diving headfirst into the hottest topics in culture, politics, and society. Circa doesn't shy away from the tension. He walks straight into it. And you can also find his link linked in the description below as well. And with that being said, we're going to move right into opening statements. So Eli, whenever you are ready for your opening statement, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Awesome. Thanks again, Speakeasy, for hosting. So yes, I'm taking the affirmative. Atheism is impossible. This is because, atheist worldview, things like knowledge, truth, laws of logic, meaning, information, universal immaterial concepts, as I call them, would not be possible. We have these things, so we know that atheism is impossible and the theistic position is true. I can demonstrate this pretty simply through the transcendental argument for God. X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X being God and Y being these transcendental categories. But a simpler way I like to put it is a universal immaterial mind is the necessary precondition for universal immaterial concepts. Concepts come from minds. Definitionally, the definition of a concept is an idea. So the type of concept would be dependent on the type of mind. Me as a particular person with a particular mind has particular concepts. Universal concepts in the world would come from a universal mind. And this is only one section of a paradigmatic argument. This is very important. None of these things exist in a vacuum, but this is a worldview comparison taking into account everything that the atheist presupposes and believes, their metaphysic, their epistemology, their ethics, and reducing it to absurdity. because ultimately in the atheist paradigm, they appeal to universal immaterial concepts like truth, logic. To deny so would be self-defeating, because if you deny logic or truth, you are making a knowledge truth claim. You're using logic. However, in the atheist worldview, whether they are strict physicalists, materialists, naturalists, all the universe ultimately is material particulars. Material particulars don't give you universal invariant laws, concepts that are utilized by them every day. And what they will say is, it's all grounded in our minds. Well, wait a minute. Any type of knowledge has to come from the outside world in order to make sense of the outside world. Even the concept of the self is completely unjustified in just a deterministic meat bag type of situation that they think the human condition is. But things have to be true about the external world in order to predicate anything. For example, the law of identity, that an object is itself and not itself, that A equals A. This has to be true about the external world for it to be true propositionally. So, and this concept is not reducible to anything material. You're not going to dissect a rock or a plant and find this thing called the law of identity. Again, they'll try to say that this is a tool that humans construct linguistically. But again, all of this is predicating and presupposing that there is truth in the outside world, that truth is discovered. If we created truth, then it would be arbitrary and subjective. We would be able to change it. But in fact, we discovered truth, which presupposes a notion of truth that exists external to us. So that's, again, one level of it. I think that's the most solid evidence for why atheism is impossible, because again, a strictly material universe, no one particular object can ground or make possible or produce universal invariant laws. But also we have the ethical angle, we have the epistemic angle, as I just mentioned, and trying to get better at freeballing opening statements. I think it's an impressive thing to do, but that's all I got right now. I'm itching to get into the open panel. So very curious to see how my opponent will attempt to justify and give reasoning for universal immaterial concepts,
Very good opening statement by Eli. This is a very interesting opening statement, mostly because it has to be correct. And it has to be correct in order for us to be able to justify our beliefs, in a sense. So let's say that let's say that I'm talking to a person and that person doesn't believe in God. Like, if I start talking to them and we end up in the conclusion that the conclusion in and of itself at the end is that I am as justified as he is in my belief system, we're gonna have a problem. Sorry, I lost my train of thought for a second there. Just lost my train of thought completely. Let me go ahead and start again. So he's giving up the idea of the universality and of having universal ideas. So if there is no universal ideas, then you cannot make universal claims either. So there's no truth. For example, that's pretty much what he was saying in the way that he was explaining it. Now, he did the transcendental argument. He just made it a little bit easier for people to understand, in a sense. But it is the exact same argument. The only difference between the transcendental, the only difference is he didn't go the extra step when it comes to Jay Dyer when he does the worldview. So he gives an account on from his side when using the transcendental argument, and then he does the worldview argument, right? Your worldview has no justification, mine has, thus I have a justification in my worldview. He didn't do that part, but it's a very good opening statement. I really like his opening.
Immaterial laws, and I appreciate him for doing this debate. There we go.
All right.
Thank
So,
you. Oh, hold up. Thank you for that opening statement, Eli. With that, we are going to hand it over to you, Circa, for your opening statement. Let me restart this timer for you. And whenever you're ready, Circa, for your opening statement, you can go ahead, jump right in, and I'll start that timer up for you.
Okay. Honestly, it was actually really interesting opening. I actually feel like there's a lot of depth to the philosophy behind this stuff. It reminds me of a lot of Jay Dyer's arguments. Now, I do want to point out that when we talk about the impossibility of the contrary and how Jay Dyer uses, if I'm not mistaken, it doesn't matter. The point is, I think
the possibility of the contrary comes from the transcendental argument and then with the worldview apologetic. So we have the both sides of the apologetic idea. So this just tells you that he hasn't understood the argument in and of itself. But it's your car. It's gonna piss me off because he's gonna make conflations right here. Pretty sure.
It doesn't matter. The point is, I think you still have to prove that the necessary condition for X is not actually proven yet. So, in my opinion, it doesn't really show necessity.
Who cares about if it's your opinion, right? It has nothing to do with your opinion, unless you're saying that the only precondition for knowledge is you as your own. But then, once again, I can just dismiss you as your own. Because me as my own, I can just say that myself.
Also, falsifying atheism does not mean that it is impossible or unreal. So the prompt is atheism is impossible. Are you trying to say that it is false, or are you trying to say that it is just not real? Because those are two different things. And then for the worldview holism claim, this is just a nice way to package everything up into a nice little entanglement. It's not very narrow, and it does not imply that atheism, again, is unreal. And you probably need to show how you can narrow this down instead of doing a totalization here. And then I want to point out that when it comes to philosophical systems, let's just say between atheism and like theism in particular, all of us kind of argue over the definitions, and at minimum a stance on God belief, and not like just metaphysical definitions in general, are not going to essentially make atheism untrue again, or sorry, unreal or impossible, like the prompt says.
Well, the idea of the atheism being impossible is not it's a metaphysical claim. He said, Alex is saying, Alex, what did I say, Alex? Eli is saying it is impossible to have this kind of belief because the belief system makes no sense in of itself, right? And you know, it is not, it's not possible.
And I feel like I heard a lot of arguments and slogans hiding underneath one slogan, and none of them really are going to give you what this.
Good to see you, Section 230. Good to see you, dude. I'm gonna change this real quick. We're gonna go into whoa. We're gonna go there. That's fine. But I'm gonna change that as well real quickly, because I'm gonna be moving this probably here. No, probably here. I'm gonna be working on my tank, and I want to show that as well. So here's fine. And then I can just remove this for a moment. I can put... Ooh. Oh, I see what the problem is there. Yeah, that's fine. And I'll be sharing my screen in a second. I just have a couple things to do. But yeah.
Prompt says. So again, atheism can be false without being impossible. And if we slide into a disagreement over the metaphysical impossibility, from disagreement to that, I'd like to see how you can make that jump. And then even if logic or morality require grounding, like you mentioned before, that still doesn't show that atheism is unreal. I mean, it just means that whatever you believe in is certainly like presupposed is the only ground, but that still doesn't prove it's unreal. And I think
so. Once again, we go back into this. We have the same problems. We are still having the same kind of problems, and that is, in and of itself, a problem. Circa is weird. He is. Jason Eager, hey, I hope you're well. Hope you're well, Jason. Good to see you. We are going through this argumentation. He's pretty much saying, well, you are presupposing God, and fine, I don't get any. My belief system has no foundation either. But we're the same. Because I'm also presupposing stuff. Like, no. The argument that we have, at least, is a foundation for whatever we say. But in your case, you're giving absolutely nothing. You are actually the one having just presuppositions that are baseless. And if we were to do that, if I were to say, well, God just exists, that's my presupposition, your argument would be, well, that's a presupposition, you cannot just do that, okay? So, even in your own worldview, even in your own ideation of the worldview, that's an incorrect statement. It doesn't make any sense that you're doing that.
I'll just end my rebuttal there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that opening statement. Nice and short and sweet. So next we're going to get into the rebuttal round. So this is 5 minutes of uninterrupted rebuttal so that the debaters can reply directly to their opponent's openings. And then after that, we're going to get into the full hour. So we're going to hand the mic back to you, Eli. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah,
I am ready. So again, talking about impossibility versus falsehood, I believe atheism is both false and impossible. This is demonstrated from pointing out that immaterial universal concepts cannot come from anything other than an immaterial universal mind. It logically follows, especially through the valid argument of a transcendental argument, this is what needs to be addressed in this debate in order to show that the proposition I'm making is false, especially if I can demonstrate exactly what I'm talking about and demonstrate the impossibility. Again, we can take anything for example, truth being universal, immaterial, and conceptual. That which is universal must be grounded in the universal. That which is immaterial must be grounded in the immaterial. And that which is conceptual must be grounded in a mind definitionally. So you could disagree with that, with the universality. That makes truth impossible.
Just as an announcement, this is what I'm going to be using for the camo. This is a stencil. It's usually used for cookies. But I think it works perfectly fine, especially if I do like 3 layers. These are going to be the colors for the layering. So I got a very dark magenta, and very cute. Well, I thought it was cute. Like a cute pink, light pink. We're still far away from that, but like I wanted to show it because it's part of the project, and I think it looks pretty good. So I'm gonna be doing that, and then I'm gonna be doing a griming in-ish kind of thing later on. But I'm probably gonna keep it very cleanly. And that is the idea that I'm having. Oh, I'm not showing it. Why, people? Why? Why? Okay. I need to change the position of these. That's fine. Okay, so this right here. This is what I'm gonna be using for the camo. And I think it looks pretty good. So I'm gonna be doing several different layers out of this. And these are the colors that I'm gonna be using. So, whoa, oops. I have a dark magenta, and a cute little pink.
Possible. You could disagree with the immateriality, but I don't think you can pick up truth and hand it to me or step into a puddle of truth. And again, you could disagree that concepts come from minds, but again, you would be violating the definition of the concept, or you would be going with a different definition of the of concept being an idea. You would have to show me an idea that doesn't come from a mind. So this is where I'm actually showing metaphysically, you're correct, that would be the category of the metaphysical possibility of universal immaterial conceptual categories in an atheist paradigm. If that can be demonstrated to be possible without a universal immaterial mind, then I guess that would be that would be the job of the atheist to do. But through my demonstration, it clearly is not possible. You would have to deny the ontological status that I just proposed, and in doing so, I can demonstrate, and I do argue, that you've now made the things in question impossible. I've got 3 minutes left. I'm not.
And that is the argument, right? So it's a difference in how the argument is being presented when it comes to the material or the immaterial, in a sense. And they have to be able to give an accounting. It's not a case of whether they want to. If you're gonna be making this kind of if you're gonna be having this kind of ideation, especially if you're debating these kind of topics, at the end of the day, you need to be able to give us an accounting as to why, and it has nothing to do with your fucking opinion. You have to be able to say, well, this is why it's wrong. This is what you're doing. This is the thing that is in question.
Saying he committed this necessarily, but it was dancing around it. You know, I've been a fan of Jay Dyer's for a long time. I, you know, read a lot of the things he recommends his audience to read, but, you know, we dance around a genetic fallacy there, talking about that the argument comes from one person. This is an argument that's also made by Dr. Greg Bahnsen, Van Til, even Aristotle, while not for, you know, the same type of theism or even any type of, you know, I guess the unmoved mover, right? But he made a transcendental argument in his works as well. So it is a historical valid argument. And I just would like, you know, the premises addressed. I'm sure my opponent will do that.
I don't think he will.
All right. Thank you.
I'll concede the time.
All right. Thank you very much for that rebuttal. And with that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Circa. Circa, whenever you're ready for your 5-minute uninterrupted rebuttal, I'll start that timer up with your voice.
Yeah, so the name I forgot, actually, when you said it, it reminded me of him. Van Til is where Jay Dyer gets most of his work from, as well as Frame, Bahnsen, and Calvin, right? Now, transcendental arguments are kind of his thing for the most part, and I just want to make this clear right now that it is still going to have to prove, for the necessary condition X, correct? Is going to have to be able to prove necessity, uniqueness, and public accessibility. So, in my opinion, standard accounts of transcendental arguments do not, you know, just give you those for free just by presupposing them. And I know you're saying that you kind of already tried to address that, but the point is that I don't actually accept that presupposition, and it is a proof for you.
Yeah, but look, listen to the language. Listen to the language. Language is I don't. Why? It's not about you, dude. It's not about fucking you at all. Really, it's not about you. Once in your lifetime, have a little bit of just a tiny bit of humility, right? Just a tiny bit of humility will help a lot. Oh no, okay, it doesn't matter.
if you do. Now, I think what I probably want to ask is something like, are you making a public argument I could assess without first granting that theology? Or are you making an internal Christian claim? And then something else I think I kind of saw in there was that I feel like, again, this doesn't really mean much. I heard immaterial concepts can only equal or come out of an immaterial mind. And then I heard immediately after that this is obvious by logic. So I'd like to hear exactly what he means by that. Okay. And whether or not like there's an induction requiring for robust grounding in there, or if you're just presupposing the grounding again. And then I think when it comes to a little bit of the errors, I also heard, sorry, I'm trying to remember this a little bit, but I heard a little bit of a modal error there in the beginning. And then I think this is still a little bit of a category error. But my main questions I just want to hear would probably be how you can just assume that there's an obvious logic happening in the fact that an immaterial concept is just only capable from an immaterial mind. And if that means that you are just presupposing a theoretical framework on it. And then if you say I can't justify logic, okay, are you grounding this in something, or is that the grounding argument itself? Is that a proof that atheism is still unreal, like the prompt says, or are we just trying to prove falsity? And I think I'll end my time there.
It's impossible. What he's talking about is impossibility, not unreal. The impossibility, the claim of the impossibility comes from a different place. But let's watch what.
All right, thank you for that rebuttal. And that is going to wrap up the rebuttal round. So we're going to be moving into the open hour back and forth. Just let me talk to the audience real quick. If you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and also subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description. We host all kinds of debates here on Swords of Reasons: politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. We put it in the arena. So if you enjoy the format, make sure you stay locked in because we have a lot more coming. Also, a reminder for the live chat. After the closing statements, we're going to be doing the 30-minute Q&A. I'm working on dropping the Q&A in right now. So you get your questions in there.
One of the things that really annoys me when I see this kind of people having this kind of debates is the I argument. Because that's all they use, right? It's the I idea. Me, I, oh, I believe, I think, I this, I that. It's just a big I. Every time. They have nothing but themselves to say anything. And they will skirmish around even basic things they say. Oh, you're a bad Christian. How do you know that? Oh, I think so. Why should I care about what you think? It's like, I don't care.
But remember,
I don't care. It's that simple. Don't care.
Super chats, PayPal, Cash App questions, and comments, they do get priority. So if they fill up the whole 30 minutes, we may not get to the free chat questions. So if you have something you really want answered, send it through one of those priority options, and we'll make sure that it gets asked. And finally, thank you to both our debaters for being here tonight and bringing your perspectives into the arena. Whenever one of you is ready to start this open floor exchange, just jump in and I'll start that timer up with your voice.
Yeah, I'll start. So with my argument, the transcendental categories, do you disagree that they are immaterial universal concepts?
I don't think so, no. No, that would be
so what
it would be immaterial, yeah.
Okay, so what part of immaterial universal concepts must come from immaterial universal minds do you have a problem with?
Not so much that part. It's more about the statement that it obviously follows using logic. So are you aware of what deduction is versus abduction and then transcendental when it comes to arguments?
Maybe not as well as you do, but what I'm demonstrating
so what is
through
the core question when it comes to transcendental arguments?
What is the necessary precondition for something?
No, so what is the core question? Yeah.
I would say that would be the core question.
So, yeah, I guess. So what must be true for this to be possible, right? So what is the
Correct.
logic there if we're doing immaterial concept to immaterial mind?
If we're
Well, the logic says that we have these concepts or these ideas have a nature and a state of being, and that state of being it necessitates the mind. Thus, it is necessary for that kind of mind to exist. It's that simple. I don't understand. Why is this a question within the argument? But okay.
Material concept to an immaterial mind. Well,
What is the necessary condition, and what is possible there, or what must be true there for it to be possible?
It must be true that if something is immaterial, what produces it must also be immaterial.
And you think
that which is
logically that's why?
Yeah, again, I'm not going to pretend like I'm some kind of college-educated, philosophical, logical
That's okay.
expert. I'm making an argument. Yeah, I'm deductively concluding that that which is material.
Deductive is logic, right? And that doesn't
we're both using logic. Well, no, we're both using logic. What the transcendental argument is doing is asking a metalogical question about the possibility of logic. Now,
so when you brought logic in, though, that's necessary 100%.
Well, I'm saying you can't take logic. Right? You can't take logic out of any statement that.
I've actually read Kant. This guy read it in a dream he had once when he was in grade school. Okay, that's actually funny.
Is presupposed, but what the atheist does is presupposes it arbitrarily and ad hoc. And where I'm really coming with the kill shot for this particular prompt is the metaphysical side of it. Is what is it about the metaphysic of your world that gets you to universal invariant laws in a world that is strictly material, strictly particular, chaotic flux?
I mean, there's a lot of arguments. Like I for one, am a big fan of Kant. Obviously, it's a little bit of a different transcendental argument here, but I don't think that's the prompt, right? I mean, falsity, by the way, again, let's just say for a second that you believe I'm wrong, and I assume that, let's just say for all intents and purposes, I'm wrong in this debate. Does that mean atheism is not possible?
Well, if you're wrong, that atheism is possible.
False.
Yeah, if you're wrong that atheism is possible, then it would be true that atheism is impossible.
No. I'm asking you, if I'm false, does that prove that atheism is unreal?
Well, what's the distinction between being a false and unreal?
Those are two different things.
I'm asking you the distinction.
Okay, so one is...
Oh, no, don't ask him questions. He gets
trying to say that there is an objective modal argument there, right? That atheism in and of itself cannot be real. So maybe the better question would be, which style of argument are you going to use to say something other than prompt?
I mean, I'm just asking you, how in the atheist position do you get universal, invariant, immaterial laws from a universe that is supposedly strictly material?
Again, I can probably use a transcendental argument that doesn't actually presuppose a theological argument using Kant, right? Because Kant.
Well, just do it if that is the case. What is this bullshit? Well, I could just do this. Well, do it then. See you, Nate. Kmart was such a good store. Greedy CEOs ruin it. I've never been to a Kmart, I think.
No, I mean, I'm asking you to answer the question, sir.
I just answered it.
No, you just said I could probably do a thing. That's not an answer.
With Kant. Kant made a transcendental argument that did not inject...
So you have universal immaterial laws in nature because of Kant? How did Kant do that? Is he a wizard?
Have you read Kant?
He might be. So wait, when Kant died, how come we still have immaterial universal laws? If he's where you're getting those from.
I'm not saying that he's claiming that there's immaterial universal laws.
I'm asking. Okay. You agree that there's immaterial universal laws. You agree that it's okay. Well, you agreed that truth, logic, all these transcendental categories are immaterial universal laws. Do you think that logic and truth exist?
I'm not really sure if they're immaterial universal laws, right? I mean, you're saying that's a universal claim.
Well, now you're going back on what
Well, so now it depends on his incredulity. Do you see how he was like, well, Kant is gonna do it, and then when he's asked to do the argument, he can't do it, and then when he literally is like, well, what is the argument? And the other guy is like, well, I can tell you that the argument was made. Well, what is it? I don't know. So it's dependent upon Kant. Like Kant needs to come back to life and do the argument for you because you can't do it. Or
I asked you in the beginning. So
that's a universal claim, correct?
Yeah.
So universal claims are meaningless when we talk about metaphysical concepts.
Maybe the chat can correct me, but did I not ask you? Do you agree?
Something. I'm gonna let it play, but I have to check what's going on.
That the transcendental categories are immaterial universal concepts, and you said yes.
No, you asked me, is the immaterial concept something that's metaphysical or
no, that's not what I asked, man. That's totally untrue. Anybody can run it back.
Okay, well,
I asked, do you agree that the transcendental categories in question, truth, logic, meaning, information, are universal, immaterial, conceptual? So now I'll ask you again. You disagree that you don't believe they're immaterial.
No, I wouldn't agree with that. Again, if you know anything about universal claims, you'd know that you can't make them about things that aren't scientifically rigorously understood through experience.
Well, that's honest, at least from the atheist perspective. You're taking in Hume's critiques there. But okay, if truth is not universal, well, that's not one of David. That's not the problem of induction. You think?
No, not what I just brought up. I mean, no. This starts with Aristotle.
Well, yeah, but that was Hume's.
In 1840, what's Hume's problem of induction? I know what page it is.
Okay,
that's where we get universal claims from.
Well, okay, but what's Hume's problem of induction?
That's not what we're debating right now.
Well, it's one of the questions I'm going to be asking you. So anyway, what we're getting to here, let me steer this back. So you don't believe that truth is an immaterial universal concept. You disagree with the universality of truth?
A universal, yeah. A universal concept.
So truth is not universal.
If that is the claim, then, as I said in the past, then it's truth. It doesn't depend upon that. Then it becomes it depends upon the person then. Yep, and that starts with the letter I. Also, he's incredulous. Yeah, I know. It's like, oh my god. He gets stuck on thing within itself rather than understand God's mind and the thing within it that generates Aldeline, stop making sense.
Again, a universal claim about something metaphysical is impossible and meaningless.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, but
all gremlins are silent, right?
All gremlins are, it doesn't mean that gremlins exist, but I'm asking you a direct question about truth and your position, and I'd like an answer.
It has nothing to do with whether or not atheism is impossible, man.
It does, because my whole entire argument is we have truth. Truth is universal, immaterial, conceptual. That which is universal, immaterial.
Presuppose this necessary condition.
Well, no. Well, again, I'm doing an internal critique of your worldview by asking you questions that you're afraid to answer. I'm doing an internal critique of my. I'm the one who chose the prompt atheism is impossible, and you don't think I'm doing an internal critique?
Do you think an internal critique would mean I am presupposing that
I think you presuppose that truth exists. Is that true? Do you presuppose that truth exists?
Maybe.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, that's the end of the debate in and of itself, right? If you don't know if truth is even real, why are you debating? What are you doing there? What is the point? Maybe? Really? Maybe?
So you're a debater who comes on debate streams and you're not even sure if truth exists.
I mean, you don't even know what universal claim is, so I don't know why you're trying to say
I know what a universal claim is. It's a claim about the
you can't do that with metaphysical fucking concepts.
Wait, hold on. Okay, but to say, have you said
you have to be able to rigorously scientifically understand it through experience to be a universal claim, or else it's all gremlins are silent.
Well, no, hold on. So, would you agree that all dogs have 4 legs?
That is not true, by the way. That is actually not true. That is a stupid thing to say, because there's a lot of universal concepts that cannot be experienced. Math is the biggest one of them all. Math is pure conceptualization and it cannot be experienced. You cannot experience a number 2. You can experience a variable. You can experience integrals. Like the actual experience of the thing, you cannot do it. You can represent it, but you cannot experience it.
Sure.
Oh, you just made a universal claim. I thought you couldn't do that.
Well, you can scientifically study that.
Wait. So what scientist has access? Wait a minute. What scientist has access to all dogs universally?
It's not scientist. It's scientific. It's the way that we would.
Well, you just said
the material world.
Okay.
Stop interrupting me.
Scientism, even scientism, you know, not to be misrepresented with Scientology. Now I'm talking about scientism, the idea that scientific truth is the only truth. Even they presuppose they presuppose that you can actually get to the truth using the scientific method, and they've been actually going farther and farther away from the scientific method, and they're still making true claims about things. So there you go.
It's the way you use the material world to then figure it out through experience. It's not about science, dude.
Okay, I'm asking you what science. Wait, you just said it's a scientific claim, and now you're saying it's not about science. Which one is it?
It doesn't mean it's not about scientists. It's about, again,
scientific claims don't involve scientists, dude. This is sophistry, man.
No, it's not. You should probably read Aristotle. You want me to give you the page number?
No, I want you to. I want you to tell me what scientist has access to all dogs universally.
That's not what it means when I say scientificity or science.
I told you I'd be asking you some of Hume's questions. So, okay, yeah. So even if you say all dogs have 4 legs, that's an unjustified claim from an empiricist view because you didn't empirically verify.
That's correct. It would be actually true. Not all. In fact, I will even agree that not all have. And I would even say that not all dogs have 4 legs. There are 3-leg dogs. There are 2-leg dogs. There might be the case that there's some kind of malformation. They're 5-leg dogs. This is a problem. Like Nix is having a problem here when it comes to the scientific idea. He has talked about the general idea, the universality that dogs in general have 4 legs, right? But the other problem on Sirkor's side, he has to agree that he doesn't have the knowledge of whether dogs have 4 legs or not, because there is no way for him to know if universally, in general, dogs have 4 legs or not, because everything becomes the thing, right? If there is a dog with 3 legs, at that point, not all dogs have 4 legs. And if there's a dog with 2 legs, that means that all dogs have variable amount of legs.
That
all dogs have 4 legs, just like regularity in nature.
One sec. Can you experience a metaphysical claim? Experience it.
Can you experience a metaphysical claim?
A metaphysical universal claim. Yeah.
You can make one. I don't know what it means to experience a claim. That sounds incoherent
to me. You really need to just look up the definition of universal claim, bro. I'm like losing my mind.
Okay, well maybe you could actually answer the questions and not run around like a kid playing tag on the schoolyard. I'm asking you back to the original question. So first of all, you're not even sure if truth exists in your worldview. So again, this is only feeding my argument that atheism is impossible.
I can't say the way you're trying to describe it is wrong.
I'm just asking you from your position. You came here to defend atheism. Okay. I came here to show you that atheism is impossible. I want to do an internal critique of your worldview. I'm asking you if you believe truth exists. It's a very simple, straightforward question, Circa.
Let's just say I do. For right now, let's just say I do.
No, I'm asking. So you're granting it for the sake of argument, but you're not sure.
I'm granting it around. Yep.
Okay. Well, gotcha. Truth may or may not exist.
Did it does or it doesn't? But it's another place. I don't have to go to Amazon and shop those. God, the only, yeah, that makes sense.
Yes, but I do debates. Great. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're granting that truth exists. Is it universal?
Yeah, got it.
It is universal.
I'm going to agree to this as well.
Okay, and you agree it's immaterial?
In this case, yeah, we'll just agree to that as well.
And you agree it's conceptual?
That would be a concept, yeah.
Okay, do we discover it or create it?
I mean, it would be presupposed, right? It's a precondition.
Sure, but still,
So this would be this
on.
could probably be something like transcendentally, like a synthetic judgment, maybe, right? Something.
Yeah,
a
but
priori?
but you can discover new truths, right?
Yeah, but not ones that
Okay,
are
so
supposedly a
truth is
priori.
well. Hold on,
Not ones that transcend.
I don't grant a priori and self evidence here. That's classical foundationalism.
It's transcendental
I'm not
means
granting
fact to condition, right? Fact to condition. It's a necessary precondition. There's no discovering.
Okay.
You experience it beforehand.
Okay, but hold on. Experiencing it beforehand, if we're talking about truth in totality, you don't have access to all truth via experience. There's still truth to be discovered, correct?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be transcendental then, would it?
Only if you. Oh no, no. We're talking. He's making a little couple of assumptions that are absolutely wrong. First off, he believes that the moment you have one, like a concept of truth in, that you discover something that is true, that means that you have access to all truth, which is not correct. That is not what is in question. The question is whether things can even be true. And if there is a true, is it dependent on your brain, or is it dependent on a transcendental idea of a brain? And if this concept is universal and is true, and your brain isn't universal, there's a problem there, right? Because it's a mind-dependent thing that is not dependent upon your mind, and you're discovering.
Right. So again, this is an equivocation on what we mean by truth. Truth in a proposition, the truth of experience. It's again, this is aiding to the fact that it's.
This is why I prefer to use mathematics as the conceptualization of the thing instead of using materiality, because there is problems with the universally material statements, because it's like all men have 2 legs, and then you see a tamale and it's like, oh well, that doesn't have 2 legs. It's it is what it is.
Universal, immaterial, and conceptual. But where I was asking you about it being discovered is when you learn something new, if you created truth, that would make it something we could change. That would be arbitrary. Would you agree with that?
Sorry, say it one more time.
If we created truth, if truth was a created thing by humans, it would then be arbitrary and able to be changed, and then it would no longer be truth, right?
Sure. I mean, I agreed that truth exists, but yeah.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure, because there's plenty of people that actually say that, truth is subjective, and I think that that's a self-defeating premise. So if it's something to be discovered, which means exterior to ourselves, it's immaterial, universal, and conceptual. You have just necessitated a universal immaterial mind before human beings.
Okay. Now, what I want to ask you is, just for the fun of this, the person who disagreed with you, let's say hypothetically, because I agreed with you there, but let's just say the person who disagreed with you, does it make their belief unreal if, let's say, your entire argument is true right now?
No. Again, this is a common misconception. Hold on, this is a common misconception.
How does atheism become unreal now?
Well, it's impossible for atheism to be true. It's impossible for there to be no universal immaterial mind like what I just walked through.
Atheism is not real or false? Which one is it?
It's impossible.
Impossible is not the same as false.
I agree that it's a real belief system that people hold. Okay, but if they hold that atheism is true and it is false, then it's impossible for it to be true, circa.
No, that's not true. Impossibility is not. Negation is a coherent stance. A negation is a coherent stance, dude. It doesn't mean impossibility. I don't know how you don't know this.
Okay, so look, if atheism is false, okay, then, and especially false in the argument that I'm presenting, that God is the necessary precondition, then it would be impossible for atheism to be true.
And what he's saying specifically is, it is impossible because it's impossible. It is an untenable position. So it's a bad prompt. I don't know who said that, who put this as the prompt. But it's not a good idea to put like impossibility unless it's something, especially when it comes to belief systems. So I have a prompt that is very similar. That is, libertarian political system is impossible. it's impossible to create a libertarian political system. That's the idea, and what I'm trying to say is that the preconditions and everything that will be necessary for it to exist, it cannot happen in reality. The problem with belief system is that you can have incoherent belief systems. So I will say that atheism is incoherent, atheism is false, atheism is a contradiction. That kind of thing will be a better one. That this specific rate, because Sirkar is correct in the sense that it is possible for a person to be incorrect and have an incorrect belief system, and it's gonna be hard for Eli to get him out of that little box, I think.
Are you sure about that?
100%.
Can you
Can
just
you demonstrate
say
how
that the belief also? Are you aware of like the divine hiddenness argument?
No.
So the divine hiddenness argument, okay, goes something like, give me a second. I'm gonna look it up really fast. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Well, that's fine. I really would like so you believe that atheism is possible, right?
I mean, yeah, because I'm an atheist. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So again, you said Kant last time, that Kant was the grounding source of universal invariant laws, but I think that that's kind of foolish because
I said I could use Kant. I could use Kant. I kind of like Kant's arguments. Yeah.
Well, again, you didn't actually present one.
Well, yeah, exactly. Present the argument.
Please, so I'm actually asking for my opponent to make an argument here about the possibility of the atheist worldview. Okay, this isn't the possibility of being an atheist. Okay, this is atheism, the worldview being possible.
What does that mean, man? What are you trying to ask me?
I'm asking you specifically in the atheist paradigm, and we'll even say metaphysically, how are universal invariant laws possible?
I mean, you can think of them without God.
You can think of something universal?
Without God, yes.
Well, obviously. Hold on. You can think of it, but can you produce a universal invariant law? I agree. We have access to universal invariant concepts, but I mean the actual account and justification. Exist? No, so it's true that they do exist, not in an atheist worldview. But what I'm saying is, in the atheist worldview, giving an account for the possibility of something. Okay, this is very specific. An account for the possibility of universal invariant laws. Whatever you want to go with, but this is my whole argument about how atheism is impossible, and this is the one question you seem very eager to not...
Eli, maybe I can, if you answer me on this, maybe this will help Circa here. So, like, just to clarify a key term there, when you say atheism is impossible, you're talking about a logical impossibility, meaning it can't be true in any possible world, or an epistemic impossibility, meaning it cannot be justified or known. What is, like, just so we
as in like this.
Okay.
True atheism is impossible.
So, did you understand, Circa? He's saying, wait, one second. Okay. Just he's saying both. He's saying it's epistemically impossible and logically impossible.
So my thing I was going to bring up, divine hiddenness, is kind of in answer to this. Okay, so like I think the claim is true atheism is impossible because all humans know God at some level in a way. Correct?
Are you asking if that's the argument I'm making?
I feel like that would be the epistemic argument here, right? The truth is that all atheists it's not possible because all humans technically know God at some level.
No, I'm saying
universal claims or anything.
No, I'm saying that there is a specific metaphysic about reality that needs to be the case in order to make logic, knowledge, truth, meaning, information, any transcendental category possible. Okay, a strictly material, naturalist, physicalist worldview. Level, right? Huh?
That means we know God at some level, like, essentially.
Well, yeah, I think that that's true, but that doesn't mean that's the argument that I'm making.
And you're inferring this from evidence, right?
Yes, but I'm again, you're not answering my direct question about atheism.
No,
all you'd have to do is give an answer that's true, and you would defeat this prompt. I'm tossing you a softball into the air. Just tell me, give me an account for the possibility. Okay, I'll do it really slow. You agree that universal immaterial concepts exist, okay? You agree that universal immaterial concepts exist, right?
So they're gonna go back into it, back again, and it seems like he is pounding him on this idea. It kind of looks like he's just attacking him on the idea. Well, immaterial, but he has agreed to it, and at the same time, he's refuting himself. Now, this was actually the way that they phrase it now, because they clarify it. The speakeasy clarified. They're talking about logical. It's logically impossible to be true, and it doesn't have an epistemic foundation to be true. So now it's not about whether or not someone can be it. They're talking about epistemology and the logicality of the argument. So atheism was impossible. Now it's not about whether or not a person is. It has to do with whether or not it can exist in a logical sense.
They exist in the atheist worldview.
I'm going to say yes again for.
You don't want to give a clear answer because you.
No, I'm about to give you one, but then you just made me like. You were mean to me for no reason when I was trying to just ask you questions.
Well, you did. You do the Dean Parker condescending laugh. You did it in the Rob Moore debate.
I just wanted to know what your claim was.
Okay, so anyway, this is very specific.
Okay? I'm gonna give you an answer to what you said. So the existence of a sincere, non-resistant non-belief would count as evidence against this, correct? Against the existence of God, who would want a relationship with humans. Correct?
I'm asking you how let's just say regularity in nature. You believe that regularity, you're not answering my question whatsoever. Do you believe that
I'm answering your epistemological question.
I'm asking you, yes.
Let Eli ask the question again and answer it directly.
Sure.
Okay. How does in an atheist worldview, how are universal, immaterial, invariant laws possible?
Why did you go backwards? I thought you were asking me the epistemical question or the epistemic
I've been asking the same question for like 10 minutes now. And this is kind of what I've noticed you do.
Let's not do the meta. Let's not do the meta. Just answer that question.
That's what this conversation is. He's trying to fucking equate impossibility with falsity, and that's stupid.
Well, here's the thing. You're taking the position it's possible. I'm asking you how, and then you're just bitching and moaning.
Okay, that's true if we're going with the backward idea. When I said, well, this is going to be a hard square to, a hard circle to square, but they did square it. When Speakeasy made the clarification, I made the clarified idea, they're talking about epistemology, and epistemology is impossible. And then when they're talking about the foundation of the argument in and of itself, and logically, it's also impossible. So now they're not talking about whether or not a person can do it. They're talking about the logical. It's logically impossible in a sense. That's what they're saying.
And that still doesn't prove that atheism is impossible, though, bro.
Wait, no, you would disprove the prompt if you showed how it's possible.
I don't think
I've made a demonstration of how it's impossible. You're not even attacking it. You're just trying to say, well, there's some form of invalidation.
Hold up. I just want to clarify what's going on for the audience here, right? One side is arguing, right? Eli is arguing that atheism is impossible. And what it seems that Circa is saying that it could still be true even if it's impossible. Right? If that's the case,
wrong.
What does impossible even exclude anymore? Let's
he has
go
5
there.
different arguments under it right now. He's doing like 5 different claims underneath one.
Circa,
again, I told you it's a paradigmatic worldview level argument. So none of this is in a vacuum.
Hold up, guys. Hold up. Let Circa. He's asking you a direct question, and we're going.
I answered it a long time
ago. I thought we're asking another question. Let's not do the meta thing. Let's just get to the case here, right? So he's asking you a direct question. Just answer that directly, or we can just go into what does impossible even exclude anymore. If you're saying it can be true even if it's impossible, because this has got to go forward, right? We're just going back and forth in a circle.
I know, because he's conflating words. He's collapsing the worldviewism thing from Jay Dyer into a single totality, and he can't narrow him down, unfortunately, because that would ruin the prompt. Falsity does not mean impossibility. I'm sorry.
Okay, I agree with that. However, if we're talking about
done.
No, hold on.
Oh no! Now it's getting now it's getting worse. uh, hmm. Oh, I shouldn't have read that. So now the whole point and the whole problem they're having right now is quite literally one side is trying to explain the logical impossibility and is trying to say that it's logical impossible, but Nix just said that that's not what it means. So I don't know where this is gonna go, but it's not going really well for both sides. It's going pretty bad for both ends. It's a both side argument right now. Zircor is just using a little bit of word wizardry in a sense, because they already clarify what they mean, and he goes back into the other side, and the other side just allow him to go back into back there in a sense. Okay. 12 and 11. Let's do that one.
If you said that it is false that cars do not fly, or you said cars fly, that's false. Is it possible for cars to one day?
Claim?
Hold on, dude. Let me speak.
Metaphysical claim,
if you say, hold on, I'm trying to address what you're talking about, dude. So if I said it is false that cars fly, it's not impossible for cars to fly. But in my argument and in my opening, I demonstrated the impossibility of universal immaterial concepts and laws in the atheist worldview.
You did.
It's not possible in any world, in any possible world. In it, I demonstrate absolutely. And now, so now, if you disagree,
or theological underpinning for your necessary condition, which you use logic, which makes
everybody presupposes. Everybody has presuppositions,
and not transcendental, which you don't know either. So what are we doing?
So once again, they're going about, it's everybody presupposes. He's presupposing as well. The question is, how is the presupposition made? You cannot just say, well, you just presuppose it. No, there's an argument there. If you have another argument to do the presupposition, go ahead and make it. Make the argument. Make an argument.
Hold on. Every worldview has presuppositions. I'm saying yours are ad hoc and would be impossible under your worldview. And I'm demonstrating
do not meet the necessary criteria for it to be a necessary X in a transcendental argument, dude. You realize that, right?
Wait, so you're saying a presupposition can't be X?
You're presupposing your proof in your presupposition for the necessary X is just what you want. Your proof is literally a presupposition.
No, it has to be able to. So you has to be able to do the grounding work, and then I demonstrate how it does the grounding work, and then
what are you grounding this in?
God.
Wow, that sounds like you can really demonstrate that.
I did. Universal immaterial concepts come from universal immaterial minds.
Presuppositions from the first one.
Yeah, but Circa, that's why he was asking you questions. So what? No. What are you doing? You're refusing to engage with the questions that he's trying to answer what you're asking now.
And I'm not presupposing.
You know the Socratic method, right, Circa? That's what he's trying to do. You know this.
You ground in God.
No, Circa. You're refusing to engage right now. You're a smart guy and you know what you're doing. Stop. Just engage with go back to the question that you asked, Eli, please, and answer that question, Circa. I don't want to.
So this is very good by Easy, I'm gonna say, as a moderator, because he's realizing the problem here. The problem is Eli is trying to get to a point in which he's trying to demonstrate the impossibility in a logical sense, but Sergey is quite fucking literally running away from the questions and trying to make he makes bullshit claims and makes no arguments about it. It's so annoying.
Move anywhere from that. Answer that question, Circa. Go ahead, Eli.
I did.
Okay. Well, let me ask one more time. In the atheist worldview, how are universal, immaterial, invariant concepts or laws possible?
Again, probably we could use. I mean, if we're going to go a moral realist route, there's plenty of different ideas that we can draw from. Is that what you're
I'm
asking
asking your position. You keep going like, I could take this person's position. You've got this shelf of positions that aren't your own.
I do.
I'm asking for yours.
A lot of them. If you're asking me,
I know, but do you have your own?
I don't have a good answer. I honestly feel like sometimes I'm a moral realist and I draw from Kant to like think of my views. I mean, I can.
Sometimes I feel like a moral realist. Sometimes I feel like I don't have an answer. Yeah, the one not doing well. No, Eli is doing okay. He just have to underpin him into him. He has to make him take the position, which is pretty much what Speakeasy is trying to get. And then the problem is that Sergey is absolutely disgusting when it comes to that. I'm not gonna lie, that's disgusting.
Tell you, a whole fucking marathon of things I think about, but what does that have to do with whether or not atheism is fucking impossible?
Because you believe it's possible, so you must believe that there is an account for the possibility of these things. If you don't, then that lends to my argument that the person saying atheism is impossible can't even tell us the possibility of knowing that atheism is possible.
That doesn't make any sense. What you just said makes zero sense.
I'm sorry it doesn't make sense to you.
I guess to me it just sounded like nonsense. Because
okay, let me say it again let's say it again more clearly.
And again, we're getting away from the question. I still haven't heard a question or answer to this question, Circa. What is your position on his question? Not what Kant says. You're the one debating here tonight, Circa. What is your position?
My position, Speakeasy, is that falsity does not mean impossibility. Non-smokers still mean something. That's still a thing. Even if
I'm saying it's false and impossible. I'm saying it's both.
And you can't prove either of them, for one.
I could demonstrate it.
If you did prove falsity, the necessary condition, transcendental argument, doesn't prove that it's impossible.
Here's what's happening, and this is the...
Okay, once again, that's not how it works. The impossibility of the contrary would make it so that that's why you have to do both sides of the argument, right? You can just go ahead and make the transcendental. You have to do the internal critique on the other side as well. But the interesting, or I wouldn't say interesting, the problem is that he's quite literally Circa is not engaging. Circa is not engaging in any other terminology. He is an atheist. He should be able to defend his worldview. And that is the point of the debate. It's like, well, we're trying to figure out if you can even have a defense of your worldview. And he's pretending that he doesn't understand that. People will say it's frustrating, but I don't think it's frustrating. It's just sad. It's just sad that atheists are this low tier. At least when I debate Anson, I know Anson has even though he commits the same kind of mistakes at the end of the day, in a sense, at least he has a little bit of an ideation, right? I can go ahead and he will make an argument if I ask for an argument.
The ironic part is they always call pre-suppers and people who use tag Phil bros. I'll be completely honest. I haven't studied logic, philosophy on the highest levels. I've read a couple books. I generally think I'm competent in making it. But no, here's the thing. I'm a dumb hillbilly HVAC technician who can competently make this argument. What you're doing is going into a semantic prattle about the word impossible and saying, well, technically speaking, an impossibility, and what modal scope are you using this? And you're now doing the Phil Bro semantic bullshit. If you think it is, and that's
semantics
fine.
Are stupid in philosophy.
I know. I think they're fine. I think they're fine, but I think if you hide behind them like a dude behind a rock in front of a dragon, then that's your prerogative.
Aren't you the one who said immaterial concepts must be immaterial mind? Obviously, logic.
Okay, can you give me an example of a concept that doesn't? Hold on. Again, I could demonstrate this if you would actually engage with the argument. Can you give me an example of a concept that does not come from a mind?
You mean mind independent?
Yeah, yes. Mind independent concept.
I could, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's God.
I could, but I won't. Give it.
I answered you.
I don't think there is. I don't know. I don't believe there is. I don't think there is. Circa. I don't think there is mind independent concept. That's not, dude. That's not answering.
Even if that's the case, even if it is correct that you can, if it's like, well, that it's not gone, that doesn't mean that you're making the argument. You still need to be able to make the argument. Circa, Sugay, how about you make the argument for once in your life? Wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't the world be a better place if Circa would be able to make a fucking argument for once in his life? Just make the argument, dude. Please.
My question. You want me to answer your questions when you want to answer mine? Are you kidding?
How do you
answer
prove that it's God?
Dude, answer my question. Give me an example of a concept that isn't grounded in a mind. Please. Or you could say, I don't think there is, and then we can move on to the next part of the demonstration. You're refusing to engage with the argument. This is pointless. Okay, you're wasting everybody's time.
You're gonna shut up, dude. Space and time, Kant, critique of pure reason. There's a concept that's not based in God. Now, how do you prove God?
Dude, I asked you for a concept not based in a mind.
Oh my fucking God, bro.
Yeah, like Circa, you keep wanting to jump right to God, but like this is why you're not engaging with
how he. Have you read the critique of pure reason?
We're having a conversation.
I've read. Imagine I've read nothing. I'm still seeing that you're not answering the question.
Okay, so Kant makes a transcendental argument. Okay, that is not rooted in God, even though he's a Christian. Actually,
Okay, if that's your argument, then say it. What is it?
Well, but that has nothing to do with the question I asked.
Just stop.
Mind
independent.
Just wait, Circa. If that's your argument, if Kant's mind independent concept is your argument, then why don't you just use that instead of saying, "Have I read Kant? Has he read Kant?" You can't come to a debate expecting your opponent to read the things you've read. That's so bad faith. Just give your argument, Circa. Stop. Circa, stop. Just give your argument, please. Tell us what a concept that's not in the mind, please.
Space and time.
Okay, I heard the answer there.
It's mind independent.
Space and time would be dependent upon materialism. Just saying. They are in material space. Oh, wait. That's why we call it space. Interesting, huh?
Okay. So, what's the definition of a concept?
What's the definition of a concept?
Yeah. You
want a philosophical one or something? Like which one do you want? Any because
transcendental
one?
Well, I'm a Merriam-Webster kind of guy. A concept is an idea, okay? So space and time, okay, being ideas, you believe that they're ideas not grounded in minds.
They're mind independent. What does mind independent mean, dude?
That's fair. Okay. I'm taking that. So how do you mean? What does that mean? Mind independent means not dependent on a mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I mean, what does it actually? Give me like your own definition in more words than using a circular one without dependent being in the fucking definition. Yeah.
Okay, it would be objective, existential. Okay, this is fine, but what I want to ask you is, how do you know that space and time are mind independent?
Because it exists
concepts?
Whether we have an opinion on it existing or not. That's what it means. It means no matter what, it will exist whether we care or give an opinion.
Okay, that's a claim, but how do you know that?
That's literally the definition of mind independent.
I know, but I'm asking how you came to know such a thing.
Kant makes famously a transcendental argument on this using extremely semantic language, your favorite word. Okay?
Oh my God. Just give the fucking argument. Oh my, this car is so stupid. Just make the argument. Just make the argument.
With cognition.
Emmet Sukar ran for me too. What did you say, K2? He does think he's so smart, and he's so condescending, and everything is I. Well, I think. Well, I believe. Well, so. He's so bad. He's so bad. The worst.
as well as intuition being described completely differently, to essentially say that there's a synthetic judgment. I could be mixing them up. It's either analytic or synthetic. They just inversely do different things. But that's what he does. He makes a synthetic judgment about something that's a priori. We have an experience of it, a precondition, before we ever experience space and time. We just know it, is what his argument is.
Right.
Famously, that's one of the most famous, mind-independent concepts, immaterial, that has no God involved.
Okay, but I'm still asking you, so you know that...
Do we know that? Do we have an idea that it's true? Is this true? Is this dependent? Yes, I remember about the illegals in trucking. God. Which, by the way, did you ended up knowing what happened with the supposed law that they were trying to pass when the illegals were like going to have to renovate and give an actual domicile and all that crap? Okay, too. Do you have an update on that? Be appreciated.
That space and time are mind-independent concepts because of Kant's argumentation.
I can presuppose Kant's argumentation here, yeah. Yeah, I guess.
Wait,
yeah.
wait.
I don't think there's obviously
priori.
problems. Yeah, it's a priori. I mean, there's obviously problems with it.
How do you a priori have somebody else's argument? Wouldn't you need to read their argument, which would make it no longer a priori?
What? No, his argument. The book is about a priori versus a posteriori. And
posteriori.
You don't even know what I'm talking about, do you?
Well, I don't think that you know what you're talking about. I think that if you just say names and say you can go look this up, this other person's done my argument.
Show you my annotations.
Well, I know. Well, here's the thing. You're trying to make other people do your argumentations for you. I'm asking for your argumentation. So again, I'm asking you to show me.
Prove that
can you show me in the form of premises
is,
how you come to know that space and time are concepts independent of minds?
I can tell you how I think it's strong, but you know what I can't do is what you're doing with the God thing, where I can't go, Kant is literally correct and nothing else is possible because of that. And here's my necessary condition.
You can't demonstrate it. You're saying you can't demonstrate the... Oh, correct.
I cannot demonstrate that,
yeah. Okay, awesome. Glad for the concession. I understand that most atheists can't demonstrate this stuff. They just claim it. So, moving on again... I can't
demonstrate a transcendental argument, the one that's the same thing you're doing.
Well, I just asked you if you could demonstrate it, and you said no, and that's kind of, what I've been trying to point out. So you did me a huge favor there. So... Back
Are you arguing yourself right now? Are you arguing yourself right now?
It feels like it a little bit.
You just fucked your own argument.
I did by getting you.
Wait, how? What? Am I? I didn't. Did I miss something? Because they're still in the same place. It's just they moved like one step closer to maybe Sirkar giving a fucking argument, but they're still in the same place. The only person giving an argument is Eli, and whenever he's asked for an argument, Sirkar goes and says Kant. Well, Kant said an argument. What is the argument? Something about space and time that Kant said. Like, fuck. Okay, I guess.
I'm not using an atheist argument here. Kant is a fucking Christian who, again, uses a transcendental argument, the same one you're relying on, dude.
To
prove a necessary condition.
Huh? Yeah, but he comes to far different conclusions. Kant really believes that everything is grounded in the mind, by the way. I haven't read Kant extensively, but I have a general summary of what he believes.
But the transcendental argument is the same.
Well, the form is, do you understand the form of an argument is going to be the same, but what you plug... Yeah, the transcendental argument definitionally is X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. That's the form. You can plug in whatever you want and make it the transcendental argument for whatever you want. So correct. The transcendental argument for God that we're making is not the same type of transcendental argument. It's the same form, but not the... Well, we also would provide, again, if we just made claims and didn't demonstrate our position and didn't make arguments for our position, then that would be that's what we get accused of. But
so the argument is for our position. We make the transcendental argument for our position. We are grounding our position in that. And then the second part of the argumentation is we take that and we post it against your belief system and your ideation and the way that you show it to be. You have, just as I have, a problem when it comes to my ideas in a sense. You also have that problem. You need to be able to tell me what is your what is it that you need to be able to show us that. You just have to be able to show us your worldview and your belief system in your worldview. It's a must. I'm gonna leave that right here while it dries, and I'll check it up later in a moment. Were you debating the illegal trucking with Sakar? Yes, he was. K2. We saw it in this channel. I'm gonna listen to this again. Seems like he thinks discounting one transcendental argument is enough to discount all transcendental arguments. No, because he hasn't even made the argument, so I don't even know if he can discount the argument from Kant. He's just saying, he just says shit. He just says shit. Well, I'm discounting the argument. How? I'm just doing it. Okay, how? Yeah, just did it. Can you answer my question? Questions are bad faith. Okay. Case you're gay. It's kind of annoying that is the kind of people that we're kind of debating in a sense. Because it is the kind of people that we're debating. I need to use a little... Okay. I'm saying he's making an argument, you're saying what his intention is. Yeah, his intention is to try to pretend that you can just go ahead. Well, his intention is just to obfuscate. He has not made a single argument at all whatsoever about anything. He's just there obfuscating. That's his intention. His intention is to obfuscate. It's very annoying. And I'm not saying that it's very annoying. But it's not his like yeah.
I actually provide demonstrations. The thing that you said you can't do,
How
you
did
just
you
say
prove the
something, something,
necessity
something,
here?
can't. There you go. Huh?
No, how did you prove the necessary condition for X? You have the burden here, dude.
Yeah, I know. I did. So
How'd
here,
you
I'll do
do
it
that?
again. Okay.
Yeah.
Universal immaterial concepts exist. Concepts definitionally come from minds. You still didn't show me how a concept doesn't come from a mind. You just made a claim. I asked you how you know it. You ran away.
Can you, without the stupid shit?
Well,
let's go.
Well, I'm trying to
Continue.
show the audience what's happening here. Okay, so concepts definitionally being ideas come from minds. They're immaterial.
Okay.
You can't pick them up and hand them to me. And they're universal. Always the case, always presupposed.
You can't make
Particular
universal
concepts
claims
come from...
about metaphysical ideas. Once again, I don't know how to tell you this any easier. Google it right now so you can see you don't know what universal claim means. That'd be great.
You can't... Wait, hold on. I can't say that the laws of logic are universal. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's meaningless. It's arbitrary to make a universal claim. Okay, a universal claim like you're
So
doing.
what can we make universal claims about, Circa?
Stuff that you can experience.
Is that...
What the fuck? What the... Oh, oh, what? The only universal claims is about what you can experience? What? Huh? Did I? No. No. He didn't say that. No, he didn't say that. What?
Universal claim. Okay, a universal claim like you're
So
doing.
what can we make universal claims about, Circa?
Stuff that you can experience.
What the fuck? Wow. I don't even have words for that. That is so stupid. That is Latinx coded. He must be a Latin sayer. After saying that. What the fuck? I need to listen to that again. I just
Make a
need
universal claim. Okay, a universal claim like you're
So
doing.
what can we make universal claims about, Circa?
Stuff that you can experience.
Is that metaphysical?
No, that's the whole fucking point. All gremlins
Wait,
are silent.
wait a minute. Is
saying.
stuff
Wait, I need to. I can't. I need to.
Universal claim. Okay, a universal claim like you're
so
doing.
what can we make universal claims about, Circa?
Stuff that you can experience.
This fuckers.
Is that metaphysical?
No, that's the whole fucking point. All gremlins
Wait,
are silent.
wait a minute. Is stuff
that.
you can experience a metaphysical claims, Circa?
No, that's why you can't make that. That's why you can't make a universal claim.
Stuff that you can experience. I'm assuming the stuff is physical.
Stuff comes from stuff, I guess.
Saying you can experience it is something about its physicality, but it's not metaphysical.
I feel I'm smarter than the Suckarb. I'm just a dump truck driver. You're not a dump truck driver, but yeah, you surely are smarter than this fucker. Oh, hello, Grumble. Hello. The after panel was just as good as the whole debate. I think so.
Physical. Yeah, you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about, dude. You just made a whole host of metaphysical claims, telling me I can't make universal statements about. In fact, you just made a universal statement about a metaphysical claim. You said stuff is something you can experience. That's a universal metaphysical claim.
What metaphysical claims did I make? Which ones?
That stuff is something you can experience. Oh, Google it.
You mean material stuff?
You're the one who said stuff. What did you mean by it, Circa?
It has to be something you can experience. That means, within your reality, dude. That's what it means.
So material stuff you can experience. That's a metaphysical claim and a universal one, by the way. You can
I'm not Googling this for me. I'm
material
Googling
stuff.
this so I can give it to Speakeasy so we can at least move past this stupid fucking...
Well, no, you're literally just saying like baloney. You're just like spurging out like chat GPT stuff and not actually engaging with the substance of what I'm putting in front of you. That's what's happening.
I did. And your substance sucks. That's what I'm telling you. Your substance fucking sucks.
That's not an argument, Circa.
It is actually not an argument. It's fucker. It's fucker.
It is an argument because you're the one with the burden using shitty fucking,
Okay, I'll go back to my demonstration. So concepts definitionally come from minds. Immaterial, okay? A concept's not identical to a brain or to anything like that. Minds also, from my worldview, immaterial. Universal, always the case, okay? We have to presuppose the universality of the laws of logic or truth or meaning and information as it relates. So, universal, immaterial.
Also, have you checked some out of the leftist channels on Twitch that watch your car? They love this stuff. They think he's getting girthy W's in this. Give me one. Tell me the name of one. I'll go check it out. After I finish with this debate, which is not long.
Concepts
it's not
must be grounded in a universal immaterial mind based on concepts being necessarily grounded in minds.
Okay,
because
so
an idea, any colloquial definition of an idea is a thought. Okay, there's not ideas don't grow out of the soil. Okay, they don't grow on
Great.
trees.
That's great. Just keep talking. But
If
like,
you can
once
describe
again,
to me where ideas do grow in the soil and on trees, then that would be great for this debate.
what would be great is if you could somehow just prove. I'm doing a little bit of devil's advocate here when I say that I agreed to some of your things. You remember that, right?
Well,
When
you're
I
right.
said that,
Yeah.
I'll
You granted it for the sake of
Please
debate,
stop
but didn't
talking.
go from your own position.
Please stop talking, for fuck's sake.
No,
And
you're
what I
being
need to know
a
is how you
sophist.
can and how you can. No, I'm not. And how you can presuppose that somehow all these are even grounded in the mind. That would also be something you have to do right now.
I asked you to give me an example of a concept not grounded in a mind. You said space and time. I asked you how you knew that, and you freaked out and ran away. So we could go back to that if you want.
Transcendental argument, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so what's the X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X? Give it to me in the form. Give me the transcendental argument in the form, Circa.
Kant argues this with cognition and intuition.
I don't give a shit what Kant does. What does Circa do now in this debate?
Yeah, I got to pause here
You
for
want me to say
clarity.
God?
You've appealed. Wait,
You want me to say
Circa, Circa, 1 second,
I don't
please.
get it.
1 second, Circa. You've appealed to Kant's transcendental argument as grounding truth without God, but you've also
he
said you
give
can't
me a
demonstrate
claim.
that
Give
argument.
me a way to do it.
No,
I actually don't.
wait, Circa, please. You said earlier that you were appealing to Kant's transcendental argument that it can ground truth without God, but you also said you can't demonstrate that argument. So I just want you to help me understand and help the audience understand.
I never said truth.
Are you asking us all to accept a framework that you can't currently defend?
Why? Okay, speak easy. What is the prompt again? I'm just going to point this out.
Atheism is impossible.
So I don't have to do any of that, but I did give him an example of how an atheist could make a transcendental argument without God. Like
no, you didn't.
Well, no, you appealed to a transcendental argument from Kant, but that's what I'm trying to say. Are you asking us to accept a framework that you can't currently defend? That's all I'm asking, because
I could defend it if I presupposed that it was true.
Little work guy, Keep Watts is one of the ones in the Discord call. We'll stream together on Twitch presenting Circar, but where he wasn't broadcasting. He has something coming up on Speaks too. Little work guy. If it's as good as this bullshit, I'll probably take a look at. It's once again, all we're looking at is the fact that this person cannot make a fucking argument. It's actually starting to piss me off. So annoying.
True, the same way this man is doing. I guess. If I just presupposed that it is true, that's the whole problem.
Do you presuppose that anything is true, Circa?
That's a stupid question, dude.
It's really not. I'm trying to get to the root of it.
It's stupid because you're just like randomly bringing these things out of your ass. I need to know how you can even ground, okay, a universal claim inside of your head, as in a universe. In your mind.
If that's a more specific question.
Ground it?
Well, because we're made in the image of God, so God having a universal mind, we have. Yes, God. Again, of course.
Oh my.
What's wrong? That's not a problem. Everybody presupposes something.
No, it is a problem.
What's the problem with
demonstrate that? You cannot.
I did demonstrate. I absolutely did. Would you like me to do it again?
You only demonstrate it if we just assume it's true because of God.
Wait, hold on.
Are you not understanding this?
No. You take the Y in the equation, universal immaterial concepts. Universal immaterial concepts, by definition, have to come from universal immaterial minds. If you disagree with that, refute it.
No, you need to prove how that's even something that needs to be, like, how do you ground that?
Again, universal has to be grounded in something universal. Something immaterial has to be. I'm doing it right now. That's what you're not understanding. Again, if you have a refutation, present it.
Yeah, like that's what he's doing. He's demonstrating it right now. If you just let him walk through it, yeah.
So, what is universal?
Sorry, he's not.
Okay, then show me how I'm not.
I've told you, you're making a universal claim, and you can't do that.
But it doesn't matter what you tell him. You still have to do the. You still have to do it. You still have to make the fucking argument. Just make the fucking argument. Just make an argument. I want to jump into scream. I just, just go there. choke him directly. Just choke him. Make the argument. Just make the argument. Why is that so hard? So in theory, I should be able to use these. Will it be easier if I do it outside of the tank? I think it would be easier. Thank you so much, K2. Let me go ahead and check it real quick. By the way, if you want to support your local streamer, just let me know. Oh my god, thank you so much, Jason. I didn't see it. You're a legend. Thank you so much for the 50. That's way too much. Play 2 songs, Battle on Fire and Baby Come Back. I'll play them in a second. Thank you very, very much for that. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and play something for you. We're gonna go to the newsroom real quick. And this is this is gonna be for you.
Please give me $1. Oh, I have no money. Just $1. I'm broke too. $1. I really don't have money, but how much money do you make from begging? $150 a day. Give me that shit. Please give me $1.
That's thank you very much for that. Yeah, I'll play them in a second. No, no, he can't do it. It's not about that.
That's with a metaphysical one for sure.
You made a universal claim about metaphysics earlier when you said you can experience stuff. Do you believe that all people experience the material reality?
Am I trying to debate right now that I think Kant's view of the transcendental argument is 100% fact, and that means your view is impossible?
Okay, make Kant's view of the transcendental. Make Kant's view.
I'm gonna have to do it.
Answer that fucking question.
What's the question one more time? Then you better start.
Am I
answering some
debating
fucking
right now that I am defending Kant's view that your view is impossible because I am presupposing it to be true? Okay. Is that what's happening?
I'm gonna do it this way.
Are you using Kant's argument to show that my view is impossible? I'm confused about what you're asking here. Ask it one more time, slowly. I'm a dumb redneck. You got to ask it slow.
I don't know why you keep saying that. It doesn't.
It's just
weird,
true.
stop.
I mean, you're
right now. Am I debating? Am I defending? Or sorry, not defending. I'm actually putting forth, which is what you're doing, right? That Kant's view, I'm presupposing it to be true, and that therefore makes your argument impossible. Is that what's happening?
You have not demonstrated that. You've claimed it, but you haven't demonstrated it.
I'm not making the argument, though. I just brought up an example of a way to bring up an immaterial concept, like you said, using a transcendental.
Okay, here's what I want to.
Sorry, 1 second, Circa. Let me. Are you arguing that Eli's position is internally consistent, or that universal claims are impossible for any worldview to justify? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, those both are true at the same time. Yeah, you can't make a universal claim again about concepts that you cannot do scientificity on. Okay.
Okay, so you're saying universal claims are impossible for any worldview to justify, is what you're saying?
I don't know about justify. Again,
he doesn't know about justification.
The phrase. I'm going to make this really simple again.
No, really quick, Circa. This is what you're doing.
Circa, I'm not asking a gotcha. I'm asking a clarifying. It's like you're thinking I'm trying to set you up for something. Can you just answer what I'm asking you, please?
I don't think that. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay. I'm not trying to. I'm really trying to get clarification for like the audience sake here. Are you saying that just yes or no? Are you saying any worldview, it's impossible to justify universal claims?
It's impossible to claim beyond. If you make a universal claim, it would be impossible. Not justify. You can justify them with any presupposition, like this guy's doing.
No.
But to say it is true, that is different.
Oh, there's problem number one. You think justification works by just asserting any presupposition? Did I hear that correctly?
That's what you're doing. You said God. That's
no. No, I'm asking you a question about your understanding of justification. Justification is giving good, coherent reasons, like when we talk about knowledge being justified through belief. So do you think that a reason is good just because you assert it?
Again, your argument is not actually meeting
Then
the
any
criteria for
claim would be justified if what you just said is true.
No, that's not what.
Circus a walking argument for incredulity? No, he's not even. He's not engaging. He's not even engaging at all. Not even engaging at all. It's not engaging at all.
I'm saying at all.
It is.
Like, you're the one here trying to prove this, right? And you haven't done that. You think you have, but you have not.
Okay, well,
And
you
I pointed
haven't
it out.
refuted me. You've just complained and
Yes, I
said
have. I
Kant.
pointed it
And
out
here's
because
what
you
the
don't
problem
know
is.
what a
This is
universal
actually
claim
what's
is.
happening here. Okay, so this is what's happening. Imagine if I said, the philosopher Phil Philendorf, he refuted everything Circa is saying, and he showed through his type of argumentation that atheism is impossible. So go read Phil Philendorf. Wait, you haven't read Phil Philendorf? No, explain what Phil Philendorf actually says. Can you make his argument? I'm using his argument by saying Phil Philendorf's argument. No, I want you to show me what Kant is saying that gets you the justification that I'm asking if you can provide, not just asserting that Kant's argumentation can do it.
If I said God, would that be good enough for you?
Oh,
well, then you would
God, he's
concede the
such an
debate.
idiot.
So yes.
So you would concede the debate then?
No, if you said your justification was God, then I would take that as a concession.
Isn't that
Welcome
yours?
aboard. Go get
Isn't that
catechized. Go
yours?
to liturgy.
Isn't that what you're grounding this in?
Yes, there's different. Okay, here's what you're not
Why is
understanding.
it different?
Okay,
Why is it
because
different?
I'm making a demonstration. I'm making arguments.
Kant
I'm
does too, with
making
a lot more pages
arguments.
and a lot more fucking arguments, dude.
Then give the argument. Okay, here's what I really want to
did.
know. You
Now I'm
said
gonna ground it in God.
no.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Easy,
Circa,
easy,
this
easy.
is
But it seems he believes he's engaging. No, he thinks he's. I don't even believe he believes he's engaging. I think he thinks that the person he's debating is stupid, and what he's doing right now is just making a mockery of the other person. And I'm pretty sure that if I go to, I'll go there in a moment. I'm pretty sure if I go to Twitch and we see the VOD of what's happening during this this debate in that VOD call, that's exactly what's gonna be happening. They're gonna be saying, "Well, this guy's too stupid. This guy's too bad. This." Okay, that's what's gonna be happening because they're making a mockery.
Wait, this is so bad faith. You keep doing this, and I just asked
not
you
bad
earlier if you did,
It's
if
not
you're
bad
doing
faith,
this, and you said no. You keep going. Well, Kant made these arguments. Who gives a fuck? If you can't demonstrate it, nobody in the audience, me, Eli, nobody, Circa, is gonna say, "Oh, well, whatever Kant said, yeah, that works." We don't know what Kant said. Please argue it for us. We're all dumb little kids that don't know what Kant even is. Please give us the argument, Circa. This is very frustrating.
It's frustrating for me because I'm debating two people now. Speakeasy, stop.
No, you're
okay?
not debating two people. I'm trying to get
And
you
I'm not being
to
bad faith
debate.
here.
You're not debating.
I am debating. I'm pointing out that his structure for the necessary conditions, Speakeasy, is incorrect.
Then
that's not
okay.
refuse
Sure,
to accept that.
that's fine. Now demonstrate why it's incorrect. Don't just say Kant said
did.
it's
He's
incorrect.
making
Tell us
universal
why it
claims.
is. Wait,
He's making
Circa,
universal claims, which he can't
why?
in this regard, because you have to be able to experience this
Can
to
no
make a
one-
universal claim.
Is that a universal
Oh
claim?
my God, this is.
Is that a universal claim, Circa?
This is
What?
What you just said.
A universal claim about a universal claim? What is? Why are you? Why are you
No,
making this
it's
weird
back
meta
to
thing?
the dogs thing. If
This
you
is what
say
I'm
that
saying,
all
Circa,
dogs
you-
have four legs,
Please
you
answer
didn't
his question
experience
and just
that.
engage with the debate, man. Please stop saying
it's hard
Kant and
when-
just use Kant's arguments as if they're yours. This is
Well, I
bad
did-
faith to just keep saying appeal to this person when he's demonstrating why it goes to God. You can't just say, well,
Bro, I don't even
you're
know what I'm debating now. Speakeasy, am I debating him or you? I don't get this. It's hard to actually debate. these
you're not
concepts.
debating. That's why I'm stepping in so much. Usually I don't
Can you
have to
Google-
moderate
can you
this much.
Google
Circa,
universal
this
claim?
is
Can you
I'm
Google
only
a
having to
uni-
step in because you're not engaging.
I need you to Google universal claim philosophy and pull it
No.
up on your screen.
No,
Why not?
I'm not debating. I'm trying to
Look.
get you to debate. This is your debate. Please.
And
I
again,
think that would probably show that he's wrong and now his theory is
no.
incompatible.
Okay,
Then you
Look.
demonstrate that. Why are we doing this, Circa?
Let me get
Is
in
this
here.
your idea of a debate?
I am demonstrating that. He's using it incorrectly. Bro.
Show me. Show me how I'm using it incorrectly.
Google universal claim philosophy.
Okay, if somebody asks you to demonstrate someone and you have to say Google it, you need to quit debating.
I already told you how. You can't experience.
You said that you
metaphysics.
can't make universal claims about what you haven't experienced, yet you universally claim that all dogs have 4 legs without experiencing that. Dumbass.
That's in our world, though. We can scientifically.
Now, here's what I agree with you. Here's what I agree with you. In the atheist position.
One?
No, hold on. I'll agree with you.
One?
What metaphysical? All dogs have 4 legs?
Is that a metaphysical claim?
Yeah.
There you go, Circa. It's Googled.
Yes. So,
Universal claim is a logical statement that asserts something is true for all members of a particular set or group, making a broad generalization without exceptions. These claims often use words like all, every, or none, which is exactly what they were saying. By the way, not all dogs have 4 legs. Just let's finish this up by just putting more bullshit into the fire, I guess. Why not? At the end of the day, it's already pretty bad in and of itself what they're doing in this debate. And I mean Circa. Circa is absolutely not engaging at all whatsoever. He just doesn't give a shit. Doesn't give a shit. Right? He's so bad faith. He doesn't care. He's just there to prove a point in his eyes, I guess. Except he's not even proving the point, because he's not able. He doesn't give a shit. And it's very annoying to see these kind of debates go down in that sense, because this have been said before by Andrew, and it's true. We deserve better. We deserve better opponents. We deserve better. We do. And the fact that we don't get it is frustrating. So bad. It's ridiculous. What do we have? We have fucking Erudite with that Agrippa's trilemma that doesn't understand the whole problem of the philosophy with it. We have Sarkar that say it's not able to do bullshit. So annoying. And then
we're asserting something here, okay? Now put in metaphysics.
No, I'm not doing a Google party here. I'm not doing a Google party here. You told me to Google universal claim. Now demonstrate why what he's doing is wrong.
Because can we assert something is true for everyone metaphysically? Hold on. That we can't
This is the argument I make against you guys. Look, I agree with you that in the atheist position, this is in fact David Hume's critique, is that you cannot say you literally said earlier in the debate that that's not David Hume, and you did your little gay laugh. Now you're agreeing with me.
I heard you say that.
What I'm saying is that when you make a universal claim, without God, it's unjustified. Okay? So you're arguing from this empiricist position from David Hume, where David Hume said, guys, because David Hume was an atheist, and he said, guys, this problem of induction is a problem for us. We can't justify it. What Tag is saying is that God is the justification. Now, this is epistemic. The metaphysical argument that I was making about the ontological status of universal immaterial concepts is what you're not. And by the way, just want the audience to know, this is exactly what every atheist does when they run into this type of argumentation, is they want to attack the structure.
Audience when you don't know anything? Is that what's happening?
You're not making arguments, so I guess I got to talk to somebody.
I just told you, Tag presupposes a grounding within, God is grounded.
Everybody
choose the spot to
presupposes
stop.
everybody presupposes a grounding. I don't. It's the
Does that
actual
make it
implication.
objectively true?
No, you have to demonstrate it, which is why we have debates, which is what I'm doing.
If I just said that it doesn't stop at God.
Yes, the debate is the demonstration, and the debate is, in fact, the justification. This is where we're going, to the justification. Okay? How is it possible this guy that you pretty much have called an idiot and all this kind of bullshit understands this, and you, Sergey, don't? How is it possible that he understands it, but you don't?
Actually, I mean, what?
Maybe someone should publicly buy him an account at Andrew's debate school. That would be a baller maneuver. Many class would be no, no. I want one. I want to take that curse, and I don't have the money for it because I spend it all in Warhammer. But the point is that God dang it.
You know, the famous Euthyphro dialogue, and then you tried to combat me with tag because, you know, talking points, surface level fucking knowledge here. You'd realize that we could just keep going for forever, right?
No, there's no infinite regress
because
if God is the
ground it in God.
Well, no, I can demonstrate this to you. I'm making more than just claims. I'm presenting argumentation. I'm giving demonstrations.
Yeah,
I asked for one from your worldview, and you've spurged out and ran around the arena the whole night.
I don't know what the hell that's supposed to mean. You didn't actually prove your claims. You didn't prove the necessity for the condition.
So first of all, I'm showing evidence, okay? And I'm demonstrating the philosophical and logical evidence for why atheism is impossible.
Here. Sorry. If you
logic
knew that,
isn't transcendental.
No, logic is used with
it's that move, look into your heart, you know it to be true. He's looking, yes, just look into your heart. Just look into your heart, you know it to be true. So stupid.
The deduction. It's
the
not
logic is used
thing.
anytime you think.
It's supposed to be a precondition. It's not supposed to be logical. It's supposed to be a precondition. It fucking transcends logic.
That would be God. Not logic itself.
There you go. I mean, that's my point. Is you are presupposing a
No. Think about it.
Theoretical framework, a theological one, and that's your answer.
Oh, right. And you do the same thing, but in an unjustified way that would be impossible if your worldview is true, which is what I'm presenting to you.
Wait, with what? What do I do it with?
You presuppose logic. You presuppose truth. You presuppose any atheist has
what
to
if
do.
I was an anti-realist?
Okay, so if you use the anti-realist position, you say.
What if I'm an anti-realist? Are you an anti-realist? No, but what if I am? Can I debate with that person? Can I just have a normal debate with a person that's willing to have a position? Any position will be good. Thank you. Any position. God, I hate these people. Speakeasy give him a huge platform and he begged him to please answer a question and he is just gonna send in dismissive of him. Not only that, he hasn't answered the fucking question. Unless someone else does it first, big dick maneuver. Don't say that, Grumple, because he's gonna think that means he has a big dick now. It's gonna be like, does that mean that got big dick?
Truth doesn't exist. That would be a truth claim. It's self-defeating.
Is it impossible to be an atheist then?
I'm not making the argument that it's impossible to be an atheist. I'm saying the worldview that atheist presents is impossible if it were true. It can't be the truth.
Because you're presupposing yours.
Not just it. Everybody has presuppositions, but I'm arguing it with demonstrations, which you are failing to do, which is aiding to my argument.
I already told you divine hiddenness perfectly fucking ruins this argument. The epistemology of this is trash.
Okay, then show me how divine hiddenness ruins this. Don't just claim it. Demonstrate it.
I already did earlier. Again, it's the fucking.
No, you haven't
the fact that
demonstrated anything once tonight at all.
maybe if you stop talking, you might actually
for it.
learn something.
All right.
So if you had a very sincere non-believer, the very existence of that person is evidence against God's existence. A sincere non-believer, by definition.
Why? Why? Why would that be? Why? Just okay. Why would that? Why? I don't know. This guy's. I hate this guy.
In logic.
How?
Because God is supposed to be someone who loves them, is supposed to be with them. Right? That's kind of what Christianity teaches.
Are you serious? Is this real life? So
Do
you're
you not
saying
know
if
what
someone
divine hidden
doesn't believe in God, that proves that God doesn't
Sincerely.
exist, and that's your logical
That's
argument that
evidence
destroys
against it.
tag?
I never said that it proves God doesn't exist. You need to actually
Or it's
listen to the
evidence.
words that come out of
You
my
think
mouth.
that you think that sincere non-believers
It's
is
easier to
evidence
fight
that
an
God
argument that
doesn't.
no one says. I know.
Okay, how
but
does
maybe
it
listen to what I'm
follow?
saying.
How does that follow?
So the existence of a sincere, non-resistant non-belief is evidence against God's existence.
Again, how does that follow? I know it's hard to back up the shit you say, Circa. It's hard. But I believe in you. I believe you can really do it for us.
Yeah.
You said because he's supposed to be there.
I mean, you said
I'm helping you with your own argument
I think you're using sensus divinitatis, right?
No, you just made a claim. You just made a claim that a sincere, non-resistant non-believer is evidence against the existence of God. I said how, and then you sighed and groaned. So show me how.
Because
Demonstrate.
God wants a relationship with human beings, correct?
Okay. But human beings have free
So a
will and can
sincere,
reject
non-resistant
God.
non-belief would count as evidence against that. Evidence against God.
Wait, so because humans have free will and God gave them free will and they can use that free will to be this thing in question, that somehow is evidence against God?
Sincere, non-resistant non-belief is
So
evidence
what?
against the existence of God who would want a relationship with human beings.
Wait, hold on.
You've never heard of this?
I've heard it maybe in the bowels of the most Reddit tier takes possible, but that's not a demonstration.
I heard it maybe in the vaults of the most Reddit tier bullshit possible. True. Fucking true. You know what? I'm gonna make this big while my phone is charging. And, because I was working on the tank, but while this is charging, I'm just gonna go ahead and put it there.
Of the non-existence of God at all. So you're basically saying if God were the God that I want, he would just force us all to believe in him if he were really God. That's the best you've got. Seriously.
No, just to like maybe bridge this gap here. He's just doing the divine hiddenness argument that like God loves all humans. Since there's non-believers, a loving God would ensure they believe. That's
right.
just,
Well, okay.
Suppressed knowledge.
The problem with this is that we have secondary causes. We have free will. Anybody can make any decision that they want. And
does every Christian believe in free will?
No, but again, I would say that the people that don't believe in free will aren't really.
There's a lot of them who don't.
Okay, but that doesn't matter. Just because people disagree with things doesn't make the argument I'm making true or false. So that's a fallacy.
So is their worldview wrong?
Yes.
Okay, got it. And
okay, so I'm getting to your shitty argument.
You know, free will does
non-resistant.
No.
Yes.
How?
Divine revelation.
God? That's your argument. You're grounding in God.
Well, it's grounded in God, but do you know what divine revelation is? And again, you're now. I wanted to actually engage with this shitty argument that you presented.
I'm not trying to be bad faith against religion in general.
No, but can I actually address the shitty argument you made? Like, why are you trying to steer the conversation like a Asian woman on the freeway, dude? This is crazy. Like, let's get back to business.
Sure.
You have a non-resistant, sincere non-believer. God gave them the free will to be this. If he loved them, then he would ensure that they believe. Right.
What
So
do you mean?
do you understand that that love entails free choice and free will and free expression?
Except
So
what
any
if they
type of
just exist
imposition of
somewhere where they
love
were
that
never,
would change
they were
the
never
will?
given the opportunity. What does that mean?
Oh,
It's
if
not
they
like
like
they're
never heard
rejecting
the
it.
gospel?
That's what non-resistant means, dude.
Oh, okay. Oh, so okay. Sorry, I thought that it was like I'm not actively against. I was confused on those terms. So they've never even heard the message of. They've never even heard the message of. Okay.
Sincere, non-resistant, non-belief.
Okay. When
so why is there suppressed knowledge?
Wait. So is the contention that? Okay, I see what you're saying. God in His providence would allow these people to, if based on His judgment, ultimately,
The
whether
existence
they're
of genuine non-belief is a real philosophical question, man.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to engage with it here, like the thing that you haven't been doing. So, first of all, the Great Commission is still in effect. There's still time for those things to happen for all cultures to hear the gospel. So this is assuming that there will always be. Wait, so hold on. You're going to let me finish what I was saying?
Sure.
Okay, so the Great Commission is still in effect. We don't know that all cultures and all societies won't inevitably receive the message and then be no longer non-resistant, as you said. Also, there are ways where people may experience the love of God and not immediately know that that's what they're experiencing also. So there's plenty of angles to say that this doesn't, but I don't see where this is evidence that God doesn't exist. The biggest problem with this argument is you're taking in your own personal view on what God's love means and what God would do based on that argument. I'm saying that argument is doing that because you're saying, I think if God was really all loving, He would do this. But as particular people that are subject to God, we don't get to make decisions about what we think is the best possible way to love, because love itself, back to the presuppositional. No, back to the presupposition. I don't believe that love exists in your worldview. I don't think that you can justify love at all.
That's great, dude. Why don't we talk about what we're debating?
I am. That's part of the ethical argument.
Yeah, maybe to help Eli understand, Circa, you could give us like the God necessarily means that He would reveal Himself.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly loving God, if He exists, one would expect.
Well, He did. Right? In an imperfect world, He came and in a way lowered Himself, because that's what we believe He did, for us, that we could believe in Him. Doing something wrong, and I don't know what.
That sincere and non-resistant unbelief would be less common. That's pretty much the question.
Wait,
or less deep than it appears to be.
Yeah, so like why though? Like,
yeah.
It doesn't prove that atheism's true, by the way. That's not what I'm doing. It's just evidence against the epistemological argument.
It's just such a ridiculous argument. That's just an opinion on love and your subjective definition of love and what you think love would entail if this were the case. But what's so funny about this is that presupposing that love exists more than just some type of chemical effect of physics actually is presupposing God, because there has to be a high standard of love.
I can't presuppose anything about God and ground things.
I'm
that
saying
I think.
you presuppose stuff about God all the time.
I can't even get a fucking single word in, so let me just finish. So I can't presuppose anything about God, but you're perfectly fine to do that.
No,
yeah?
what I'm first of all,
how is that not what's happening?
That's not what's happening at all. I'm demonstrating that the things that you presuppose necessitate a God, and then when you make these arguments about God, you're then smuggling in your own subjective opinions about how God should act.
Necessitates a God?
No, I think that any time you presuppose love, meaning, truth, logic, you're presupposing God. That's been my argument the whole time. And I demonstrate this. And I can
So
demonstrate
you can
this.
presuppose it how you want, but I can't, I guess, do it for this.
Oh, dude, I can't take away your presuppositions. I don't choose what they are. I call them out and I address how actually God's a necessity for that presupposition. That's all I'm doing.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, perfectly loving God existing, I mean, it's kind of a biblical argument, I think, right? We can probably agree that
Yeah,
God
this is just
has
so
a-
Reddit tier. This is like the worst argument I've ever had against the existence of God. But we can go for it. It's just really, really low tier.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah, no,
again-
let's get it off. I've heard this argument. I'm actually happy that we're getting into an argument.
Okay,
here, so go ahead.
So again, what's the how factor?
Well, that's true. Finally, we're getting into an
Again,
argument.
if God existed,
I don't
his
know how
existence
far
would be
we're
more
gonna get
obvious
into
than
the
it is.
argument, but at least we are
That's
getting
pretty
there.
much what I mean.
According to
At
who?
least he said an argument.
I mean, it would probably come from something like Reformed epistemology. Like, again,
I might be mistaken, but I think he has let anyone else
Sensus
get a whole
Divinitatis.
thought or
So
maybe
this
a
is
whole
an
sentence out
answer.
there.
essentially. I can't remember the
think you're
scholar's
correct.
name. It's
Wait, no. Who sets
Schellenberg,
who
I think,
sets
is
the
who comes up.
standard? Who sets the standard for how obvious God ought to be if he were real?
I'm not sure. I don't know how to answer that.
Oh, okay, so it's a completely arbitrary argument and it fails. Got it. That's
Again,
that was
you're
quick.
defeating yourself here.
No,
because
I'm not.
You are doing that with your argument. You realize that, right?
Demonstrate that.
How do I demonstrate that? Because when I asked you how you grounded, immaterial concepts in the immaterial mind, you said God. That's how you do that. What does that sound like, dude?
No, dude, did you not hear my
I did.
Demonstration
I
of it?
did.
Okay, so can you steel man my demonstration?
In your demonstration, if I steelmanned it, it actually makes very good sense, okay? If we presuppose God. So yeah, it's steelmanning yours.
No.
All of the
That's
I'm
not
saying
it
you're
at all.
correct.
No,
if I presuppose the theoretical framework you have.
You can't even steel man my
Oh
position.
my
You
God.
haven't even.
He's have a good night all. My posterior mates are kicking my ass. I can't see the screen anymore. Jason, good to see you. Thank you so much for everything, dude. Yeah, have a good night and rest well. Hopefully you feel better soon. Man, thank you. Like, it's a lot. Thank you so much.
Been listening. I'm saying that
what
immaterial
do you
universal
ground it
concepts
in?
exist. That's presupposed.
What are you grounding that in?
What am I grounding that universal immaterial concepts exist? Yeah,
What
that
are you doing, man?
that's a demonstration of the ontological status of logic, of truth,
How do you
of
ground
meaning.
a demonstration? How do you? No, I'm asking you.
Okay,
Ground.
yes,
What are you grounding
it's
this in?
grounded. The conclusion of the argument is that it's grounded in God. Okay, but you're interjecting in the middle of me making my argument that you refuse to steel man. So if you would actually listen this time, you'd be able to repeat it back to me. Okay,
Again,
and if you
we
have
presuppose
any,
God, all of what you're saying is correct. That's
no,
the
dude,
problem. It's true.
you agreed without God in your presupposition that they were universal immaterial concepts. Okay,
I did that
so
for
that's
devil's
not
advocacy to argue
right,
the
but
prompt.
because you won't give your actual position as an atheist.
I don't need to. You're the one
making the
debating whether
positive
atheism
claim.
is fucking impossible.
Sure, but you're also making the positive claim that it is possible. So when I would do a
Correct.
reductio and step
Who has
into
more
your
burden
worldview,
here,
I
though?
have to ask you. It's not a burden shift, actually. There's
It is a burden
the
shift,
for
man.
and the
Sorry.
against. No, because everybody, even the negative, is making positive assertions in debate.
Yeah,
It's
but
just
there's a
fact.
balance, right? I know
There
that.
is, there
I'm
is,
aware.
and I've allowed you
Who
to
has
ask me plenty of
who has
questions.
more balance right now?
I have the burden of proof. I made the atheism is impossible claim, and I also demonstrated it. Now you're asking, you're
didn't.
going, how do you get to that? Yeah, I literally did, and again, you couldn't even steel man it.
You
So
are
again, I will.
presupposing God.
Yeah, it's called.
That's your answer.
Yes, but it's justified, and I'm demonstrating the
By
justification.
the fact that it's circular.
It's not every worldview paradigmatic argument is virtuously circular because you have to refer to the epistemic foundation. If I was arguing for the existence of meaningful language, guess what? I have to use meaningful language, okay? That doesn't make it viciously circular. It's
That's
the
actually
component
true,
of
by
doing
the
a
way.
paradigmatic level argument. It's the component of doing if I'm talking about the possibility of logic, doing a metalogical argument, yeah, I have to use logic. Oh, what? If you're going to argue for the possibility of logic, you can't use logic. Oh, it's circular. That's what you're saying. It's so
All right,
low
so-
tier, I can't even grasp it.
Okay, so we're coming to the end of the hour here, and
if this goes further, I'm gonna lose my shit. I wanna go ahead and check out real quick. What's his name? You put it here in a moment ago. You said Mother Lover, yeah, tested with a mini stream audio totally fixed now. That's incredibly frustrating. Triple disagreement. I think he ever done. No, it's before that. It should be right here. Yeah, here it is. Leather Water Kai. Yeah. I know
What I'm
horseradish,
seeing-
but I hate horseradish. Just hate him so much. It says Leather Water Kai. Leather. What? Oh, it's without the A. Oh, Leith. Not Leith Water. I know who this fucker is. So he has the Steer car versus Andrew, but I don't see the one. Okay, they don't have. He doesn't have it. So let's see if Horseradish has it. Is Horseradish 85? Oh, TV Horseradish. No, D Horseradish. D underscore Horseradish. Videos maybe. Leith versus Gorps. I don't care about that one. Oh, they don't have it. They don't have it. Okay, let me go ahead and get them because I'm using a third-party application to see the chat. Give me just 1 second. I saw you around. It's about here. If you send me the direct link in Leathwater, it doesn't. It doesn't. And in Horseradish, it just takes me to the yeah. So the Horseradish one just gets me here, and the other one just takes me to the channel as well. So I don't think neither has the VODs available or at all. It's fine. First Descent. Yeah, let's see what happens here then, because we don't have access. I know they're probably seething and you know, crying about the whole debate, which makes sense. I wanted to see it, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think we're gonna be able to see it. Sad, sad, pretty sad. Rob Raid. Took your chat. Well, first of all, thank you very much, Rob, for the raid. We're watching the Zero Core versus Eli Nix debate where we're talking about the transcendental arguments, the transcendentals, you know, the safe. Thank you so much, Rob Noor, for the raid. That's an incredible thing. Thank you very much, everybody who's here. If you're here for the first time, if you can hit the like and the sub, that would be greatly appreciated. Once again, I have to say thank you so much to Rob Noor. We're probably gonna go ahead and see a little bit of his video against Destiny. I'm sorry, Destiny, because I have it in the back burner, and I've been having it in the back burner for a little while. We're also doing, we're building a castigator tank. So this is a castigator tank. This is the castigator tank. Okay, we're building it. It's getting done, but my phone got you know, it stayed too long turned on with the camera on, so I'm charging it for the moment. But yeah, thank you very much, Rob, for the raid. If you haven't, and if you can, I would please recommend you to hit the like and the sub. Dustiny, yeah, Dustiny. Well, I just call it Destiny, because we all know he is fucking tiny. Behold, Emmet castrated. We were checking if these two fuckers, Horseradish or Elith, we were able to see them spurging about this. We might see the spurg in Leith Waterkai, this guy. He does have a sitting video. We might be able to see it, because the Circor versus Andrew, they had a watch party. Oh, great! It's even worse.
With race, it had to do with criminality, and he was
Wait,
saying
so why
that
would he
these
say it's
criminals are
poisoning?
also-
Oh, he's doing what
He let me finish,
Energy
bro.
was
Well, how's he
doing.
know
He was
the
also
criminal?
So he's gonna be going ahead and probably talk about a little about it. I hope that he says the after debate is probably what I'm looking forward. Here should be around.
him. I didn't even ask him about, or it didn't focus on anything about.
So we're probably gonna be Sister of Battle. Yeah, I'm starting my Sister of Battle army. So we're gonna call it. It's gonna be a special chapter. I got some chains. I'm gonna be free paint. I'm gonna try to free paint the symbols of the chapter, which is a bunny with wings, and then it's gonna have like chains around it. I'm trying to be as cool as possible with this kind of bullshit. It costs a lot, so I'm trying to do modifications and stuff. And yeah, I'm doing a Sisters of Battle tank, and we're gonna be doing some Sisters of Battle. I also have, and I just made not long ago a full squad of Terminators for the Deadwind Knights. So these are the Deadwind Knights. They're fully painted. They are fully these are the Deadwood Knights. They're fully painted. They are done completely. They're a little darker than these, so the capes and everything is way darker than these. And they have a lot more detail on gold on them. So what I'm gonna do is, once I'm monetized, which we're getting there, okay, we're getting there. But once we're getting monetized, I'm gonna be going ahead and probably giving one of those away, and the other ones are gonna go to the people who donate on that stream. It's gonna be the party. But my Sisters of Battle are gonna be the ones that I'm gonna be doing. Anyway, we're gonna continue watching the debate. I think it's very interesting debate.
We've done a lot of like circling and a lot of meta here too. What I
would really think he was in the Discord call. I think he was in the Discord call, to be honest. But yeah, I don't know.
What I would just maybe suggest here is, because so I think I understand a little bit more now where Circa's trying to go. And I think what would like maybe help here is if Eli, you give your because what you're doing is the tag argument, right?
Right.
And I think where we're getting stuck is because I don't think Circa maybe got like the clear definition of God and why that has to be the grounding. So maybe start with like defining God, and then run the tag argument again, and he can respond directly to that.
Sure.
Knowing why you come to God as the conclusion.
Sure.
I think that might be help out a little bit. And if you guys want to end before the 30 minutes is over, that's totally fine. But I think maybe if you started with like defining God and then running tag and why it concludes to God, maybe would be able to directly attack those points. So Circa, just let them run through the argument. If there's anything you need to like engage in the points of the argument, just write it down or something, so that, and then we'll let you have as much time as you need to address it.
Okay, so starting back from the top, and I hope that we clear this up. The form of the argument, it's X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. It's a valid argument, and it becomes sound if the premises are true. That's what's in question. That's what we're debating here. But just real quick, I'm not trying to go off on too much of a tangent, but just that form alone, before you even plug in God, if something is the necessary precondition for something, if you have the thing if you have Y, then you have X necessarily. A good example is a cow is the necessary precondition for a steak. If you have a steak, you can make arguments about the ontological status of a steak, the properties of.
Well, it's pretty much stating the idea of if you have this, you will have that, right? Makes sense.
Of a steak, the epistemology of how you know it's a steak to get to a cow. So just.
He's trying to break down the idea. So yes, a steak, you have a steak, therefore you will have, you have a steak, therefore a cow is necessary for you to have a steak. That's the idea. And it's pretty similar in the sense of, if you have in this case, the steak is pretty self-evident, right? But if you have, if I say I have, let's say that I don't have a steak. Let's say that I have a thought, okay? A thought is, in order for me to have a thought, a mind is necessary. Okay, so we're moving away from one, and then we're moving towards the other, towards the other idea. A mind is necessary for me to have a thought. And if you follow those kind of logical trains, you can get to the point in which you're saying, oh, yes, this is a necessary precondition for you to have all the others. That's the point.
That's valid and sound when the premises are true. So now, God, I'm defining as an immaterial universal mind, just making a reduction for the sake of simplicity here. I'm taking the Orthodox Christian account, so I adopt those metaphysics. But again, if we can't even get to the point that there is a God, it's pointless to talk about which God it is a little bit. Now, God is X, Y is the transcendental categories such as truth, logic, meaning, and information. Okay, laws of logic specifically. So now, going back to the stake thing, we look at these transcendental categories. What about them gets us X? They're universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Okay, conceptual is kind of the linchpin here because definitionally, concepts come from minds. And he admitted that this makes a lot of sense, and I believe that he understands it. I just want it to be engaged with, okay? Concepts, by definition, come from minds. The type of mind would then be what type of mind it is would what's the word I'm looking for? Would determine what type of concept it would be. So I have a particular mind. I make particular concepts. Immaterial, okay, is you can't pick it up. I can't hand you truth, meaning, information. It's not, I can't step in a puddle of it, okay? And then universal, always the case. We know this because you have to presuppose it in order to experience anything. Law of identity, in order to predicate anything, you have you're presupposing truth, meaning, information, all of this stuff. So the linchpin concept, we have a universal immaterial concept. We discover these things. We don't invent them. They'd be arbitrary. We can't change the laws of logic. We can't change the truth. The truth is invariant. Okay, that's what makes it true versus false. So it's something discovered by humans, which means it's before humans, which necessitates an immaterial universal mind to ground and justify and make possible and give an account for the possibility of universal immaterial concepts. In the very beginning of the debate, I asked my opponent, okay, you believe atheism is possible. You just heard my argument for how it's impossible. So how, under the atheist worldview, do you give an account for the possibility of immaterial universal concepts? And all that happens is the structure. They always want to say, you can't ask those questions.
Let's not go to the other side's argument.
Sorry. I'll let him respond. But that's it. I want the argument dealt with.
Okay. So now let Circa have as much time as he needs to respond to this.
Yes, I'll mute up.
Okay. Just to be clear, the origin, if I'm not mistaken, of a universal claim, just to get that off the bat, comes from, if I remember correctly, should have just got to 1140b, book 6, okay, chapter 5 in Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics. It's under understanding, and things about suppositions when they come to universals, okay, are things that are by necessity demonstratable, and every science have principles, since scientific knowledge involves reason. So if you do not have neither scientific knowledge, nor craft knowledge, nor prudence about the principles of it, that are not like what is scientifically here? It doesn't mean scientist. It just means science here just means like thinking of it in the material world. Then you cannot demonstrate it.
Yeah, of course. Of course he's going to go there and he's not going to actually involve. So instead of actually making an argument or refuting the idea of the argument, he's going to go ahead and be like, well, Aristotle said this bullshit in this book. I see. And I'm pretty sure that he's not actually going to give an accounting. He's just going to pretend that he does.
So that's where that comes from. Just to make sure that's known. And then I heard sound. You said argument was sound when you were using transcendental. I don't know if you know this, but that's a deductive argument, not a transcendental one. So if you are collapsing a logical deductive argument in a transcendental one, you have no idea what you are doing. Okay, a transcendental argument argues in a certain way, that it has a condition, that has a necessary precondition, which you do know this part, because I'm pretty sure you watched Jay Dyer, because he's pretty good at explaining it. I still think it's wrong, though, because it makes a big mistake doing reductio of the contrary, which is why you keep trying to pin it on me to present some, alternative, something to fill the vacuum with. But that's not really the prompt. It also does not prove that your worldview is true. And ultimately, it's a deflection. It's a red herring, because it doesn't actually prove yours is true without presupposing. I guess I kind of figured it would be the Eastern Orthodoxy, but that's the only possible ground you have. And you haven't certainly shown that, especially if you think that you can make a transcendental argument with sound conclusions. I think a little bit more. I think I have a little bit more time, right?
Yeah, whatever you need to respond to, he's going to let you respond to. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think this can merely come down to, trying to ask me to explain and then trying to point out that somehow there's a contrary position now that's going to self-destruct, which is exactly what, Van Til and frame language, okay? And when it comes to a transcendental argument, again, I gave you one earlier. I'm not saying that I can prove it beyond reason, and I'm not going to presuppose that it's true. So if you're looking for me to fill that gap, I'm not going to do that. I don't think I can. I'm not that, arrogant. But I do think it is a good argument to think about. So I brought critique of pure reason here. Okay, we could talk about space a little bit more. But something like space and time are, in my annotations, would be a transcendental analytic judgment, so not synthetic, sorry, on intuition without categorical sensory opposition, without experiencing it. Yet it enables, definitely so, perception of everything else. So when I say I can give you a possible, a transcendental argument here, this is one that Kant says about space and time, which I think is interesting. I don't think it's really enough to satisfy what you want about the impossibility of the contrary claim, but that's not an argument for your case either. I feel like that needs to be pointed out. And
Okay.
yeah, I'm done.
All right, cool. So I wanted to respond about the soundness part. So the transcendental argument at the form, X is a necessary
So the sound is not talking about it's not talking about the conclusion, it's talking about the premises. The premises have to be sound for the argument to be true. That's a very simple thing. It's basic fucking law. I don't know what he's talking about when he's making these changes in the claims and their annotations. It's a very simple thing. It's actually a very simple thing.
precondition for Y therefore X. You would agree that's valid?
Again, are we doing a deductive argument here?
Dude, why do you always respond with a question? This isn't a got you. I'm just trying to make sure that you agree.
You don't
that's
have
valid,
premises that need to be valid or sound in an a priori, okay, form.
Is the form valid?
Reasoning.
But is the form valid?
Sure. So yeah.
Okay. So, and then if the premises are true, if it is true that X is the necessary precondition for Y, correct. That's all I was saying. I understand it's different from P conclusion, where you get into that type of. Again, I don't have a broad, vast understanding, but I have a general understanding. Okay, so that's what's in question: is the truth of the matter. Do universal immaterial concepts? Is the necessary precondition a universal immaterial mind? I've made my demonstration for why it is. I was hoping that you would make a demonstration for why it's not, but it always seems to go to why I can't ask those questions or why the structure is wrong, but we just agreed the structure is fine. So I'm just wondering what your actual beef with the argument is. And again, I think the one thing that I failed to do...
Let me respond to that. Okay, go ahead. You could set up the argument correctly, and then, the underlying material in it can be wrong. So... If we just presuppose that X here is filled the necessary qualifications.
That is why he was saying that the argument is sound, because then that doesn't apply to him. Okay? That's what it fucking means. When he's saying sound, that's what he means by it. It's so annoying when I see people like Circar. Confluence does this too, by the way. He will go on and pretend that he doesn't understand basic fucking words.
Of necessity, uniqueness, and public accessibility, then your argument would actually be a transcendental argument that's good, okay? But we haven't done that. You're just kind of presupposing it. Because God.
Well,
correct?
Hold on. Well, no, what I'm also showing is that when we analyze the ontological status of Y in the equation, and then I break down that ontological status into universal, immaterial, and conceptual, which you agreed with, my conclusion is that it comes from a universal, immaterial mind. I'm looking for your disagreement with that.
You demonstrating that, though. That I can say that sounds interesting, but you're not proving that yet.
Okay,
no
okay. Then what's your contention?
My contention is that you can't prove it, even if I think it sounds nice.
Oh, even if it's deductive.
Deductive is not a transcendental argument.
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. I'm going within the transcendental argument and then making an argument for why I'm describing,
which is logical, right? Yeah.
Well, again, this is the whole thing about from the beginning of what you said is that when you talked about the scientific element, all of this is presupposing logic first, which is the thing in question in the argument. And what I've done a disservice here,
you can't do
really
it
quick,
to metaphysical stuff.
No, but physical stuff. What do you mean you can't do it with physical stuff? You need logic to predicate.
Metaphysical.
Yeah, you need logic in order to make metaphysical predications. And again, logic.
Metaphysical claims with logic we see in our world.
I'm saying that the world is inherently logical. This is the biggest divide here. Is you believe that logic is grounded strictly in the human mind. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but this is
logic.
Well, again, but this is on autonomous epistemology here. I'm just making a critique. I don't mean to put words in your mouth. If you disagree, feel free to jump in. But the autonomous epistemology around the laws of logic makes us believe that we somehow impose the laws of logic onto nature. The argument that I'm making is that nature actually is logical inherently. It possesses intelligibility. Not only can you not justify it, but in the atheist worldview, and this is what I should have been drilled a little further, is the atheist worldview holds to either naturalism, materialism, or physicalism generally, okay? In that world, all the universe is... do you disagree with that? Do you disagree that generally atheism holds to physicalism, materialism, or naturalism?
Can actually think a God can exist. They just don't think...
Yeah. I know. I'm dealing with the part of atheism that says it's possible God can't or doesn't. That's what I'm dealing with. That's what I'm centering in on.
Though in different forms then too, right? Like I'm confused.
Well, I know. I said what I'm dealing with is the proposition that it's possible for God not to exist. So anyway, back to what I was saying. In a physicalist,
is that a materialist, you think that's true? God may not exist?
No, it's impossible for God not to exist. That's my whole argument.
I want to go back to the justified logic comment at least, because that's a ground.
That is the argument. That is exactly the argument. Dave Elisa, good to see you. Got bedtime for Gio Scott. Okay, good to see you. But thank you for being here and hope you have a good night. Take care, dude. I'm all three of those at the same time. Damn. You're everything.
Grounding argument, right? Like you just said, I'm grounding. Let's just say I ground logic in my mind for fun. That's not really proof that atheism is unreal, nonetheless, right?
I'm saying that if somebody said they ground logic in their mind and also the laws of logic, then the implication of that would be that you as a particular person are the source. Grounding means in virtue of. So the laws of logic exist in virtue. It exists in virtue of me. But that's not the case because the laws of logic are discovered as a property of regularity in nature. That's the only way that we can all come to the same identical conclusions of the laws of identity on a fundamental level. That's the objects.
But that means atheism is still possible.
No, because what you've discovered here as a property of the regularity of nature is an immaterial universal concept, and an immaterial universal concept can only come from an immaterial universal mind.
Didn't you just say logic was the natural? It was about nature, as in not immaterial.
It's a property of the regularity of nature. The laws of logic. What we base everybody says that the laws of logic are just a tool to describe something. What's being described here is that nature behaves in a way that possesses intelligibility, that true and false statements can be predicated.
Can we use the behavior of nature to then go on further and extend it to the nature of the metaphysical?
Can we use... I think that what I'm...
Yes. Yes. See your car. Yes. Yes, we can. And the description of that metaphysical thing is... Oh. Well, let me tell you something. It starts with G, and ends with God. It starts with G God, okay? I'm all three of those at the same time. Sure I am. Come at me, bro. I'm disgusted myself. Damn, Dave.
I think your definition of metaphysical is kind of jacked up because when we're talking about
It means
like
supernatural or like it's
well, yeah,
metaphysics.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Above.
But whenever you said earlier that you can't make a universal metaphysical claim, and then you say all dogs have 4 legs, you just made a universal metaphysical claim. So that's why I don't think
That was
you
not
have a great
metaphysical.
understanding.
It's not metaphysical.
How is that not metaphysical? It's about the physical world.
Dog. Wait, metaphysical is not about the physical world.
It's not?
No, or else we call it physical. Like what metaphysics is the outside of it. You know, God claims, divine claims. Those are metaphysical claims.
Wait, you think that only theists make metaphysical claims?
I never said that. I'm just letting you know that metaphysical
That's what you
doesn't mean
just
literally materialism is not metaphysical. Material world.
It's a
is not
metaphysical. It's a metaphysical claim. Okay, look. So
Well,
I'm not
materialism is a
saying that like
metaphysical
science
claim,
doing like
but
observation,
he's
right? But in the purview of
dogs.
empirics, science is strictly empirics. But then the second that a scientist makes a universal claim, such as all dogs have 4 legs, now you've gone to a metaphysical claim. Now you've made a universal. Yes, they have.
Because he's making a knowledge
maybe,
claim.
okay, the
That's
statement,
idea.
all
That's
dogs
the
have
problem.
four legs.
I want to bring up a definition. Let's make sure we're on the same page. What's the definition of metaphysical?
Now that I think about it, the wording of like that phrase, I guess, could be. It seems like it's not just only within,
metaphysics
material world, but if you're making a metaphysical claim, you are
the branch of philosophy studying the
supernatural.
fundamental nature of reality, existence, and the universe beyond physical observation. Like I just said, beyond empirics. Whenever you make these claims about the state of the world, I'll admit where I was wrong. The beyond empirics part is what I needed to drive home. So when a scientist is doing empirical observation, that's not metaphysics. But the second you bring in a universal claim, like you did about all dogs, that's beyond empirical observation. You've now made a
My metaphysical claim is all gremlins are silent. That's the famous one, right? Now, why is that?
I understand, but then
I
got you to say something that I know you believe is true, which is all dogs have 4 legs, and I told you that was a metaphysical claim, and you said it's not, and I just proved that it is.
What makes it metaphysical, though?
Because it's beyond the physical observation.
You can't observe dogs with 4 legs?
Did you observe every dog in the world?
You could, I guess, infinitely.
How do you know?
Is that a metaphysical one?
How
though?
do you
It's
know
not
that you did it?
metaphysical?
It is metaphysical, dude. This is where I'm an HVAC technician, Metro Jethro, and I know more about this stuff than you, apparently.
I mean, dogs exist.
This is basic. Yeah, dogs exist. Do you have empirical access to all dogs on planet Earth?
No. So
okay, so when you say all dogs have
Yeah, perfect. So he's making a knowledge claim about all dogs. That's the problem. That's his problem in the worldview when it comes to him. So Eli is correct, completely correct in this, and that's a very good. That's kind of a slam dunk on his end. So very good by Eli, by Eli to say that.
Have 4 legs. It's metaphysical because you're making a claim about a universal state.
Like, man.
Yeah, this is exactly what I'm talking about, because generally atheism is rooted in scientism and empiricism and naturalism and materialism. And in back to what I wanted to drive home, in a materialist worldview, in order to do any science, any empiricism, you have to presuppose invariant universal concepts and invariant universal laws first, in what classical foundationalists
like the
do.
Logic of nature, like you mentioned.
No, like there's truth to the matter. Like there's laws. Yes, laws of logic. Anytime anybody does any observation.
Earlier.
We all use logic. You have to use logic to do meaningful sentences. Us having this debate presupposes logic. What I'm saying is, if you analyze logic, like you analyze the steak to find out what's the necessary precondition for the steak, the ontological status of logic necessitates a God. And this is what you won't deal with.
That is a jump, bro. That is a jump.
Okay, so what part of my demonstration do you disagree with? That's why I started this. If you remember, all the way in the beginning of the debate, I said, do you think it's universal, immaterial,
logic
conceptual?
Being grounded. How do you go from logic needs grounding to Eastern Orthodox specifically? I'm curious.
That's for a whole other
Instead of some
debate that I'd be happy to have with you. But this is about whether or not atheism is impossible. You can get from tag to Trinity. In fact, Jay Dyer's got a great video on it if you want to. But that's totally irrelevant right now.
It just keeps
When I'm
going.
talking about the impossibility of
about it.
atheism, look, the atheist presupposes universal immaterial laws. If they do so in an unjustified way, that's, first of all, I think that's a defeater for any type of knowledge claims.
Again,
however, if we're getting to atheism's impossible,
your logic on
no, but hold on. Not only that, but in a materialist, physicalist, or naturalist worldview, a world of where the entire universe is nothing but particulars and nothing but material,
It does exist,
and there
that
is
video.
no grounding
I have
source
seen
for
it.
that which is universal, then
didn't
universals
get it
become impossible.
100%,
This
but
is a
but it
totally
exists.
fair argument that you're just trying to like, oh, well,
I don't
you're
think so.
technically speaking,
Literally
you can't
above
say
my
that.
pay
Just
grade,
deal with the
to be
argument, man.
honest.
No, I don't think that's true what you just said. It doesn't make them
Okay.
impossible.
Then show me how it's possible. That's the question of the night. I've been trying to ask you.
No. The problem here is that we can't prove and demonstrate them to the degree that you need this necessity condition or the necessary condition like you want it to be. That is what I can't do.
I want you to demonstrate to me
either,
how a particular material object, any particular material object, could in any possible world be the grounding and account for the possibility of a universal immaterial concept. Because in the atheist worldview, all the universe is material particulars.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
You're just like monolithing atheists altogether in this weird,
It's what it reduces to.
Materialistic idea. I don't get that.
It's what it reduces to ultimately. And again, I did say
how
generally they hold
there
these
like
positions.
a text
You won't
that
give your position in this debate, so I can't actually address what you think the case is.
I'm going to be honest with you, man. I kind of, like you said, I know a lot about a bunch of different moral arguments. Sometimes I feel like I'm a moral realist. Sometimes I feel like I'm not. I don't know. It's weird. I'm still working that out.
Well, okay. So, but in
what
either case, can you give an account for the possibility of the transcendental categories?
So I did earlier.
Sometimes I'm X, sometimes I'm Y. So, he's so dumb. He's so bad faith as well. In reality, what we see is it's just him running away. He's just running away from the question. He's just running away from the ideas, and it's a really bad faith debater. He should be shown. He should be completely avoided as a debater. I don't think there's any reason to debate him. I don't. Now, obviously, you can disagree with me. You can think that it is important and necessary. But he's such a bad faith debater. He doesn't give a shit, and he doesn't even care about debating you. So I wouldn't debate him. I don't think it's a good idea to debate this fucker.
When I mentioned Kant, I'm not saying I believe in it, but I mentioned Kant because he made a case for it without God.
Yeah, he did. Again, he's grounded it in just the mind.
Even if that is true, that is the exact question
you don't know.
Asked and it's answered.
You're making
No.
You've been talking about Kant all night, and you don't even know that that's what his conclusion was. Is that it's all mental?
I mean, maybe I'm just forgetting one part, but the point is that
I'm literally admitting I haven't read Kant, and I knew that.
That's great. So it answered your question, though.
But wait, hold on.
Your question.
Did you? No, it doesn't, because you're not making
Immaterial
Kant's
mind
argument.
grounding is not physical.
Wait, hold on. First of all, the mind, so when you say grounded in the mind, first of all, a particular mind can't ground a universal concept. Again, if I say that I'm the grounding source of the laws of logic, that the implication of that would be if I die, then the laws of logic goes away.
How is the immaterial concept and the immaterial mind something that actually proves your necessary condition?
Because I said the type of mind determines the type of concept.
Exactly.
What is that?
Because they share the nature. So this is a good thing when you're talking about the nature of when you're talking about conceptualization. If you have a universal concept or universal idea, it has to share the mind. So the mind has to be universal as well. That's the point. The point is quite literally that they share. They are sharing. They share the nature.
I mean,
a particular mind produces a particular concept. I can't produce a universal concept. I can't ground it. It can't be in virtue of me. That would mean if I died,
okay, but
the laws of logic go away, and that's not the case.
The necessary condition you need that you are putting forth is essentially stems from that idea that you said immaterial concepts only come out of immaterial minds.
Yeah, you're missing
logic.
the universal part. You're missing the universe. You can't ground a universal in a particular. That's basic philosophy.
Okay, so how are you even making your necessary condition work then? If you can't do this?
Because God is a universal immaterial mind. This is what I've been saying all night, man.
So you presuppose God, and then it makes sense.
No, again, I'm going to, in the X is a necessary precondition for Y formula. I'm going to Y first and showing you what we know about Y. Again, the cow and the steak. I'm showing you what we can observe about the steak, what we know about the steak, what is true about the steak, to show you that X is a necessary. No, the laws of logic are the steak. God is the cow. Are you,
logic? Oh my God.
I had an analogy,
logic can't answer this question like you just said. If it's your logic here was, and this is from the very beginning, an immaterial concept only gets put or forth by an immaterial mind because logic doesn't answer metaphysical claims.
Well, no. Okay, it's not. We use logic to come to these conclusions, but I'm showing you that an immaterial mind has to produce immaterial concepts. That's why I asked you earlier. You said space and time were
because they share the nature. I want to talk about Sakar. Hey, come on up. How about you do that? I mean, I'm still working on my tank, and I would like to have someone to share ideas with. And we could just watch him spurg and be an idiot. Let me get things going. There we go. And then I get here. Like the bait bro mode is an overdrive all the time. He is. But he's not. Greg's a sharp guy too, but it's so frustrating to even talk to him. I don't think he's sharp. But again, I am gonna be saying this. I'm actually fucking biased. I am biased. I don't mind saying that. Because I am. And I hate the guy. So stupid. Stupidest guy I ever seen in my life. K2, good to see you. I can't hear you. I still can't hear you. I'm gonna play
concepts. They're ideas without a mind. So I asked you to tell me how you know that they are ideas without a mind, and I'd like you to please define what an idea is if it's not in virtue of a mind. And then you just kept saying Kant all over again.
What do you mean by virtue there?
How about now?
That's what the definition of grounding is. It means in virtue
you mean
of.
Like mind independent or
again, yeah. So
what's up, K2? You said you wanted to
hear me?
talk him. I can hear you.
Oh yeah. All right, he is totally shit, and I'm just a dumb truck driver, and I hit him with fucking knowledge, and once you prove him that he's fucking wrong, he just like fucking ignores everything you say and puts it to his side, like a bundle of sticks.
Like a bundle of sticks?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's not cool. Like, I could have gave him more evidence. And I'm like, they're putting other people out of businesses. They got like at least 3 to 4 people in one truck nonstop. It's like fucking gross. And they're causing all these accidents. You could talk to the wreckers that clean them out of the ditch. They said accidents have gone up, especially with these people. The no names on the CDLs, how California, Minnesota, and New York were just handing them out. There's even a scam in Florida where they were essentially paying bribing the CDL test just to pass them without them showing up to take the test. Like it's bad. And then they would run for cheap because they've got everything, and some of them don't even run with insurance.
Wait, so they were just passing them without having to pass the test or anything?
Yep. That's why some of them got shut down. I thought I sent you that. Like way back then. It's probably lost in all the anti-Blue Jay.
Probably. Oh, I haven't played your songs. I forgot.
It's
Let's
all
play
good.
them.
We can wait till after that. We don't want to lose anybody and all your viewers. Oh, if you haven't liked or subscribed, no.
I think they're gonna like the BB one.
Yeah, let's do the BB one. Everybody likes the BB
Everybody
one.
likes the BB one. Let's put the BB one.
Any kind of fool could see war was coming, 'cause everything's about you. Baby, come back, yeah. You can blame the war on me. You got bombed, and I just can't live without you. You got bombed, and I just can't live without you.
Great song. Like and subscribe. If you don't like and subscribe, you're gay. Or you know what? Even worse, you're a bundle of sticks. I think I know which song you like better out of this guy that makes the AI ones, though.
You know what I would
never
like
gonna
to...
let you down, or that where they cover that one, but with the I'm gonna say the N word.
I'm gonna watch this one. This was done for
Hello?
Team Bob.
Who is this?
Hello,
And I thought it was
Bob.
pretty
This is
awesome.
Ben Shapiro. Your impression of me is extremely anti-Semitic.
Your impression of me is anti-Semitic.
Very funny, Goy. I'm sending a vehicle to pick you up. I have something to show you.
Good to see you, Goy Bob.
You'll have to excuse me. I'm not used to answering the door. My Chabos Negro Brandon Tatum is out of town this weekend, and we all have to make sacrifices.
How very Judo-Christian of you.
Follow me. You're going to want to see this.
What the hell are you doing, Benny Boo?
We need him, Goy Bob. Who else is going to power Michaela's brain?
Sign up for Peterson Academy. Sign up for Peterson Academy.
Well, Goy Bob, I have something to show you. Follow me, retard.
My friend, made by Jim Bob. Listen carefully. A birthday is not just some trivial passage of time. No. It constitutes the heroic confrontation with the edge of the unreplicable abyss. It is the moment the hero must voluntarily descend once more into the primordial soup of untestable dogma. And yet, here is the critical point, and you must understand this. The instant anyone demands a true test, those heads evaporate. They cannot withstand the light of Daddy's scrutiny. There, coiled in the depths, waits the Chaos Dragon, a bloated, grant-guzzling Hydra. Its many bearded heads endlessly regurgitating stories of corkscrew sperm inscription and clownfish gender rituals you have exposed with ruthless precision that this creature is not science. It is unfalsifiable narrative pretending to be a theory. And from its absurd, collapsing form, you've extracted the gold of honest inquiry for the rest of us. Now you must ascend, individuated and upright, bearing that treasure. Happy birthday, my friend. The Hydra trembles before your blade. The journey continues. Do not falter.
Yo, listen up, Jim Bob. Happy birthday, bro. You already know what time it is, King. While you out here destroying these fake ass scientists, I'm still in the pen grinding for you.
You know who
Straight
that is?
up. Ripped, rich, and rare, baby.
No, you don't know who that is?
Hold on.
Oh, okay.
I can't tell. I can't tell.
It's Wes Watson.
I'm sorry.
It's Wes Watson.
Oh. Guess I don't know who it is.
Wes Watson is the guy that said that he was gonna beat up. Told Andrew that he was gonna beat him up.
Oh, speaking of that, did you see Gypsy Crusader box that one dude and he beat the shit out of him?
No. Who? You mean Crucible Crusader?
No. Gypsy Crusader. It's a way racist guy. Oh, never mind. Just look him up on your own time.
Okay. I probably can't see.
I don't think you can play any of this stuff on live, but you can look at it.
I'll look for him.
Baby, that's the code. I'm telling you right now, Jim Bob, you gotta lock in. Stay ripped so your celly looks at you and says, damn. Stay rich so you can pay that protection tax. And stay rare so when it's lights out and he whisper, you know what time it is. You already given
I
that
wish
booty
Mr.
up
Bill was
clean
here
for the
so I could make
commissary
fun
run.
of him, so I
That's
could troll
love,
him.
bro. That's sacrifice.
Bill is here.
Happy birthday, Jim
Oh,
Bob.
Mr. Bill's
Keep
here. I
destroying
heard he
them
signed up for
nerds. I'm staying
your
ripped,
university
rich, and
at
rare
Emmet,
every
Michigan
single day.
University.
Yeah, we have the best.
My
first
dear
tips.
brother, made by Jim Bob, I approach
That's
you
right.
this day from the exalted moral ground of true gnosis, bathed in the radiant light of
Do you
Sophia
remember
and
the
the
guy
eternal
with the
living
Gnostic
logos,
guy when-
far above
that was
the
looking at the
corruptions
other day?
of the
He's
demiurges.
also in the
I'm
false
sorry,
church.
I didn't hear you with the video.
Let us now
playing.
consult the sacred
There
geometry
was a guy that I was reviewing the other day. He's a Gnostic fucker, and he appears in this video as well. It's kind of funny.
of your name
There
on
are
this
so
most
many
holy
agnostic
occasion.
guys.
M is
Gnostic,
13.
Gnostic. He's a Gnostic.
They all
A is 1.
all agnostic.
D
They
is
all start
4,
to blend together.
E is 5.
They're the
By
same
Jim
thing.
Bob,
They pretend to
10
know
plus
shit.
9 plus 13, multiplied by the fallen aeon, subtract the false light of material doubt, it equals 616, the number of the archons, chosen deceiver. You who wage war against the light, you who spread the demiurge's lies, while pretending to seek truth, the serpent whispers through your mouth. The gematria does not lie. Your name is a curse upon the aeons. I see the shadow coiled between your eyes. Yet still, from highest love and compassion, happy birthday.
Jim Bob, we'd like to bring you on board at the Daily Wire. Full-time contributor, excellent pay. 3 conditions: you kiss the wailing wall, circumcise your son, and whenever I need a footrest, you're the stool. Deal?
Whenever I need a foot
Oy vey.
Very oy vey.
Oh, I heard Confluence is looking for a Jewish wife.
Oh my god. No, he's not.
Well, he said Jewish, white, Asian.
But you know what? At this point, anything goes.
And he said Latinas are at the bottom of the list. Which you think it would be vice
Well,
versa?
he doesn't like big booties.
No. He likes the booties. He doesn't like big chest women.
But there are Latinas without.
Provocative.
They are low. They are flat chested Latina.
Oh, I could agree. They usually have big booties.
Yeah, that's why they're called big booty Latinas.
Exactly. Believe me.
So even in his racism, he's failing. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, his racism is failing. I don't think I'm getting to him.
How do I reach this kid?
I don't think I can reach him.
That makes sense.
Giving him all the stuff, all the Blue Jay religious leaders that they are telling that people like all of us need to essentially become their slaves and be deleted.
Well, sometimes you can take the horse to the water, but you cannot make it drink.
And to be fair, I'm really disappointed in the white people and the GOP. We only got 30% of people who are anti-Blue Jay, while Latinos, or what do I want to say? Hispanics are at 77%. The blacks are at 60. Let's just say 65%. And then the whites are at 30%. Really disappointed in all of you guys. You got to get those numbers up.
We'll get there.
I'm
just saying, it's possible.
I mean, at least it's only 20% away from 50. So it's something. We got to work on those numbers, guys. But back to the show.
What is the chat saying about working on those numbers? You know, go to your next in kind and let them know.
Yes. So what ideas I believe are grounded in minds. Okay. You said not necessarily. So show me an idea.
Immaterial concepts?
All concepts are immaterial.
So you can ground immaterial concepts in minds. You just can't do universal ones?
Yeah, correct.
Why not?
Because, like I said, if the laws of logic are universal and they're grounded in me, a particular, they exist in virtue of me, that would imply that if I died, the laws of logic would go away.
They're mind independent.
Human mind independent. I'm making the argument that they're grounded in the mind of God.
So
and I'm demonstrating it.
No, you presuppose God, and now this equation is balanced. This is what's happening.
No, again, dude, so this is why you keep saying I presuppose God, but that's why I was doing an internal critique. And no, this is a big problem.
God, if you take God out of the equation right now, can you actually do what you're saying?
No, can the atheists do what I'm saying?
Just hypothetically. Hypothetically.
No, again, the reductio is the impossibility of atheism.
I know the reductio contrary. It's not going to work here. I don't need to do that.
Dude has
well, that's why you don't need to do it because you refuse to answer questions. This is why at the very beginning. Now, you didn't even know that Kant ultimately grounded these things into mind. So I actually don't. I think you're the same as me. I think you haven't read as much as you say yet. But
I mean,
that's
I've got my
great.
annotations
You've
right
heard
here for his book. So
good job, man. I appreciate that. You're a smart cookie.
I mean,
Gold star on your report card, Circa.
I'm confused.
Gold star on your report card.
The moment I ask you if you can take God out of the equation, does that mean your equation still works?
No, if you take God out of the equation, universal immaterial concepts become impossible, hence the prompt.
So God is the presupposition necessary to balance this equation.
No, he's the necessary precondition.
Why? That is needs to be explained. That
The
needs to be
exact
explained.
same reason that a cow is
But
the
you don't get to
necessary
fill in the
precondition for a
gap
steak.
with what you want.
Wait, why is
because
a
you need
cow?
the
Wait, hold on,
equation to
hold on.
work.
Why is a cow the necessary precondition for a steak?
That has
Why?
nothing to do with what we're
Cut up
Yeah,
a
what is
cow
a cow?
for steaks.
Do you think you can have a steaks without cows?
Well, there's different types of steak.
We're talking about let's talk about the basic kind of steak.
Yes, you need a cow for the steak.
Can you have a ribeye without the cow?
No.
Damn it. Been thwarted again. This necessary precondition for the cow is destroying me. I'm currently recruiting to atheism. Contact Emmet for an appointment. I mean, Doug.
The hell does that even mean?
Douglas. If you want to try to recruit for atheism, you can just
Hold
Give
on.
me-
To
give
be
me your-
fair,
Uh-huh.
I just want to point out something. I know you don't get along with him because he's a bad atheist, but even TJ isn't this bad. Like,
You mean you mean
Testicular Johnson.
this? Yeah. No.
Yeah, at least he can fucking at least talk, have a conversation. He doesn't dismiss you. Even Avery, I don't know, he's not really big into God, but he always asks questions if he doesn't know. Really good guys. I personally think they're not bad faith. They just want to know. I know you and him butt heads, but you know what? I don't see him as bad as Sakar.
No, obviously not. They're not as.
And Avery's a pretty good guy.
Avery's a pretty good
Even though he's
guy.
gay.
I had a great conversation with him the other day. And even Testicular Johnson. The reason why I go hard against Testicular Johnson is because he literally tried to call me out as a bad Christian. And
I know.
when I tried to
I
ask him
know.
what the hell was when I tried to ask him what even. Well, not even I tried to ask him why would I accept his idea of a bad Christian from a guy that's an atheist? It's like I don't care what you have to say when it comes to atheism.
I know, but they all think Christians are supposed to be peace, love, and accepting everything, even though Jesus. What was the quote? I'm fucking gonna butcher it. I know.
The
He's
one
talked
where he
about,
says that sell your cape and
like
buy
bringing
a
a
sword.
sword. No, yeah.
Mhm.
Something about a sword. So
Yeah, he says if
whipped
you don't have a
people
sword,
at the
sell your
market.
cape and buy a sword.
Yeah.
And it's the basic and the reality of the thing is that it's not the first time we've had these kind of conversations and discussions with people. Like it's not the first time that atheism has been a predominant part of society in a sense. And it's not gonna be the last time, not the only time. This is that's the spiritual battle. The spiritual battle is a battle of ideas in a sense. We're gonna keep on having those kind of problems. So it is what it is. My favorite Jesus flip tables and whip loan sharks. Our favorite Jesus.
Talking about.
Yeah, it does.
Literally nothing
actually.
to do. No, it's not, bro. We're talking about
yes, it does.
metaphysical fucking concepts here. This isn't a fucking material cow.
Saying if
in a
I
field.
say, guess what? If I say all cows are the necessary precondition for all steaks, that's a metaphysical claim that can be backed up.
Cows exist in the world.
Right. And logic and the laws of logic exist in the world.
Does God exist in the world?
You know what's great, Emmett?
Where?
Yeah, he's omnipresent. Yeah, everywhere. Everywhere
lobster,
present and filleth all things.
Lobster tail
Lazy.
with steak. Fucking delicious.
Lobster tail with a steak?
Yes.
I never had that.
Oh.
Sounds good though. Sounds good.
Really good. Well, you're not allergic to seafood, are you?
I'm not allergic to seafood.
All right, I suggest you try it. It's really good. Mr. Bill would probably disagree with that.
Someday I'll go visit you, and we'll go have a meal. That will be fun. 'Cause I don't even know where to go.
Oh, I mean, where something to eat? Probably go to maybe. I know there's a little bit upper class restaurants that do it, but I don't think. I think Red Lobster might be able to do it. I could be wrong.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm not trying to say go to a fancy restaurants all the time, but
That's a lazy
I
argument.
know there's
lazy.
I'm
giving you the simple versions because whenever
fucking lazy argument. That was literally it is weak, dude. You're just fucking filling in your vibes and fifis. That's all it is.
Liz, okay, I've made it. You're fundamentally not understanding what's happening here.
His fifis are.
Okay,
I know. You talk about a fucking steak and a cow that actually exists.
Okay. So do you believe that the laws of logic actually exist?
Sure.
See, never a straight answer, but sure. Okay, are they immaterial, universal, are they immaterial, universal, and conceptual?
Let's just agree.
Okay, so what in your atheist paradigm gives an account for the possibility of that which is immaterial? Because it's doing a reductio.
Dude, stop doing the reductio contrary, bro. I've already pointed it out. It's
stop
stupid.
reducing my argument to absurdity.
You're literally
my
asking me for
position, my worldview.
You're presenting one.
I've gave you one all night, and you won't deal with it.
Continue it. You were asking me a question. You were doing a syllogism, right?
Yeah. Okay. So again,
so why
you
the
agree
fuck
that
did
it's
you ask me
immaterial.
for my argument in the third fucking question?
Dude, I'm asking you for this is what I've asked all night. How does atheism give an account for the possibility of universal immaterial concepts?
It doesn't have to. For this argument.
It doesn't? So you can just
prove yours. I need you to prove yours.
I did. Definitionally, concepts come. Yes. Once again, I sound like a broken record. Definitionally, concepts come from minds. Okay. Definitionally, the laws of logic are immaterial, universal concepts. Particular minds cannot produce and ground universal concepts. They can only produce and ground particular. A universal immaterial mind, and that's how I defined God for the sake of this debate.
Again, so you're just assuming that a God mind can do it, right?
No, I just demonstrated it to you, dude.
Well,
now, if you have a contention, then show me how it's not a demonstrate. Show me how I'm wrong. Show me how it's wrong.
I just told you how it's wrong.
How is it wrong?
You can't prove that. You're essentially working backwards.
Okay, wait. So wait a minute. When did I? So when I say,
yeah, the thing is, he won't even engage.
Anything? Yeah, he doesn't engage. You prove him wrong, and he just blows you off. It's really distasteful.
It's really low tier. That's what it is.
Low tier, distasteful. Everybody's at home that's listening is probably throwing up because it left a bad taste in their mouth.
Atheism. Okay, let me go the other direction then. What I can prove is that particulars cannot produce and ground universal invariant laws or universal immaterial concepts. The atheist position holds to a world that is strictly material, whether it's hard physicalist or naturalist or materialist. All that exists in the atheist worldview is
I don't know why you keep bringing up atheism.
It's only in the prompt. What do you mean? Why can't? Wait a minute. You can't believe why I'm talking about atheism when the prompt is atheism is impossible? I'm getting there
in 10 seconds. So I don't know why you're arguing.
I disagree with you. I disagree with you wholesale. But in the atheist worldview, everything is a particular. There's no such thing as again, they appeal to universal concepts, but in their metaphysic of you keep interrupting me, dude. In the metaphysic of the universe, it's a strictly material world. A strictly material world cannot ground and produce immaterial, universal concepts.
Do you know what panopia or whatever the fuck it is? Do you know what that is called?
No.
Are you aware of that?
No.
Okay, so that's like a consciousness argument right now that the universe is made of like matter that somehow, forms consciousness.
It's an idea that the universe is form of matter that creates a universal conscience. Oh no. These fuckers is like, yeah, well, we have an idea of this. This is like the God, right? We have a universal mind in the universe that is grounded in the universe. They're so stupid. It's so annoying. They won't even engage with the arguments.
It is.
Mr. Bill is saying that he proves K2 wrong all the time. Yes,
That's
exactly,
fake
Abe.
news.
So God, exactly. That's exactly what they're saying.
That is fake news, Mr. Bill. Fake news.
He keeps yammering about topics or arguments other people have made
love
without
you.
making any of his own. But he doesn't even make the argument. He just says, well, it's like, imagine I debate you, Grumple, and I start like, well, Abe has done arguments before about this thing. And you're like, well, what is the argument? Well, Abe made it. Abe has made the argument before. He's like, he's done the argument. It's like,
Mr. Bill does not like steak and lobster on the same plate. Lobster tail on the same plate. That is a fact. Fact.
that is a fat fact.
That is a fat fact right there.
That is a fat fact. That's true.
This,
He hasn't denied it, so it must be true.
yeah,
This
it
one
must
matter.
be true.
It must be true.
Comes together too much, right? Now, does that sound like a materialist view? Let's say hypothetically someone's an atheist and believes in that. Doesn't that
Okay.
just make your whole argument fucking stupid and worthless now?
I said generally earlier, if somebody wants to take the
So what about
approach
the
of like an
atheist who does,
idealist or
believe
something.
that this is true? I don't know if
No,
it
but
is. I'm
again,
saying
here's
what it is.
the problem. Here's the problem.
Yeah,
If
just
any
let
of
him
these-
answer, and we're gonna get into.
Yeah,
closing.
I'll wrap it up with this: is that look, in a debate, it's especially when you're bringing up the transcendental argument, it's a worldview comparison, and it's not just tag that demonstrates the possibility of atheism. The arguments that I gave also did, but what needs to happen is he's trying to throw every single and it's fine, I can take on different positions, but then we have to go into a debate about that position. I can give a demonstration for why it doesn't work, where the contradiction lies. But just saying that somebody over here happens to believe a certain way, what do you have to say to that? I would need to ask questions about the belief to demonstrate its impossibility. Okay, I don't have exhaustive knowledge of all atheist positions, which is why usually my opponent
Which, by the way, is not necessary. You don't need to have extensive knowledge of every single atheist position. You can just reduct their positions to the particular, because they all refer back to particulars. So it's like, well, it depends upon you. Are you the arbiter of knowledge? How do you get to the idea of knowledge? And 99% of the time, they will end up in that.
No, hold on. I would need my opponent. I would need my opponent to actually present their argument and their account. I know I'm the affirmative. I have the burden of proof, but that doesn't mean that the opponent doesn't give their own position or any position and at least allow me to contend with it.
Okay, so my opinion on that is that you're wrong. Okay, this burden shifting is dumb. It's not like my last debate where there was a diagnostic or analytical thing going on. This is you are making a claim that a social fucking and philosophical term idea is impossible because essentially you think God fucking fixes all this. Tag does not actually do what you just said, by the way. I'm sorry, it doesn't.
All
It's a
right,
specific dialogue, right?
Let's get into the closing.
Tag just gets into the idea of, it just talks to our apologetics and talks about our justification for knowledge, and then we go into the other people justification for knowledge, and they all fall apart. That's the argument when it comes to the worldview.
Avarice should have came in after the closing statements on the open panel and go, Zakar, did you watch that debate? You lost.
Yeah, he should have done that. You know, I could probably debate him on something specifically and do a reduction, like a super simple argument, like I did with what's his name, Manure, and maybe that way I could
Yeah.
probably get him to spark the fuck out. But the
He
problem is
always
that I
spurts. You
really
don't even have
believe
to try that hard, or else he'll dismiss you and won't give you that. I don't know. He might not even be worth your time. But if you're trying to get the subscribers for the
no,
clips,
I do want to go. No, that's not what I mean. What I meant was I think that's exactly what could happen. But you know what? What I think I think he's the kind of immune to that. To being. I think he's kind of immune to being shamed. And if I cannot shame him, there's no way I can pretty much do anything.
I don't know. I think he likes being humiliated. I think that's his kink.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
People
Like, if I cannot,
humiliating him.
even if I make like a super simple argument to make him spurg out and to show that he's kind of dumb, all he's gonna do is revert into, oh well, like Kant is gonna say these and this other person said this, and I'm never actually going to debate him on anything. He's just gonna go around in circles.
My
Not
bad. I was
understand.
just thinking of something. Get clips. Might be a good idea.
It's yeah. It's a big. I swear, I think it's on like reverse platony sometimes. Matter generates a biological generates minds generate logic that binds reality. It's a big circular. It is a big circular argument.
Statements that right there is going to wrap up the open dialogue. Just real quick for everybody in the chat, okay? Remember, the live chat has the Q&A in there. If you want any questions for either debater, make sure you drop them in now. But remember, super chats, PayPal, Cash App, these questions and comments do take priority. So if those fill up the full 30 minutes, we may not get to all the free ones. And if there's something you really want guaranteed to be asked, send it through that. But with that being said, let's get into closing. So we're going to be starting with Eli, and that'll give Circa the last word. So Eli, when you are ready for your closing statement, just go ahead, and I will start the timer with your voice.
Sure. Hobo Boy did not bring any poems this time. Yeah, I think that was a good debate. I do appreciate my opponent, and I appreciate Speakeasy. Again, this is what I notice. Not trying to go meta too much, but I think that bringing up, demonstrating the impossibility of atheism through their own, generally the broadest consensus of atheism, worldview, materialist, naturalist, or physicalist.
The thing is that
and showing how that cannot ground produce.
The thing is that in reality, they're not actually saying that they're atheists. They're saying that they don't know even what they are. And I think that argument would have been better if you just say that. It's like, well, in reality, atheists are not even saying they're atheists. They're just saying that they don't even know what they are. So, to be able to say I'm an atheist, you need to make the knowledge claim, but they don't have access to knowledge. And that would be like my argument. I wouldn't even make tag. I would just pound him into him trying to justify his knowledge claim that he's an atheist. And the more he goes into it, the more I'll be pounding him like, how do you know that? How do you know that? How do you know that? That would be the whole debate. But I think it's a possibility. Right. I know why Eli is not doing that, because he's being super good faith. But yeah, if you have like, that would be, I think that is the correct path if I want to debate Sirkar in this.
I think he embarrassed him, and he doesn't know anything, so he's just like, I can't beat the nail into the board anymore than I've already did.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, at this point, if he would take any more shots, it would just be what's the word I want to use? Sad.
For
I'll
Zakar,
just
yes,
leave it
Zakar
at
is sad.
Yeah, it would be sad. 80 more shots. You already embarrassed them. I mean, it's like the score is 10-0 right now.
It's 10-0. It is 10-0.
Any
It's a
type of
mercy.
universal immaterial
That's the
concept
word.
or
It's
law
a mercy.
making that
Just give him the prize.
Yeah.
Dude took
just
a
give 'em-
punch for the teeth but didn't want to spit it out. Yeah.
that demonstration, walking him through it multiple times, and then he says that's wrong, I disagree with it. And then I say, okay, present how what I just demonstrated is wrong. Or present how an atheist in your worldview, or hell, anybody else's worldview, can in fact give an account for the thing in question, the law of logic, the immaterial universal concept. Demonstrate to me how an atheist gives an account for the possibility of this. Demonstrate how it's possible in the atheist worldview or in your worldview. Instead, it's just structural. You can't ask those questions. This is technically invalid if you read chapter subsection B. All of that is presupposing the thing in question. I think I did a very good job multiple times demonstrating that universal immaterial concepts come from universal immaterial minds. I show how I reason that. I showed my good reasons for believing that. It's a necessity based on the definitions colloquially of how we understand these things. If he has any type of other atheist worldview that supposes matter creates consciousness, I can contend with that. I can ask, okay, how does the material produce the immaterial? Did this exist prior? Is it platonic with forms? We can get into it, but you have to actually take up a position. It kind of seemed like he had like a tomato bucket of positions and was hiding behind a fence and just lobbing them over like this. So it sucks we didn't get to actually get into that so I could give the demonstration in the account. But unfortunately, this is pretty typical whenever tag is brought up because I believe it's the kill shot to atheism. Thanks so much to Speakeasy. If anybody hasn't already liked and subscribed, please do so. This is the hub of debate culture. It really is the Speakeasy for debaters. And once upon a time, I was just a random dude who just decided to buy a webcam and do this. And Easy makes it possible for you, yes, even you, to come up here and argue with Circa, argue with me. So get involved. That's what I did. I had a blast. Thanks to both y'all.
And thank you for that.
I will say that he did a good job to talk about the transcendental argument. He really did a good job talking about it and explaining and making the argument. Like, I'm glad that it's getting out there and it's more people are using it. And I think he did a really good job. I'm not a super expert, but yeah, that's the beauty of it. It's like the argument was the kill shot for most of the people. So pretty cool.
Closing statement. And with that, we're gonna hand the mic over to Circa. Whenever you're ready, Circa, I will start the timer up with your voice.
Right. Well, I don't have any poems this time, so you're safe.
Thank God.
Thank you for having me on, by the way, Speakeasy. It's a fun channel. By the end of this, I just want to say that the issue is, in my opinion, very small. I feel like the debate prompt was atheism is impossible. Quickly found that one is not really possible. And we continually made it clearer and clearer that the framing is smaller than what it was. So we were asked whether atheism is real. I was curious if there would be like a sociological, ontological argument here, something like cultural Christianity, but I kind of expected a lot of Jay Dyer stuff. He's kind of pretty popular right now and makes good arguments. Although ultimately I feel like, and maybe with a little more reading, my opponent might know that transcendental arguments like this one, which Jay gets from Van Nil and then, if I'm not mistaken, it's Bran, right? Kind of claim more than what they can actually do. They don't really fully deliver on the promise. They kind of just retreat to an abduction when, as he mentioned, he's making a deduction, right, inside of his transcendental argument. But ultimately, there's a few abduction in there, which makes it not meaningless in a way. Now, I just want to say the answer is yes, obviously,
these
that this
are
belief
actual
is
word
real.
games.
And I
He's
think
just saying words that he pretends mean something else than what they mean. It's really
Well, I
annoying.
can't wait till we get to the open panel because I just want to give the spoiler. Someone that jumped on made him rage quit.
Oh, I saw the rage quit.
And I made him rage quit with only $5 and didn't have to say anything to him because he wouldn't stay for the whole mute because his ego.
Yeah, I remember that one.
he did kind of agree to that earlier when the concept of someone who is a sincere, non-resistant non-believer is evidence of that disbelief is a real thing, therefore not impossible. It is as real as thought, as a conviction, real as a social fact, and as real as the way people move around the world. And I feel like that's enough to beat this prompt. Now, the other side can make it sound vague and clever, but once that claim comes into focus, it weakens. And atheism does not have to stand outside history to be real. It does not have to be pure, untouched, or free from every inherited moral habit or reducto contrary. Nothing human is like that. Not religion, not politics, not morality, not us. I think we all inherit a world before we ever begin to judge it. We speak with words we did not invent. Still, what we affirm and what we reject remains our own.
So who invented
And
the words?
I think we need to keep this distinction clear, or else none of us will be able to reject the different presuppositions or forms of Christianity even that we like. Which, if I'm not mistaken, Eli is Eastern Orthodox, right?
What do you say?
I forgot. Sorry.
You get to make that decision. I think we need to keep that distinction clear. It is a real thing. Origin is not identity. Background is not belief. Inheritance is not a conviction. A person is not secretly affirming a creed
I said
just because the creed.
Does he believe in aliens?
Maybe.
Didn't invent the language. But then who invented the language?
In his worldview, there's no inventions. I mean, there's no actual language. It's just things that happened that are sounds, and we were predetermined to use because of reasons.
His gayness.
Yeah. It just happened.
Even shape the setting of the argument, which I felt he would do. It's not really a coherent argument there. Real positions can answer older positions, even. Real departures can still carry traces of the road behind them, and that is normal, that is history. And once you strip away the fog around that label, the matter becomes very plain. Once again, atheism is real because people truly, seriously, and intelligibly do not believe in God. I know I'm a little unclear on that one, but I don't think I'm arrogant enough to say that people don't, or that it's impossible for them to do. And that's going to be my closing.
That just sounded.
All right. Thank you for that closing statement. That is going to conclude the closing statements. A great work from both the.
Could you repeat that?
I said he just sounded dumb right there. I mean, Testy could make a better argument. Well, he can make a better argument.
Well, he does make better arguments. I don't have a problem with testicular
just
Johnson
saying, he
arguments. I have a problem with
No,
his
no,
fucking bullshit when it comes to.
I'm just saying.
A bad Christian.
Testicular Johnson should have been on that on Speakeasies debating instead of
Sergey.
Sakar.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's good.
That's all I was saying. I think they needed somebody else.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Who could have made an actual him or Brandon? They could make better arguments.
I think I'm gonna leave it like this.
debaters tonight. Everyone in the chat there, if you're enjoying what you're seeing, first off, make sure you like the stream, subscribe to the channel so you don't miss any of the debates we host here on Swords of Reason. Again, we run all kinds of matchups. It's political, cultural, social, philosophy, theology, anything where there's a topic, where there's a conversation worth clashing over, we bring it into the arena. And also, don't forget to subscribe to tonight's debaters as well. Their links are in the description. Make sure you go show them support for stepping in the arena and sharpening their arguments tonight. And before I start the timer for the chat Q&A, I always like to ask a question or two for each debater.
I'm gonna go ahead and listen to just the question from Speakeasy, and then you had another song. We'll play that song. I just don't remember what song it was.
Great Ball on Fire by the same guy.
Based on
yep,
things I heard, arguments I want clarified, or maybe a point I think was missed or deserves another pass. So once those are answered, we'll get to the official 30-minute Q&A. So I'll start with the affirmative for this one. So for Eli, my first question is for you, because just I want it just to be repeated again. Basically, is what is the definition of God in the argument you're using?
So just for the sake of this particular debate, I don't, it's not saying this is all God is, and certainly there's a lot of theistic traditions that could make this claim. I think that only the Orthodox Christian God can actually satisfy tag, but for the sake of the debate, a universal immaterial mind.
All right. And then Circa, did you have anything for that?
No.
Okay. And then so for my second question for you is the so like let me see how I'm gonna frame this. Okay, this is how I'll frame it. So, like, when we're saying atheism is impossible, right? And you said earlier that like it's logically contradictory, and it fails to account for things for like truth and universals. So, like, why does that count as impossible rather than just incomplete?
Because again, taking the general approach of, and this is why I was trying to understand my opponent's worldview, what he, what form of atheism he holds to, but it could work for any of them. A world that is strictly material or naturalist, even if it gave some type of nod to the immaterial as a part of the natural world, but strictly the natural world with no God, you can't actually the way that we understand what the transcendental categories are, again, being immaterial, universal, and conceptual, if you remove any of those elements, then it's no longer the thing in question. It's no longer possible. You can't remove the universality. You can't remove the immateriality. You can't remove the conceptual nature. In any form of atheism that you posit, their metaphysic for what the universe is, what external reality is, what it's not just incoherent, but it's actually impossible in the sense that you need to presuppose the thing in question first for any natural world to exist. So to actually say, yeah, anything, like even if you're the strict physicalist or whatever he was talking about, some type of general underlying consciousness, it's like, well, wait a minute. If you're picking out a general underlying consciousness, you need the law of identity to do that. You need these things. And when we break this down and we actually examine each worldview of how it gives an account, what it ultimately boils down to is classical foundationalism, which says, well, we're just going to ad hoc assert this thing exists. We don't actually give an account for how. And my argument, the last thing I'll say, because I'm kind of I will admit one of my flaws is I do jump between epistemic and metaphysical, but I think to make an epistemic claim or a metaphysical claim, you have to have the epistemic portion. When I'm looking at strict materialism, particulars can't ground universals. That's the most broadest way to sum it up. You have to have something universal first. You have to have that be able to ground the universal categories. And any time a worldview that is atheistic in nature proposes something universal, or I'm sorry, their own model, it's always going to be filled with particulars. You have to have an outside universal grounding source in order to do that. Sorry, that was kind of a mashup. I'm getting a little tired here.
So, am I able to address any of that or no?
Yeah, you can address that. I was just gonna give like a second part, but you can address that first.
Yeah, I want to bring up something that you mentioned, which I kind of felt was wrong. I just wasn't sure, so I didn't answer it. Kant does not ground a priori immaterial concepts in the mind. That's a mistake. He doesn't. Things like God is a perfect being are not grounded in the mind, so that is just false. Just to be clear.
Okay, so what is he grounded in?
Again, from what I remember in my notes is that Kant treats the mind like a manifold, and it has like these templates for judgment, but it doesn't actually hold the a priori concepts themselves. It's
okay,
like
so then what is he saying does? What is he saying does then?
They exist independently of it.
Okay, like in a Platonic realm sort of way?
A transcendental way.
Okay, but this is why getting to the meat of this is important.
I just want to point out
Hold
that
on.
like something like an innate idea, like God is a perfect being, is not inside of the mind in Kant's view.
Okay, then what's it inside of?
Again, it's transcendental. It's outside of it. Your mind has templates to judge it.
No, I know, but here's the thing: the template. You're saying that the templates are not in the mind in Kant's view.
That's right. I think it sounds like reverse. Yeah, dude took. I'm going to break the fuck out. Why are you going to break out? Anyway, let me go ahead and do the big balls on fire. Great balls on fire.
Ball on fire. BALL.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go with BB.
So there it is. There it is. Nope. Right there.
Oh, great ball. Okay.
You hate the curds. Eat the baby, oh, eat the baby. Tastes good, it tastes good. Chew the baby, chew the baby. They gonna eat them like the devil would. Yeah. You hide Epstein. I'm gonna tell this world about your crimes. They worship
I heard they put a tattoo
your
of that in
bullshit. A burning furnace for your firstborn son. They eat babies, don't call me crazy. Goodness gracious, great balls on
I heard they burned Ball statue in Mexico too.
We
So
have gathered
Israel
here
might
today.
declare that as war.
That would make sense.
Boom.
I'm gonna do something real quick.
Fire.
I'm gonna give an update on the tank. Look at that.
Hold on. Amazing.
It's not like uber big, but it's pretty big. I'm gonna leave it like this. I'm gonna just do the turret on another place and then mask everything that needs to be masked, and I'm gonna paint this like this. It's gonna be pretty cool.
Gotcha. You pretty cool. Pretty dope.
Yeah, I got the thing to make the camo for with hearts, and I got the paints to do the camo as well.
Amazing.
So we're gonna be doing it's
Not tomorrow, right? You don't stream on Fridays.
I do stream on Fridays, but I'm probably it doesn't matter if I do it tomorrow or not, because painting streams are usually people just get, it's like watching the paint to dry, how people see it.
Oh yeah, people don't like that.
And then we have like 4 or 5 things going at the same time on Fridays. So usually Speakeasy is doing verbal combat. Usually like 4 or 5 people are streaming that. And there's like I started a stream and most people are like already watching other stuff, which is fine.
Yeah. I thought there was a couple Fridays where you didn't stream. My bad, Emmet.
I think that what's his name? Confluence is probably gonna be streaming tomorrow.
That's right.
And since he's probably not gonna work on Saturdays, don't quote me on that. He's probably gonna go long too. But I will do it. I don't care. I'll do tomorrow. I'll work on this on my own probably, like finish it, and just set it up, and I'll just stream me painting, even if it's on my own.
You'll get people here. You polled before Rob rated you. Last time I checked, you were at
15.
12 people.
Around 15.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was fine.
That's your old number. I posted on other people's self-promotion.
Yeah.
People know you went live, because I know YouTube is somehow... No, YouTube told me you were live at 2:05. I read the notification when I was in the yard.
Oh, well, a couple of hours later, I guess.
Yeah, more than a couple.
Let me let's finish this question and see if I
Right.
get to
The
the open
templates, the
panel.
manifold is in the mind. That's it.
Oh, so
But the
what
A
is
priori-
what is outside of the mind that Kant is grounding this in that's also not God? Because you made the claim that Kant makes his argument grounding in something that's not God. I said, yeah, he ultimately grounds it in the mind. Now you're saying, no, he doesn't ground it in the mind. I'm asking, where are you saying Kant's grounding it in that's not the mind and not God?
I mean, it doesn't have to be in either. You're just
What does
saying
Kant
he's being
say?
God.
You're citing Kant. What does Kant say?
Kant doesn't say God because he wants to avoid using that, right? But he is Christian, and he just says outside. That's it. It's transcendental. It isn't actually
That's all.
grounded
Oh, he
within,
just says outside. Gotcha.
that maybe. I mean, I could read a little bit more, but I'm just
I
wanting to
would.
make that clear that it's not in the mind. like you
I
said.
think
At
it's
least
in the mind.
innate
I think you're giving a misread, in my opinion.
Well, I did. Okay, so I actually read Kant
Still there?
recently because of the little quote thing I was
That I
doing
was
for Shiva's stream, and so yeah, what it comes down to is he says the cognitive function of the mind is what it's grounded in.
Not for any.
So it's the mind. At the end of the day, what he's saying is that it is the mind. God was a mind, the Newman a mind. Yeah, I know what you mean. I read that yesterday, by the way, and it was like, what's this? And it's like, oh, it's a Kantian term. It means the primordial mind. Okay, thank you. So I guess Google can actually tell you what it means real quickly if you just pay a little bit fucking attention.
Innate claims, not innate ideas.
Okay, then what does Kant say it's grounded in if it's not God and not the mind?
He just says they're transcendental. I can't remember off the top of my head if it's different. than
Okay,
that.
gotcha.
But I know it's not in the mind when it comes to a priori innate
Again,
ideas.
I think you're misreading it, and you're trying to say in this debate, well, I read it and you're wrong. Okay, how am I wrong? I don't know. I got to read more, but I know you're.
I have a
Keep
fucking
reading,
book
buddy.
right here.
And keep reading. I don't know what else to tell you. I don't think that
You can say
a
I'm wrong, but I'll
philosopher
just
as skilled.
find-
I don't think that a philosopher as skilled as Kant was would not have an answer to this question that I'm asking. I mean, again, I'm just a lowly
That's why
HVAC
I'm not
technician.
arrogantly saying it.
Well, you're presenting
Well,
that
that
wrong.
was the Kant idea, right? That the mind imposes the
Yes.
structure on the reality. That's
Correct.
That was the whole
Templates.
idea.
It doesn't actually fucking create like the process, or sorry, the idea that's a priori is not made
there?
or
Yeah,
constructed
I'm
by
here.
the mind or
What's
grounded in it.
Oh, I can't hear anything. I don't know if you're playing the video.
Oh, my bad.
Mind is a template for it. That's it.
I have a pretty girthy leather-bound book collection. I haven't read most of them or other versions of them. Well, just start reading.
You scared me. I thought I lost signal and didn't realize.
Oh, I just didn't realize. It's my fault. It is my fault.
Okay, does
For
he
that
ground
idea,
it in
for an
God?
innate idea. Huh?
Does he ground it in God?
I don't know, man. I'm telling you, I think he
Okay.
just says transcendental, but I don't know yet.
Fair
I can
enough.
read
Fair enough.
Rufus,
Either way,
like-
it doesn't matter, because if it's grounded in the mind, you can't ground a universal in a particular. So that just undercuts it right there.
Because I said so, yeah, I guess. Okay.
Well, no, I mean,
Okay,
can you
so
demonstrate-
just real quick, because I had a little follow up for you earlier there. I just wanted I think this might help Circa understand your half a little more too. Is so like what is it specifically that makes it your worldview is the only one? Like, so like why couldn't a non-theistic framework provide the
Right.
same thing but ground it? Say they ground it in logic. This is an argument I've heard before, that actually
Okay.
everything is grounded in logic. So
Right.
why couldn't that be the view?
Well, because again, when we're looking at, first of all, the short answer to your question is the Orthodox Christian theological understanding of God, not something created by men, but through divine revelation, God's revelation of himself to mankind, is the only one that does the grounding work in all aspects of the worldview. So we're looking at these, we're picking out different sections of a worldview. What is logic, but there's also ethics, different positions. The Orthodox Christian one is the only one that grounds it holistically. It works within the entire system. But to the question of somebody saying, well, logic is just grounded in logic, without a demonstration, that would be what they accuse us of doing, of going, well, you're just saying logic is grounded in God because God. It's viciously circular at that point. And again, it doesn't address the ontological statuses that I brought up about it being conceptual in nature. I think that's super important, because if something is conceptual and definitionally what is conceptual is grounded in a mind, you need a mind. And if they're going to say that there's some eternal, I've heard this before, there's some eternal essence of logic, and somehow matter spilled forth from this, totally naturally, of course, not by any will or decision, I would go, okay, how do you know that? How do you give an account for that? Like how I was asking Circa, okay, space and time are ideas that exist without a mind. How do you know this? You need the epistemic justification to even get in the realm of possibility.
Okay, yeah, that's because I've heard the argument, like, truth. People say truth is grounded in logic, right? And then that's what you already answered what I would assume you would answer. So, Circa, did you have anything to what he said of like why that can't be so?
I wonder how other people in this room feel right now, knowing that their version of Christianity is not capable of doing this. I'm a little confused.
How many people are in the
That way?
room with you, Circa? I'm just kidding.
Just one, but I mean, how come
That's
in front of a live
fucking
student?
retarded. That was fucking retarded.
It's actually funny that he got pretty much destroyed by a simple question. It's like, oh well.
How many people in the room?
How many people in the room with you?
No one's up on panel except for you three. Oh my god. If he ever comes up on Confluence, I'm gonna say that.
Just start asking him, how many people are in the room with you?
How many people are in the room with you?
I think he will forget what you're talking about, and he will start like, what do you want to know? And start being all bitchy about it.
Probably right. you're probably right.
It's gonna be all bitchy about it.
Real audience.
How come Eastern Orthodoxy is the only one that can answer this? I'm confused.
Because that's just the case.
So everyone else who doesn't believe in Eastern Orthodoxy is wrong?
Yes.
Are they impossible?
Any other worldview outside of Orthodox Christianity is impossible, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
All right. All right. And then my questions for you, Circa.
The human mind is a template for the noumena. God gave us the framework for our mind. Yes, exactly. That's what it means. Holding the book in your hands doesn't mean having read it. Well, read them. Read them, Grumple.
My first one is going to be, so like, you argued today that like something can be impossible yet still true. So what does how would I say this? Like, what does impossible actually exclude in your framework?
Again, impossibility means that it would have to be, you'd have to have a purely sociological elimination of it. In the same way that, like, I mentioned this earlier, but when I said a non-smoker is a real thing, right? The absence of something is a valid expression of it. So in order for something to be impossible, like let's just say atheism is impossible, you have to not just prove falsity, which I think the reason in the beginning I played devil's advocate is to do that, to let him essentially go to the end stage there. You're 100% correct. I'm wrong. That's how everything works. In and of itself, a sincere non-believer who is non-resistant is evidence against what he is already claiming. The fact that that person can exist.
No, that doesn't mean anything. It's a complete. Who has a justification when it comes to what kind of even love is given? It will be God itself. No, I don't think. I think we live in a fallen world. It's been established. We know that already. It's not like it's news. So there might be things that are not. The world is not perfect, right? That's the whole point, the whole idea of it. If we lived in a perfect world, then there wouldn't be any reason to debate, for example. So that means absolutely nothing. It's so weird.
Means that he's wrong. It's not impossible. For you have to overcome something like that, which I don't see his argument doing.
Okay.
Can I just ask a little bit of a follow up? Like, so like when I'm saying like, what does the word impossible rule out? I'm saying like, because like normally impossible will mean something like an example, like married bachelor. That's impossible, right? And so that would mean it can't be true, right? Like you can't be a married bachelor. So like when you say impossible, what are you meaning? Because I think it's a little bit different. It sounds like it anyway.
I mean, I'm using impossible and probably the most basic definition, right? So not wrong. It doesn't mean wrong. So like, I think, I mean, Jay seems like he wants to talk. Or sorry, not Jay. I was about to call you Jay Dyer. Your argument was just so much. Nick seems like he wants to talk. So,
well, I wanted to just
I mean,
really quick.
how would you say you're overcoming the impossibility versus falsity or wrong?
Well, that's why I brought up that example of the flying car. Like if I said, cars today fly, that's false. But it's not impossible for cars to fly one day. Okay, that's like maybe I don't know if it's a good or bad analogy, but that's where I'm understanding. I agree with you that just because something's false doesn't make it.
What is going to happen?
Oh, he said the flying cars. I was just making a comment. They said they're talking about flying cars forever.
I don't think it's going to happen. The amount of energy needed to lift you off the ground is like exponentially higher than the one that is needed to just push you in the ground. People don't know how bad that is. Although I saw a flying car, quotation marks. It was like a drone, and it seemed pretty reliable.
Oh no. Just like those Wammos are supposed to be self-driving, but supposedly they're being driven from some Filipino boy in the Philippines
Well,
for
they
cheaper
are.
labor. They
I think
are.
they are. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are being driven by some Filipino boy, I think. It's kind of no, but I mean the. Let me see if I can
I
find
mean,
it.
I can. That explains why those Wammos keep running the stop signs on the school bus because they can't read the stop.
Probably that makes sense.
Checks out.
It's
And supposedly they covered up.
flying
Teamsters found out that.
or
Well, I got to use allegedly here. They hit the Whammo covered up them hitting a boy. Allegedly.
so this is what I'm talking about.
There's a world outside every darkened door. The brave are free and love and soul. Come ride with me to the distant shore.
No, I don't know if this is first off a fuck you song.
I mean, I could see that working in the cities. You got the tall skyscrapers. You go from one to another.
I don't know. I don't care what they have to say. It's like a drone with car-like features. But I saw it, and there was like a huge problem that you need to contact the FDA. No, it's not the FDA. The FFA.
No, it's the FAA.
Yeah, the FAA. To be able to use it, and they're like not very happy with you using them anyway. So
yeah,
I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna actually happen that you can get them and just buy them, plop and fly them. There's also like big problems, but it's like the best design I've seen so far.
Impossible. It's
yeah, but that was what 2000, early 2000s that came out.
No, that was 4 years ago. It's 2020.
Oh, 4 years. I swear I've seen that before.
I don't know if I'd never seen it before until a couple of months ago. I saw an interview of a guy talking about it. Like he had to contact the FFA and had to do all kinds of bullshit. At least that's what he was saying.
Either like a lack of information or it hasn't happened yet. I hear this argument a lot. Well, what if us atheists haven't figured it out yet, but we'll discover it one day? But what I'm getting to with the transcendental argument is that
I don't
even
see
bringing
a metaphysical claim there, though.
What do you mean?
A flying car is not a transcendental one at all.
Well, again, it's not a one-to-one. I'm just demonstrating for the audience,
You need
whoever.
it to be another
like
similar argument, right?
Well,
You need
look,
to compare it.
yeah, I'm just showing the difference between something being false and impossible. Like there's still
yeah, false and impossible are different things, and they are actually different things.
Need to be done within some, like a hypothetical this way.
Playing the speakeasy. I don't hear anything.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But
I'm doing this. My bad. They were just talking about the difference between false and impossible, and they're different things. False and impossible are not the same. But one of the things that I can say is that something being false per se is not the same thing as it being impossible either. So it goes both ways. And well, sorry, a false and impossible are not the same unless you're talking about logic. You know, since logic is about truth, and an illogical thing is a false thing. They're the same. That's what I want to say. I'm using magnets right now.
The thought experiment needs to be similar and comparative here.
Okay, so if let me
try to
come up with it.
Is a physical reality thing. We're talking about like someone's identity or like their metaphysical thoughts, right? You're saying the underlying, logic and the way that they make, ideas and the context.
Again, that's the thing about a transcendental argument being so paradigmatic, is that it actually is. That's why it has to be the impossibility of the contrary, because the thing that is in question, we're talking about what is the precondition for the thing in question. The thing in question has to be used in any given instance of logic or analogies at all. So again, this is going back to when I said if someone were arguing for meaningful language, right? Like justify and prove to me the possibility of meaningful language. If I speak and use meaningful language, then yes, it's going to ultimately reference what's in question. It's impossible to not do that, but we have to. It's kind of getting where we're at. My first analogy with the flying car was just to demonstrate the difference between something being false but impossible.
Okay, I like what you're saying. I want to circle to your necessary condition really fast, because I think this might be something that we could actually engage on. Okay, so you wanted me to attack why what you're demonstrating is not not actually making your argument or your condition necessary. Right?
Yeah, so I mean, you have one or two moves.
Condition X here, right? So what I want you to do right now is tell me exactly what the necessary condition X is and why I'm assuming is God, right?
Right. Okay, so the necessary precondition for transcendental categories would be God. For the sake of this argument, that's a universal immaterial mind.
God is the X as well?
God, a universal immaterial mind.
That's your necessary precondition. God?
Look, you can't pull these apart in a vacuum. It has to be the necessary precondition for the transcendental categories.
You have to prove at least the necessary, the necessity of that one for it to be like a necessary condition in this argument, right? And you have to use
the necessary
deductive reasoning,
precondition for what? I mean, you can't take these things in a vacuum when it's presented in a formal argument.
When he's talking,
okay, so
that's not the way you're trying to do it.
X must be a necessary condition for Y. So let's say Y is God, right?
No, dude, have you been listening at all? Oh my God!
I'm just trying.
I'm sorry, but this is kind of insulting a little bit. Why is the transcendental categories? The transcendental.
Yes, exactly. You start with the transcendental categories. You start with that, and then you move to the other. And I think you can. I'm pretty sure that you get this argument, K2, and you say that you're just a trucker. And these guys are supposed to be like super genius level idiots, and for some reason they're not able to get it.
I don't get anything that Circa's saying, because it sounds like he's trying to be intelligent while saying absolutely nothing.
You just have to call him gay.
Are you talking about both of them? Yeah, I'm gonna keep it simple. He's gay.
You just have to call him gay. Which he is, to be honest.
Categories.
Okay.
Yeah.
And those are
so logic, truth,
concept, and
information, meaning.
Extremely.
Say again.
Logic, truth, information, meaning. Okay. Logic, truth, information, meaning. Now, this has to be a deductive argument for X, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the form is a transcendental argument, but again, going within making arguments for the quote-unquote premises, yeah, I can make deductive arguments.
So God is a deductive argument?
No, again, dude, I will confess this for God and everybody. I don't know all of the most technical structures of how like intense college level argumentation, logical argumentation works. I don't. Sue me, okay?
Right.
I'm just being honest.
You're dumb, bro.
But what I'm saying,
that's
fine. Well, I don't know the technicalities of, well, you can, in this sense, you can make it this way or not. What I'm saying is that I know this form. I know X is a necessary precondition for Y. Y therefore X. Before you even plug in God, again, the cow and the steak, that follows.
The necessary conditions there need to be deductive ones that you can, when you make premises, like you said,
Okay.
valid and then
So
found.
the deductive portion is when we look at Y and we say, what is the necessary precondition for a transcendental category? And that's why I define the ontological status as universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Now, this is why I always ask my opponent. It was really actually me being good faith. I asked the opponent, do you disagree with any of this? Do you think logic's not universal? Do you think it's not immaterial? Because, again, strict physicalists are going to say, no, it's material. Somebody else might say something different. They might say, no, it's not conceptual.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, you're debating the idea with the other person. So you have to be able to talk to the other person.
Then I'm going to ask, what is it? We need to define our terms together for me to walk this through.
Is this an abductive inference or is this a deductive inference now?
Define abductive for me.
Abductive is when you look at a set or you observe a set of things, an incomplete one maybe, and then you go, what's the best explanation?
Oh, right. Okay. Start with an observation, incomplete of sets of facts. Think the simplest, most. I could grant that and say yes.
That is not deductive. You are not making a transcendental argument then. It fails.
Wait a minute.
There.
But again, hold on. Do you not understand that what I'm saying is that within... No, hold on, dude. You can't take... Whenever you say, tell me how you get this from... Okay, the argument itself follows the transcendental form. When I go inside and make an argument for Y, so it's a different argument now. When I'm saying that Y is universal, immaterial, and conceptual, I'm no longer making a transcendental argument when I'm telling you why.
Zucker has done this before. Have you noticed that he has done this kind of bullshit before? Hey, Elder Lion, good to see you.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that he has done this kind of bullshit before when he has the capacity to engage during the whole debate? He doesn't engage during the debate, and after the debate is done, he wants to engage.
Yeah, it's because he doesn't actually have a cohesive. Yeah, he doesn't have any sort of argument ever.
But why does he want to engage after the debate is over?
Because he thinks it's I think what he thinks a debate is him just being like a nagging fucking bitch of a woman the entire debate. And that's how he thinks he wins debates. It's just by making the other person not want to deal with him anymore and send him out to the desert.
I don't want to deal with him ever. But if I had the capacity, I would I don't know. It's fine. Hey, Yodi, good to see you.
That is the case. That you're trying to apply that to the form of the transcendental argument.
The ginger's back.
And by the way, I don't know.
while.
This is why I don't like getting into the pedantic stuff, in my opinion, because I feel like I have to. Well, no, I have to now trust that you have a greater understanding of logical forms than I do. Which maybe you do, but I'm not sure.
It's weird.
So hold on.
I don't care. I'm not saying you're stupid. It's weird.
I don't think you're saying I'm stupid, but I don't know if the technicalities that you're saying are even the case. Okay, so that's why I'd rather talk in more layman's terms, which I'm happy to do. There's things we both understand about what we're saying.
In a transcendental argument, the necessary condition, that X needs to be, is determined through a deductive process, like you said earlier. It's when you have premises.
Here's the thing. It's determined.
He's just over here. He's just trying to weaponize language. We do use deductive. We do use deductive. It's a deductive idea. We go on and we say, hey, we have these things. They have these we have these things. They have a specific. There's a specific nature to them. There's a specific idea to them. Ergo, the necessity for these is necessary. Otherwise, it's impossible to have them. So we have transcendentals. Thus, the nature of the mind that needs to hold them has to be transcendental. It has to be a mind because they're mind dependent. It is deductive. It's not inductive. But Okay.
Yeah, he's what he's doing is he's applying his worldview to the argument rather than actually doing an internal critique. What he's doing is he's taking inductive, which is basically all that fucking atheists have is inductive reasoning, and trying to apply that to everything. The argument itself is deductive. I don't understand like how he can't grasp that beyond just him not being able to escape his own worldview.
Because he wants to be right, Lion. That's the reason why he can go ahead and try to just pretend that the whole argument is different, and he's playing games. This is why. I mean, no offense to Nix. Nix did an amazing job, but there were moments where he could just ground him. I think, like right there, he could just be ground, like pulp into the ground. It's like this is deductive. We're doing it this way, but. I mean, he's...
Yeah, but Nix is being super good faith with somebody who is just absolutely the worst faith person I think I've ever seen on the internet.
Yeah. He's... Sirkar is just... And
I would disagree. I think he's tied with Melvin.
Oh, well, Melvin is retarded. But you're correct.
Both are.
Today he was arguing that 2 + 2 wasn't 2. 2 + 2 isn't 4 all the time or something like that. It's so dumb.
The preconditions for Y are determined by what Y is. And that's why I asked the question from your position.
I'm talking about X only right now. X only. So you have to fulfill necessary conditions for X for it to be Y.
No, okay. That's
X needs to be necessary for Y.
Right, but it is not the case that X now needs to have necessary preconditions. That's your presupposition.
Okay, no. In this claim, okay, X must meet the necessary conditions for it to actually be Y, okay? For this to go to Y. Okay? You need to overcome that.
Right. Well, so as a precondition, it makes possible Y, okay? So when we're looking at X or Y, that's why I go to Y first, because if we're talking about a thing that has preconditions,
they're losing me a little bit here, but not because I don't get it. It's because you can just make the argument and talk about the argument in and of itself. I know they're talking about the meta of the... It's like the meta argument kind of thing. They're talking about the argument of the argument. But yeah, you can just make it. You can just say it. Ginger Wave. Oh, EOD is in chat, Ginger Wave.
Oh... Give him a middle finger for me. Put a middle finger in chat.
Apparently, chat is not allowing us to use middle fingers anymore. He tried to put the middle finger and it doesn't appear. Hey, auntie.
YouTube's being gay.
YouTube's being annoying as fuck.
You need to have an understanding about what the thing in question is. That's why I bring up its ontological status of being universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Again, you're trying to go to technicalities where you go, is that abductive? It's no longer transcendental, blah, 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 blah. Instead of just having a discussion with me about, is it universal, immaterial, and conceptual?
Because deductive reasoning here is the only way you can get to the transcendental necessity. So I'm trying to point out.
How do you figure that?
Because abduction doesn't do it.
Okay, wait. So, one second here, because I think you've got something completely mixed up.
Maybe.
What is your distinction between abductive and deductive?
Deductive is going to go through that argumentation, right, of premises being sound to, valid to sound.
That's deductive.
Yeah, deductive. Right? Didn't you just ask me deductive? Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Just
abductive is just taking the best guess.
Okay. I see. So again, this is my fault. I didn't have a full understanding of what abductive meant. What I'm saying, it is deductive whenever I'm showing that the ontological status of Y is universal, immaterial, and conceptual. Forgive me, that was a misspeak on my part.
So for it to be deductive, though, right, we would need to have all the premises kind of meet here. So I think you said ontologically universal, immaterial.
No,
and
this is the ontological status. It's universal, immaterial, and conceptual.
Conceptual was the last one. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm. And
And then-
invariant.
And invariant.
He's correct.
Mhm.
Like I said,
So
these are deductive
what are
arguments.
the actual premises for these? How are we
Again,
actually coming to
I
these
could-
conclusions?
Oh God! Remember when I gave him the premises, Lion? That I put it
Maybe
in-
I don't know. I've taken a nap, so I've kind of forgotten everything besides that nap at this point.
All you
When I-
remember is that he is gay.
When
Car is
I
gay.
think I did this with, it was either Alex or it was Brandon or someone. When I went point by point, when I was like, "Do you agree with this?" I think I did it to Indian Jesus too. Do you agree with this point? Yes. Do you agree with this point? Yes. Do you agree with this point? Yes. Ergo, this is the man that is needed because of these characteristics. Oh, you're just presupposing God, and I was losing my shit because they even in premise form they don't get it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think any of them really do.
Hello, Wellbeing. How you doing?
Yeah, good to see.
Good to
Sorry,
see
I've
you.
just started watching. Yeah, I've just started watching, so I can't add much at the moment.
So this is a
but-
debate that happened yesterday between Zerkar, and the guy on the left is Eli Nix.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And they were talking about the transcendental argument for God. I don't know if you ever heard
Ah,
the
right.
transcendental argument.
Yeah, tag. Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
So they both were running. Well, not the both. Nix was running tag, and Sikar was doing the. It's not running, but he was trying to give the counter, and in reality, Sikar didn't engage at all. Like he just didn't engage with the debate at all.
Bad boys, bad boys.
what you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? Sorry, I'll just
Are you
plug
running
in
a?
there.
Are you running a smuggling operations? What's going on?
Yeah, it sounds like the cops are gonna bust down your door.
Yeah,
You're screwed, man.
we're
Sorry,
sorry.
I live on the main road, so I get a lot of ambulances and police cars going past. I'm sorry about that. Sorry.
No, we're giving you shit. It's
Yeah, we're giving you shit. I was waiting for the door to be bust down.
we just want to hear when you're getting busted. You know, when you're getting busted.
It's from the impossibility of the contrary. To say logic isn't universal is making a universal claim about logic. It's self-defeating to deny any of it.
That's abductive though. It's
Except
not really
for
making a direct argument.
no, that's not
making a direct
abductive.
argument.
No, it's not a
It
best
is. It's
guess.
taking the
It's
best
the
guess.
truth. No, it's not the. No, okay, in your view, everything is taking the best guess. Okay, in the atheist empiricist worldview, quite literally everything is taking the best guess. So I don't know. So again, this is what they do. They're trying to attack the structure without dealing with the substance. It's fine. I play the game because I started it, but it never actually gets to what I'm actually saying. Okay, so again,
what type of
impossibility
argument
of
is
the
tag?
contrary. Impossibility of the
argument is
contrary.
tag?
It's a transcendental argument. That's the form. Then whenever I make a
Tag?
claim, the transcendental argument is a transcendental argument. Yes.
Yeah, okay.
X is a necessary precondition for Y therefore X. That's the definition of a transcendental argument.
Okay.
That's the form of a transcendental argument. Then when I make a claim about Y, I use different argumentation to show you my claim about Y. I use a deductive argument for the ontological status of Y from the impossibility of the contrary. If you say that the laws of logic aren't universal, you've made a universal claim about them, so that's self-defeating. If you say that logic is material, Again, you can't. There's in no way, shape, or form can you pick up and hand logic to me, especially with it being universal. You would need it to be a particular in order for it to be material, and then it's conceptual because it's acts.
I need to check on my dog real quick. Be right back in a sec.
Accessed in the mind, we use it in the mind, yet in some type of phenomena it's also exterior. We discover it, we don't create it. It's not subjective, so it has it's the impossibility of the contrary for all forms of its ontological status. Now we've assessed those. What could ground that which is universal, immaterial, and conceptual? A universal, immaterial mind. This is my argumentation to you. You have two choices. You can either say, no, that's not what grounds universal immaterial concepts. This is what grounds universal immaterial concepts, and you'd be arguing from the atheist position, and it would refute tag.
Can't
or you
I
could
just
say last thing,
logic?
or you could say no, yeah, or you could say that no, it's not conceptual, immaterial, universal. It's this, and then make a demonstration of that. But instead, you're just trying to tell me that I'm arguing wrong, and there's something invalid about the question I'm asking you as a way to avoid answering the question I'm asking you.
No, because it's logic. This is the thing. Logical inference.
Logic's what's in question. That's what's in question.
That's why I can argue and reject it. Okay, like my debate with Andrew last time when he said,
No, dude.
I can say your fascist definition.
So, what do you think about that, Wilhard? Especially when it comes to you, because you're the only non-theist.
Yes. Yeah, I don't really have a lot to say. I'm not understanding. It doesn't seem to be like much of an argument. Like you say, it's like meta argument. They're arguing about the argument. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, there's a meta argument. The argument goes like, I don't know if you ever heard of tag. Have you ever heard of tag?
Yeah.
Do you know the argument?
God is a necessary precondition for.
No, so do you want me to explain it to you?
Yeah, please. Yeah.
Okay. So what we're saying, or what the argument says, is you have things that are mind dependent.
Yeah.
And immaterial. So concepts. And these mind dependent immaterial concepts are independent of the particular mind. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, like numbers and stuff like that.
Exactly.
Platonic forms.
There's also in these concepts, you can also find concepts that are universal and true and truth or truthful. They have these specific characteristics for themselves, for the argument in and of itself. So we're talking about
I'm not Canadian. You don't have to.
No, I know. I was just making fun of the Canadians. Fucking idiots. We're talking about specific characteristics of these kind of arguments. So they're transcendental, they're universal, they're truthful, and they obviously don't depend upon your mind. So the argument goes like, we have these, we see them, right? Like a steak per se, and the necessary precondition to have, well, not necessary precondition, the necessary precondition to have these things, like a steak. In the case of a steak, it will be, we need to have a cow. In our case, is we need to have a mind that have the characteristics of these kind of arguments. So we need to have a mind that is universal, that is omniscient, that has a specific kind of characteristics, and these characteristics match the idea of God. Thus, we conclude that God exists thanks to the because we have access to these immaterial characteristics for the argument.
No, like if no human minds existed, like if you had like say 2 planets, but no minds existed whatsoever, one would still equal 2. You wouldn't have a mind to
but that goes.
I get that bit, but that doesn't mean that God exists. No.
No. I'm not even saying that God in the characterization of what we would think God would be exists. I'm saying that the kind of mind matches the mind of what we consider to be God. So it has to be a universal mind. It has to be a truthful mind. It has to have all of the characteristics needed for these universalized transcendental concepts to exist. So it has to be a universal transcendental mind, and that would match the idea of God in and of itself.
No, what I'm saying is the concepts wouldn't exist if God didn't exist and no humans existed and there were no minds in the universe, not even gods. Everything would still be the same. You just wouldn't have the concepts.
But the question,
because humans exist, that is why we have the concepts. Because
you're contradicting yourself, because then you're saying that it's dependent upon the particular minds.
But that doesn't demonstrate that God's mind exists. Just because there are concepts, that only demonstrates that human minds exist.
No, it kind of does.
No, it doesn't.
Because otherwise you have no. Well, let's say that it doesn't, fine. But if that is the case, then you don't have access to knowledge, right?
No, I have access to knowledge because I have a mind.
How do you have access to knowledge?
I can demonstrate that I have a mind. Can you demonstrate that God exists?
No, yeah, but it's dependent upon your particular mind. So knowledge is not a universal thing. It's just a particular upon your mind. And the moment that you stop existing, knowledge will stop existing, right?
No. Yeah, knowledge will stop existing, but that doesn't demonstrate a God. I don't know how you're making the leap to a God existing.
Because it necessitates a mind that is transcendental, otherwise it's particular upon your mind, and the moment you stop existing, then knowledge would stop existing.
The concepts wouldn't exist, the knowledge wouldn't exist. That doesn't demonstrate a God.
So the moment you stop existing, 2 + 2 = 5, and that would be fine.
No, there wouldn't be a mind to conceptualize 2 + 2 = 4 or 5.
No,
the concept
but it will be even worse than that, because there's no truth. Everything is particular upon the mind. So if I say it's 5, what am I wrong?
Yeah, but you wouldn't exist if no human. I'm not saying my mind in particular.
Let's say that the mind of God does not exist right now. Fine. Then it's all dependent upon particular minds. But if that is the case, reality is upon the particular mind. So if I say 2 + 2 = 5, I wouldn't be wrong.
Yeah, but without a mind, you couldn't say that. What I'm saying is, if God's mind didn't exist and no minds existed in the universe, just no minds existed, not even God's, then everything would still be the same, but you wouldn't have the concepts of it. Just because a concept exists doesn't mean that God exists. You would just have no minds.
Do you have anything to say, Lion, to this?
Oh, I stopped paying attention, I'll be honest.
Well, what you would reply to a person that says that it's dependent upon minds, but...
Well, I don't believe in physical reality like atheists do, at all. So I think that if you don't have the conceptions that ground reality, that you can't even have the physical.
So you think if no minds existed in the universe, then planets wouldn't exist?
There'd be nothing.
Do you think
there'd be nothing there to ground it?
Do you think that planets existed before humans existed?
Yeah, in the mind of God, yeah.
Also, we're all in the mind of God.
Yeah.
We don't exist.
In a way.
Right. So we don't exist. We only
We exist within the confines of that mind.
There's no physical existence whatsoever.
There is, but only in a creative type of way. That God created this creation that's separate from him, but it's not, but it's still dependent on him.
Right. I've heard that before. I don't know if you know Praise I Am, that I am. He thinks that as well. We're all concepts in God's mind. there is no physical reality. So I've heard that argument before. I don't agree with it, but yeah, I've heard it.
Grumple is saying in chat that 2 + 2 equals pinecone, and he says that you cannot argue with his, lived experience.
Yeah, but they're not getting. What I'm saying is, if there were no minds, you couldn't make that argument. So I wouldn't have to argue against it because my mind wouldn't exist, your mind wouldn't exist, God's mind wouldn't exist.
No, but
So
there's no
wouldn't have to argue against
universals.
it.
That's what I'm saying. Well, if the mind of God that's grounding all of this doesn't exist, then it's just it's just based on particular minds. And then if that is the
No.
case, the particular mind is correct in every sense. Because that
No,
would be the
if no-
particular.
What I'm saying, if no minds existed, then it wouldn't be on a particular mind
Yeah, I
because no
agree.
minds would exist. Yeah,
If
so
no
you
minds
couldn't make an
existed,
argument.
the concepts wouldn't exist, but minds exist. And we have a specific kind of concepts and ideas that are transcendental. Thus, a mind that is necessary for those to even exist has to exist.
It's not necessary for them to exist. It's necessary
is.
for the mind is necessary to conceptualize objects. It's not necessary for the objects to exist in and of themselves. If no minds existed, the objects would still exist.
No,
The
I'm talking
planets
about a
would still be
specific
there.
kind of
The sun would
concept.
still be there. Yeah,
We're talking about a
there
specific kind of
would be no
concept.
concept. There would be no concept of them if there were no minds, but the objects would still exist. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, I don't understand how is it possible that the mind exists.
No, I'm saying if the
I wouldn't be able to concept. It's like you're telling me a mind is necessary for concepts to exist. I agree. A mind is necessary for concepts to exist. The kind of concepts I'm talking about, which are transcendental concepts, need a mind that is transcendental for it to exist. Otherwise, all the particular minds will only be able to create particular ideas. So there wouldn't be such thing as truth or knowledge or anything that is transcendental or categories or universal claims.
that wouldn't exist, no. But the objects would still exist. Like the atoms would still exist.
Yeah, that's correct. But then we have access to those claims. Thus, we can say that the mind of God is a necessary precondition for them to exist. That's the argument.
Well, I get the argument. I fundamentally disagree with it, but I understand the argument now.
Yeah. I get you disagree with it, but the question is, if you, I'm okay with you disagreeing with it, but why?
Because, like, do you think the Big Bang happened?
Maybe.
There were only 3 atoms at the Big Bang: hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium. Are you saying without God's mind, those atoms wouldn't exist after the Big Bang because God couldn't conceptualize them? That makes no sense. The atoms would still exist, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they have each individual identity, so there would have to be something that would ground those identities.
Even the idea. This is the thing, right? I think created reality is a miracle that's based on the capacity of God, and it shares part of His nature in a sense because He created it, but it has nothing to do with, like, you cannot. I wouldn't be able to go from materialism to God in and of itself, because materialism materialism doesn't have knowledge in and of itself. There's no way that you can show to me where knowledge resides in materialism.
But I mean, I know that's what you believe, but can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate that it takes a mind for atoms to exist?
I can demonstrate that there's no present or future in materialism. There's no past or future in materialism, only the present. there is no such thing as ethics in materialism, because there's nothing wrong when atoms collide with each other in a predetermined state of being, because they depend upon previous actions. So everything in materialist state is just thing that happen. And sorry, not thing that happen, it's thing that is happening, because thing is happening right now. There's no conceptualization, because material things, just the material is unable to create the concept of a mind. There's no mind in material. So all of that is the ideation of pure materialism is absurd.
Right. No. What I'm getting at is, if, just as a hypothetical, if God didn't exist, do you think atoms? Is it possible that atoms would exist without the mind of God? No.
No.
Can you demonstrate that, or is it just your belief?
Yeah, in order for things to have an identity, God is necessary. It's a necessary precondition.
No, that's an assertion. That's not a demonstration.
It is a demonstration. You wouldn't be able to call them atoms or anything if you didn't. You
wouldn't. You wouldn't be able to call them atoms, but they could.
Even the question that you're saying, it presupposes that you are able to make the question, right?
Yeah, because I have a mind.
So a mind is necessary to even make the question. If there is no minds and there's no gods and there's no gods, there's no God. Because there's no mind, that you wouldn't be able to even pose a question to make it. It will become absurd.
Yeah, I know. But atoms could still exist without the mind of God, is what I'm saying. It's impossible for atoms to exist without the mind of God. That is ridiculous.
Nothing would exist. It's the thing. If you know about mathematics, it's impossible to get something out of nothing. So it would be impossible to get something out of nothing. God would be necessary for things to exist, because he is the thing that makes them exist.
I'm not claiming that something came out of nothing. I don't think a state of nothingness could ever exist. I don't think there has ever been. I don't think there has ever been nothing. I think.
Well, like, it depends on what you mean by nothing, right? Oh, it depends on what you mean by nothing.
Yeah, sorry, and I don't want to derail it. If you want to carry on with the video, yeah. Sorry.
I mean, it's kind of funny. It's fine. I'm just asking questions because I don't understand the argument that he's making. So maybe I was trying to figure out if you could clarify it in a sense. And it's fine. We can move on. But I really don't understand what he is trying to make as part of his argument.
Well, the guy in the video.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's fine. I'll have to watch a little bit more of it to work it out as well. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sticking up for this guy. I'm just giving my opinions. You know what I mean?
Oh, good, because you
shouldn't. Probably best not to. Yeah.
Good, because you probably should not. This guy is insane. I will say that.
You're making better arguments than he is.
At least you're saying I disagree, and trying to say, well, the thing is, for example, you will say, I believe that the material doesn't require God, right? Because but at least that's kind of an argument. This guy would just say, well, Kant said something, and when you ask him what did he say, he would be like, oh, haven't you read Kant? It's crazy.
Yeah, that's not an argument. Yeah.
It's wrong with logical inferences. There's nothing logical there. But right now, there's
you can't beg the question. That would be begging the question if you did that.
I'm not begging the question. I'm telling you how I can actually just reject what you're putting forth.
No, but you're rejecting it with something you haven't given an account for. That's why it's begging the question. I'm asking for the account of the thing.
A transcendental condition.
What is your account for the laws of logic, Circa?
Because you're gonna have to. All right, I have this written down. I shouldn't mess it up now. Okay, so like, Y is logic and truth, correct?
Yeah.
So for the conclusion P to be accepted as true, right? You're going to have to show that we can only experience ontologically universal, immaterial, conceptual, and invariant concepts and in mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to somehow show that the only way to experience those things is by logic and truth.
Wait, the only way to experience what things exactly?
Experiencing X is only possible if Y is true in this case, right?
No, hold on. No. It's
That's how this
experiencing.
condition works.
No. It's experiencing Y is only possible if X is the case. It's not the other way around.
So the transcendental condition in an argument is going to be that for P, okay, we're going to have the conclusion P here, okay? And then this is going to have to be true only if you can experience X, okay?
Why are
Through
you
it.
throwing in experiencing X? That's like a whole other. It has nothing to do with. I mean, I think from my theology, I could get into essence energy distinction and how we experience God. But all I'm talking about is that God has to be the case in order for these things to be the case. Experiencing God, that's a vague, ambiguous term. You're not dealing with what needs to be the case for why. And I'm asking the atheist position on what needs to be the case for why, so we can compare the two and actually have a debate over it.
Again, if you were putting forth like a modus ponens right now, okay, of a transcendental condition.
Yeah, that's begging the
why
question.
Why would you need... How am I begging the question?
Because you're again presupposing logic, which I'm asking for the account of the possibility.
I haven't
for.
presupposed a single thing. I'm only interacting.
You do
with
every
yours.
time you open your mouth. You're presupposing logic. Every time you say a sentence and
sometimes I wear
believe
pants.
it's meaningful.
Thank you. That's fucking
right.
awesome. But my
No,
point
I'm
is
saying
that if you're putting forth a modus.
So, what do you think about that? About every time you make an argument, you're presupposing logic.
Yeah, I would say he presupposes logic as well, but he also presupposes God. And if you go off, but why add God to it? Why not just presuppose logic?
Yeah, I agree, but we have the accounting, right? We make the transcendental argument as justification for us to presuppose logic.
So what accounts for God?
What?
If logic needs grounding, if what grounds God? There must be something greater than God.
No, that's not how the argument works. It's like we got to the condition that God is necessary due to the kind of mind.
So why
that would
could
be
you
a
not
completely
just,
different question, but it would be that would come with the nature of God, which is he doesn't have to he doesn't deal with the same kind of foundationalism that we have, right?
So why not just say that logic doesn't need a grounding? If you're gonna say that God doesn't need a grounding, why does logic need a grounding?
Well, the reason
why not
why
just
is because he's a different kind of being, and it is a worldview in and of itself. So
yeah, I know that's what you believe, but I'm saying
no.
what's the problem?
Logic is a mind-dependent thing that doesn't have a will, and it is the universalization of it depends upon a mind. God is a specific kind of being, and he doesn't necessitate he doesn't necessitate a mind because he has one. So he has all of the conditions to exist in and of itself, while logic doesn't.
So God has just always existed, and he doesn't need any explanation.
Yeah, he's outside of time because he doesn't need to be in time. He
Yeah,
created time.
It doesn't matter whether he's outside of time or not. You're saying that something
it
exists.
does matter.
You're saying that something exists that doesn't need a grounding. Why can't that thing be logic?
Again, there are different categories. You're doing a category. They're doing a category. A category error.
Yeah.
So
you're asking.
Go ahead.
You're asking a very you're asking an extreme theological question. The only way that you'd be able to get answers for that is by going to the church.
Yeah, probably that's true. But even in the logical sense, there are two different categories of things.
But if you think about the laws of logic, like the law of identity, A equals A, how could it be any other way? It's not that you need a mind.
Yeah, you do need a mind, otherwise you couldn't have the concept of A even.
Yeah, but A would still equal A.
Well, the question is, if it's not material, if it's material, well, there's two options here. It's either mind dependent or non-mind dependent. If it's mind independent, then it needs to be physical. So you have to show me A in the physical world that is the concept of A, not the not a representation of it.
What I'm saying is, a thing is the thing it is. It couldn't be any other way. It's like a brute fact. You know what I mean? It doesn't need a mind. A thing would still
in the
be
philosophical
thing it is.
sense, that begs the question, right?
Why does it beg the question?
Because why do you believe that it has to be that way? And what is your accounting, or what is your justification, the justified true belief to say that they has to be that way?
Why does the thing have to be the thing it is? Because it is the thing it is. There's no other way around it.
No, there are other ways
be the
around
thing
it.
is. If it was a different thing, then it would be a different thing. Do you know what I mean? There's no other way it could possibly be. A thing is the thing it is.
Yeah,
If
but
it
I can say
wasn't the thing it is,
exactly what, but then I can just say that God is the way that it is, and it has to be that way.
because
And
I don't believe
we're exactly if we're gonna go through that, then you
Yeah.
have to
So
accept the fact that I'm saying that it is the way it is, and that
But
you
when
don't need to have any justification for your belief. It's just the way that it is.
No, that is a justification. It couldn't be any other way. It's a brute fact.
Yeah, I'm saying God has to be the way that it is.
But that's a claim. I'm saying a thing, anything, is the thing it is. It has
That
to
is
be
a
that
claim
way.
as well. You're saying a claim, and you're saying that you're making a tautology. You're making a universal tautology. Things have to be the way that they are. That's the universal
Yeah.
tautology, and I'm saying God has to be the way that He is, and God is a precondition for
No, but
anything that is. And if that is the case, then it is what it is. It's the same thing.
If that is the case, you are creating God. I
No,
don't
you.
agree that God
What do you mean? I'm
exists.
creating God?
You're creating God. I'm saying a thing, anything, is the thing it is. It has to be the thing it is, whether there are minds or not. You are adding God onto that. And I don't know why.
I don't understand what you mean by that.
How can I put it a different way? Like, an atom has to be the atom it is. It has to be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be that atom.
Correct.
So yeah.
And
Yeah.
the atom needs God for it to exist, and that's the way that it is.
Why? Why?
Why does it have to be the atom that it is?
Because if it was a different atom, it wouldn't be the atom that it is. Like you say, it's a tautology.
It
But
is a
tautology.
tautology.
Yeah,
Exactly.
But tautologies aren't a fallacy. They're necessarily true.
I know they are necessary, but you have the same justification. You see how you ask me why, and then I gave you the same justification that you gave me, and you're like, well, that's not good enough justification. I understand what you're saying, but my when we're talking about your worldview, your justification becomes it's a tautology in and of itself. In my worldview, in the politics of my worldview, I have a justification outside of just a tautology to ground that I have access to the knowledge claim. So In your
Right,
case,
so what
I
is
don't have
your
justification for the law of identity. I don't really. It just is, but you know, it can be something different. We don't really know. There's no justification for knowledge either. In my worldview, I do have justification for those
I
things.
know. I know that's your worldview. So what is the justification for God? Is what I'm asking. What is your justification for God
God doesn't
existing?
need a justification. We're talking about
Wait,
we're talking about logic. The
so
justification of logic would be God.
everything else needs a justification except for God. Do you know the special pleading policy? Everything else needs a justification. The laws of logic need justification. Everything else except for God needs a justification, but God doesn't. You know that.
Yes, because he's a specific kind of being. He is not.
Right.
He is not. The way that we arrive to him was through a logical argument. We have a specific kind of mind that he needs. It needs to have that specific kind of mind. It has to
But
be that way.
If that logical argument includes a fallacy, then
Where show me the fallacy in the argument I gave you for
the special pleading policy. You're saying that everything
no. You're
justification
okay.
except God.
But let's go
That's
back. The argument is that we're talking about transcendentals when it comes to conceptualizations like the laws of logic. Okay? In which part of the transcendental argument that I made did I commit a fallacy?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about your belief that God exists. You're saying that everything needs a justification except for God. That is by definition the special pleading policy. Everything needs a justification except for God.
Okay.
That's special pleading. That's all I'm saying. I'm not talking about tag.
You.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. We can go back to tag. I'm sorry.
Conans, okay, you have a job here. You need to, prove these things. You can't just look at the contrary.
No, I'm not just looking at the contrary. I demonstrated how immaterial universal concepts come from universal.
Not yet, Auntie, but I will do it. Just probably later on today.
Universal immaterial minds. That's what you're not dealing with.
So premise one here, right? Experience exists. X, right?
Wait, experience
X is going to be the ontological, universal, immaterial, conceptual, invariant concepts in mind as well exist. Yeah, agree. Premise one.
Wait, are you presenting a contrary transcendental argument right now?
No, I'm presenting yours right now. I'm only presenting yours.
Oh, you're trying to. Are you trying to steel man my argument right now?
Correct. Within the structure of a transcendental condition.
A transcendental argument.
Yeah, this is the
okay.
So
what X is the universal immaterial mind?
Okay, so if X is P, right, then the experience, X exists here, right? That means the necessary condition for P must also exist, right?
No, again, wait.
P is Y. I'm sorry. I keep saying P, but just think of it as Y.
You don't even, man. I want you to form the argument the way I presented it to you, please.
This is a transcendental argument. This is the skeleton of it.
No, but then why aren't you using X as a necessary precondition for Y?
I did.
Okay, do it again. Let's start from the top.
It's just a different wording.
Okay, so X is God, the universal immaterial mind.
Because
I don't even know what you're getting at here. Yeah, the conclusion is the conclusion is Y, therefore X. I've said this a million times.
The conclusion in this is supposed to be that Y is accepted as true.
Y, therefore X.
Yeah. Supposed.
I don't understand. maybe I'm just dumb, but I don't get it.
Be true for Y.
Well, that's why I asked you from the beginning of the debate. I wanted to clarify what you believe is true about the argument I'm presenting.
Circa said true, Emmett, right after you said that.
Yeah.
It must be true.
It must be true. It's anything he says goes.
Well, no, I just think it's funny you stopped it right before he said true. After you said, "I must be dumb," he goes true, true.
What I'm saying is,
It's funny.
Since he said it, it must be true because that's all that is true in his worldview. Whatever he says is the truth. And if he says false, it is false because, you know, all of his arguments is I. Right?
Right.
The one
I do that
presenting
for a
transcendental
reason.
Argument. I'm not presenting a transcendental argument. Why would I do that?
No, dude, I'm asking you, dude, because I'm trying to figure out your contention with the argument so we can have a debate over it. So I ask you.
My contention here. I'm just trying to understand your argument here, and I just don't really see.
No,
how
you're trying to
leading in this
find a
condition.
flaw in it so you don't have to answer the questions the argument's asking you. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like if I don't know if maybe this will help you. I can like the simplest way I could help you understand what Eli is saying is if logic, truth, and knowledge exist, they require a foundation that makes them universal and binding. And then the only sufficient foundation for those is a necessary universal mind.
The best guess, right?
And that means, therefore, God exists.
So that's the best guess. That's abductive.
Well,
it's an educated guess.
No, it's deductive. We're deducting that kind of mind is necessary. Because otherwise it don't make sense. They need to share on the nature. So they have to share the specific characteristics. That's what it means.
Because you look at the contrary and go, well,
I
seems
didn't
it's the
say
best
anything
answer.
about a guess there, though.
I know,
don't
but
know why
it's
you
that's
keep
an
saying
abductive
guess.
argument now.
I didn't
no, but that's
take it as a
abductive.
guess.
Well, look, and here's the difference too.
Well,
is
we
that
can
as
get in
finite
that
human-
in the after
Yeah.
panel. We'll get more into
Okay,
that
cool.
into the after panel because we got
I need some
questions
backup up here.
We have to go through. But
I'm gonna go
there
to the
was
after panel.
Just a small point on it's nothing to do with the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Speakeasy, I've spoken to him before. He loves me.
He what?
But I'm saying he loves me. Yeah, he doesn't. He hates me. But I'm saying, yeah, the moderator should be unbiased. Like the guy was saying, I need some backup, and Speakeasy came in. Yeah, I just wanted to make that point. Yeah.
He is being unbiased, but Sikor is refusing to answer simple questions.
Alright,
We can
yeah.
disagree on that. It's fine, but
yeah,
the moderator is supposed to be there in order to try to make clarifications and have understandings on the debate itself. If one of the debaters is acting it's obviously acting in bad faith or not answering questions, or he can try to intervene to, try to get the conversation moving, which I think that's what he was doing. But yeah, I get what you mean.
welcome in everybody.
Did you do that solo?
I wish.
I was like, what the fuck?
I wish. That's actually one of the things I kind of regret. Like one of my pastors started giving me guitar lessons, but this was right around the time I kind of started being a rebellious asshole. So I started not going to the church as much and stuff. So
Oh, Speakeasy, did you say pastor? Come on.
Yeah, he was a pastor. That's what he was. That's the church I went to, bro. That's I grew up.
I mean, yeah, but any of us could just open a building in a strip mall, and then I can be Pastor Steelborn.
Right. I understand that now. I was a kid, bro. That pastor did so much for me, bro, and taught me so much about God that I wouldn't have known without him. So as much
I just like to give people credit.
I know. I get it. That's why I started questioning things though, right? Because there were certain things that I was learning that was like contradictory to him and the church. So like that's
It's hard to
why-
reconcile those when they're like those are it's like those are your first like lessons and stuff like that. It's hard to actually
right
say
right
that.
That's why I went through this. I think, you know, and that's my, you know, it was my free will, obviously, but like I think that was a part of what like influenced me to be like, yeah, fuck this, you know, like this is they're lying to me. You know?
By the way, you guys
Lying to
all
me.
got Kant's wrong argument, or you all got Kant's argument wrong. Like both of you two kind of got what like the point that Kant was trying to get across. So Kant was in.
Oh, I did it wrong too.
Yes, your argument was in like that wasn't Kant's argument. So
Wait,
Kant's
I
Kant
thought it
was.
was
All right, let's listen to Kant's argument. Let's see if this person can actually. Do you know Kant's argument, Willard?
Yeah, I was gonna say Kant's argument is I think, therefore I am. Basically, if you have a mind and you
No,
are thinking,
that's not Kant.
that means you exist. Yeah, it is.
That's Descartes.
It is Descartes. You're quite right. I apologize. Yeah.
experience in order.
Okay, let's listen to Stillborn, see if he has that.
World order itself requires structure, therefore that structure comes from the mind, so therefore it's grounded in the mind.
No, so
I never finished giving his argument.
not exactly.
So
So Kant was critiquing both the rationalists like Descartes and the empiricists like Hume,
an
because
idealist,
basically
yeah.
Hume's
He's an
position
idealist.
makes knowledge impossible, but Descartes and the rationalists, their position was they were just way too overconfident in their ability to reason. But basically, what his argument was like experience is only possible because the mind already imposes structure. So he was trying to ground. So for example, like Hume, basically the conclusion that Hume came to was like, we actually can't give a justification for things like the laws of logic, knowledge, any of these categories. We can't actually give a justification for them or any kind of like objective moral claim whatsoever.
Kant?
No, Hume.
Okay, I was like,
that was
what?
Hume's position.
Oh,
and so Kant was
Kant.
responding to Hume and basically saying he was trying to.
So he's giving the whole thing. It's going through Hume and Kant and everybody.
And thank you for this. It's very educational. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm not making an argument, but you're welcome.
No, it's good. I'm enjoying it. Yeah.
Do the transcendental argument of basically saying, well, you know,
Truth
because
exists.
basically, Hume's position was basically like we only gain knowledge through our sense data, basically through our experience, because he was an empiricist. And Kant was saying, well, no, you can't have that position because, like, in order to have like a priori knowledge of that, you even having an experience, there has to be a structure before that to already be the case. That has to be the case in order for experience. And
Yeah,
for you
the
to learn
mind is the manifold. It's a template to do that. Yeah.
And he
Could be
tried to ground
imposed
it
by
in the
something
mind.
else.
He tried to ground that in the mind, but the problem was that you can't ground a universal in a particular.
Yeah, but Kant also, again, if I'm not mistaken, he does not argue that like innate ideas, structures, right? I think it's either innate ideas or innate structures are not grounded in the
There's
mind.
something I want to say.
He just thinks that the manifold, which is the mind, which you imposes structures on it, like you said.
Yeah, the mind imposes structures like.
Yeah, sorry. What's up?
Yeah, Kant kind of makes a Platonistic argument for God. Like he thinks that, that God grounds reality, but God is completely unknowable, if I remember correctly. But he does try to use God as an example of like we're the templates of that. We just can't fully understand that.
I mean, that would make sense I think that makes sense if he is doing this kind of like empiricism.
Well, was it Huxley? Darwin's bulldog, they called him. He was saying that like God is unknowable whether a God exists or not. Like agnostic. He came up with the term agnostic. Is that the kind of thing?
No, it's that he knows that God would have to be there through the transcendental argument, but he can't justify God's existence because he can't know him.
Yeah, I get what I said.
That sounds like That sounds like a very defeatist argument, but yes, I guess that makes sense.
Like before
It's a
experience.
multiplicity of sensory appearances which obfuscate or
I don't know. Kant's
our
position was
awareness, and
weird, but
it is weird. It's difficult. That's why I'm like
Kant is a really fucking hard guy to read. Okay, like if you like, so from my view, like,
I
so
had to buy a
I've
second
read
book
Hume.
to do it.
Like I've read Hume, I've read some of Hume, and I've read some of Descartes, and I see their starting position.
Did you
and I
really
can
just
see-
come up and tell me I was wrong and then conclude you don't know, motherfucker?
No.
Insufficient would be the
Listen,
correct thing. I think
I'm right.
insufficient is
No,
kind of
I
what it
am
was.
right. I promise you. It's we undeniably have coherent, structured experience. This is
I think
only
I think you're right.
possible
Yes,
if
but
the mind. Wait, this is
I just
only
think it's insufficient.
possible if the mind supplies the organizing structure. Like
Yes. Okay. So then you word.
space,
Then I think
time,
you worded it.
logic.
You worded it
Wait,
right.
no,
That's
space,
correct. That's
time,
correct.
logic, causality, all of these things. The mind has to supply those organizing structures. Therefore, those structures must exist and are grounded in the human mind. That's
Before the experience
the
happens,
structure
yes.
in the mind interprets it.
is
It
his
doesn't actually mean it's
argument.
grounded in it. It could be outside of it.
No. Yes. Okay.
let-
So
let
I
me
guess
see.
maybe I just didn't agree with the way you worded it the first time speaking.
Well,
but
and
like
I'm
that is.
still-
Well, I
yes,
did a
that was
short
Kant's argument.
version of it. That's
Yeah, that was
probably
much more.
I'm
closer to
still
Kant's
backing up Speakeasy here against what Circa's saying. I think that ultimately the conclusion of Kant from the summaries that I have read is that it is grounded in the mind ultimately. When you say he's grounding something outside of the mind that's not in God, we need to know what that grounding source is.
Yes,
Yeah,
so like just to simplify it down, because fuck Kant, right? Like basically,
Oh my god.
But he's making the same mistake. He's saying that everything must be grounded in something. Everything needs a justification except God. He's making the same mistake.
Because
Why
of the
doesn't
kind of
God-
being that he is.
So
He is the justification for the existence. You don't have to justify the justification. That would be that would be logical.
Can't you see how that's special pleading? I know
That's
I'm
not a
repeating myself,
special
but
pleading. A special pleading would be
no, everything needs a justification except for God. That is special pleading.
true, but that's not a special pleading.
It is special pleading. You just said it was special pleading.
No.
Everything.
There are ways of
everything-
justifying God. It's just not
Yeah.
ways that, you would accept.
Everything-
It's just through divine
everything-
revelation we can know God.
Everything needs a justification except this one thing.
Well, he's
That
giving
is
you a
special
justification. For example, he's saying one of the things that is pretty much said is that if God existed, he will make himself known. Thus, what the lion is saying is revelation exists. Thus, that's the fact that we have revelation is showing that God exists.
That's different from a justification. A justification is the reason why God exists, and you are saying there is no reason why God exists. He's always existed.
We can have justification that God is there.
Yeah, but
His
that's
existence
different.
is unknowable. We don't know his essence. We can't know anything about that.
Yeah, but that's different from God having a justification. Do you know what I'm saying?
How is it different? You're getting justification of the knowledge that he exists.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the knowledge he exists. I'm saying why does he exist? If you're saying that everything else needs a justification except God, that is by definition special pleading. Which makes the argument invalid that he exists.
No, it doesn't make the argument invalid because we're getting through it through the ideation of thing existing. It's like
no, it does.
Well, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way.
It's a special pleading fallacy.
Yeah,
and that makes the argument
listen to
invalid.
this, okay? So, a steak. Okay, I have a steak. Thus, the cow is a necessary precondition for the steak to exist, right?
Yeah.
Do I need a justification for the cow existing in this argument?
You need. Yes,
Do I need
There
a
has to be a
justification for the cow
justification.
existing for that argument to be valid?
Are you claiming that the cow has always existed? Or did it have a mother and father?
No. I'm saying
And it was
I
born?
ate a steak, thus a cow
That's a
is a
different
necessary precondition for the steak to even exist for me to eat it. Do
But
I
that's a
need to
different-
have a justification for the cow to exist for that argument to be valid?
If someone asks why did the cow exist, then yes, you do.
No.
You do need a justification.
Why would anybody ask that for the steak to exist?
It doesn't matter why they would ask it, but you'd have to answer it.
No, it matters. Let's say that you make an argument about water. I don't know. Water is created out of oxygen and hydrogen. And I ask, but is Mars red?
It doesn't matter why someone asks a question. If someone asks a question, you can't just say, well, the cow has always existed, so it doesn't need a justification.
Okay. Say a basic premise and conclusion.
Premise, I exist.
Mm-hmm.
Conclusion. That's a good point. that might have been a bad example.
I am. That's a conclusion.
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I say, thus, why Mars is red, is that a valid question?
No, because it doesn't address any of the premises or the conclusion. What I was asking was why does the cow exist? In your steak example,
it doesn't matter because I ate the steak. I don't know why the cow exists, but I know I ate the steak.
But the cow was in the premise, so it's a valid question.
No, I get that the cow is in the premise, but it doesn't matter because I still ate the steak.
So there are only certain questions that you can ask, is what you're saying.
The what?
There are only certain questions that you can ask. So you're blocking off questions.
I'm not blocking up questions. All I'm saying is that I don't think it matters. Maybe I'm wrong. But I don't think that it matters to the argument. I think that is an irrelevant question for the argument. Right? The argument is there is a steak and I eat it, and the necessary precondition for the steak is a cow. And if you ask me, well, why does cow exist? It doesn't matter why does cow exist. It just matters that it does for the argument to be valid. So it does exist.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is your argument is invalid because you're saying that everything needs a justification for its existence except God, which is the special pleading fallacy.
And if you
include the special pleading fallacy in your argument, that makes it invalid. It's an invalid argument because you've included the
special pleading anything. That's the thing.
It is special pleading. Everything needs justification except this one thing that I'm arguing for: God's existence.
Well, that doesn't need a justification, I guess. You're right.
Yeah.
But the point is that God still exists, even if I don't have the justification for him to exist. Just like the cow still exists, even if I don't have a justification for the cow still existing, because I ate the steak and I used the necessary, I use logic. Thus, they're still valid, even if I don't know exactly why he exists.
Then you will need a different argument. You can't use that.
No, I don't. Why would I need a different argument?
Because that argument includes a fallacy, which makes it invalid.
No, the argument doesn't include a fallacy.
It's a special pleading.
Your question includes a fallacy because it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the argument.
A question can't include a fallacy.
Yeah, what do you mean? Of course.
A question can't include a fallacy.
Okay, let me show you how it can include a fallacy, so you can lie. When was the last time you hit your wife?
I don't have a wife. I've never hit my wife.
So you see how it had a lot of assumptions and even thing that wasn't true included? Wouldn't it be wouldn't it be false for me to say that you hit your wife if you've never hit your wife?
It will be false. It will be a false
there
question.
you go. There will be a fallacy in the question.
That's not a
I
fallacy.
kind of just went through to make sure that I was correct before I actually said anything. But a special pleading fallacy, what is it? It's making a unified exception, making an unjustified exception. We don't think that we can explain everything, right? There are some things that everyone accepts that we cannot explain. So we cannot explain God's existence, but you guys can't explain why logic exists. We have a slightly greater justification for reality, even if it is slighter, as a slightly better argument.
No, the special pleading policy is everything must follow this rule except for one thing.
No, but listen to what
when
he
someone
said.
when someone says everything needs a justification except for God, that is by definition the special.
Nobody says everything needs a justification. We don't say that.
So do the laws of logic need a justification?
Yes.
Why?
Because it's part of the material reality.
It's not part of.
And it's something that we grasp with and we can understand.
Oh, I apologize.
And it's also a precursor to a different that shows us that there is a transcendental mind that grounds these things.
Sorry, my mom's here. I've got to disappear for 5 minutes. I apologize.
Okay. You're good, man.
All right.
You're good. I think I'm gonna have to actually study more about the fallacies. I don't think it's a space. I don't think I was wrong with the idea. It's like the question is irrelevant to the argument, right?
Yeah, it is. But because the argument can be self-contained within itself. It doesn't have to. It's not special pleading to say that the cow exists because the steak exists.
Yeah.
It would just be a different layer of. It would be a different argument to justify why a cow exists.
Yeah,
or
I agree.
Why it should exist.
Well, we're not even talking about what if it ought exist or not. We're just saying that it does.
Yeah, but the way that he was arguing, it was a should argument. Why should it exist? Why should God exist?
Yep.
That's what he's asking.
Welcome, K2.
Yellow.
It is.
When they're saying God, they're saying an independent mind, right? An independent mind, right? Berserker is saying that independent concepts exist, but an independent mind to hold said independent concepts doesn't exist, which is literally incoherent. It does not make any sense.
No, because Kantian judgments are neither psychological objects.
I said fuck Kant.
Yeah, that's the,
one sec, sir.
Right.
Let me reiterate it to you. You were saying you agreed.
Leprechaun man.
You agreed that independent concepts exist, but you're also saying as an atheist that an independent mind to hold said independent concepts does not exist.
You mean mind independent? What?
We don't take the. At least I'm not taking. I've never took the position that concepts are mind independent. Okay, and I also want to point this out. This is really important. The tag proponents, really quick, the tag proponents, at least the way I'm doing it, we're not Kantian. Just because Kant made a form of a transcendental argument, we're not. Yeah, so it's the grounding it in the mind is the problem. That becomes an autonomous
argumentation is the same.
epistemology.
That's the thing. The argumentation is the same. You're doing a transcendental.
It's similar, but I actually think that
to satisfy it.
I honestly think the transcendental argument goes farther back. I don't think it was formalized really till Kant, but you can actually go back and read Aristotle, and he was basically making transcendental arguments for the law of non-contradiction.
What, in physics or?
No, Aristotle. When the sophists came to him, they're like, "How do you know?" I don't remember which book it was, dude.
It was metaphysics. Either I think it was like
metaphysics 4.
Yeah, 4 or 7.
And But basically, the sophists were coming to Aristotle and like, how do you know the law of non-contradiction is true? And he's like, because any argument you try to make against it has to presuppose the thing in question.
Correct.
He talks about the unmoved mover.
That too, yeah. But I'm saying that was essentially like an kind of a informal transcendental argument.
And yeah, anytime you use retorsion, you're using. So if you try to deny logic, and then you say, well, you can't deny logic because you just used it to deny logic, that's a form of retorsion. Tag is basically doing that. We're just demonstrating it further that the thing in question has a precondition that you cannot deny. When you use the thing, you're implying the precondition.
The unmoved mover is a really good one that I like. That helped me a lot with like getting the whole tag argument, like because like it brings up the idea like infinite is just like it's a concept made up that you can't actually do mathematically, right? Like infinite minus infinite, what is that? There's no such thing as infinite mathematically, really.
But did you know that some infinities are bigger than others?
No, that's not. Get the fuck out. But like that was the whole idea.
John Green. That's kind of funny. One there.
Yeah, right. You can't go. There's no infinity to go back. So if there's like this
what about infinity
chain,
plus one?
there has to be something that started the chain, right? And that's I think it's Aquinas that used Aristotle's argument to get to God, the transcendental argument for God. Right?
No, Van Til was the one who started, who came up with the transcendental argument for God. He was the one who.
No, I'm saying, but Aquinas adapted Aristotle's idea into arguments for God, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, Van Til was the one who came up with the transcendental argument for God. Like he was the one who actually like first formalized that argument. Aquinas Aquinas, I think Aquinas' thing was like the cosmological argument. That was his thing. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure. I don't think his was the transcendental argument.
Yeah, no, it's not the transcendental argument. No. It's using Aristotle's unmoved. No, that's not.
The unmoved mover.
Yeah, the unmoved mover,
one, yeah.
and
that one Aquinas
used,
yeah.
God, yes.
Or you could use Heraclitus' logo, which again, is where Aristotle got his idea from, with like this whole idea of change, and that motion is empirical. And how would you explain the power source of all motion across the universe? Because we know for a fact, even the scientists will agree that everything is in motion.
By the way, guys, just
even
so you know,
a rock is vibrating.
Munchausen's trilemma is Agrippa's trilemma. It's the same thing.
Okay. I was like, I feel like I've heard of this, but I don't know if I've heard of this.
The second he said Munchausen's trilemma, I went, no, we're not doing Agrippa's trilemma. It's self-refuting.
Not again. Did you mention Agrippa's trilemma too?
No, I wasn't even paying attention. I was talking to somebody real quick. My bad.
No, that's fine.
But yeah, I just was hoping that at least there would be some type of, engagement with, if you agree that there's immaterial universal concepts, what the account for them would be outside of an immaterial universal mind.
What the account?
The account for the possibility of, yeah.
I mean, technically, I gave you that panoplia one, right? I'm not really familiar deeply with that panoplia idea, but consciousness, I'm sure some fucking weirdo can probably yap all day about that. I mean, there's so many podcasts.
Nice answer, bro.
But wait, this gets back to if you're agreeing that it's
here. Hold on, can I just ask him a quick question, Eli?
Yeah.
Okay, Circa, is truth universal and universal, absolute, and objective?
I like to think it is.
Okay, that's good. So, would you agree that the three classical laws of logic are true?
Can you repeat them for me again?
The law of identity, non-contradiction, and excluded middle.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So would you agree that these are immaterial, invariant, absolute, and universal as well, the three laws?
Immaterial and absolute and universal?
Mm-hmm. And invariant, unchanging.
Unchanging? I think within our own world, right? What reality we perceive, are you asking? I think that kind of exists. Are you saying it can go to metaphysical?
Can you even think of a world where the three laws wouldn't apply?
Maybe. We don't know any other world.
Can you? No, I'm asking, can you even envision one?
I can imagine one, actually, yeah.
Okay, how does the world work where the three laws don't apply?
I mean, laws themselves don't really answer a lot of the transcendental stuff, right? No, I mean, what's the whole point of the transcendental argument anyway, then?
The transcendental argument for God's existence is the basic structure of the argument is that you need
not for God's existence.
Transcendental argument.
Well, let me explain this to everyone.
What you said are essentially like logical rules here.
Yeah.
We have A equals A. We have A.
So Circa, right? You agreed there that truth is a concept that exists independent of your mind. Of your mind.
I like to think
correct?
it does, yeah.
Yeah.
I like to think it does.
But all concepts have to exist in a mind, correct?
A concept itself, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So that independent concept must exist in an independent mind, correct?
I see where you're going with this.
And if truth is universal and absolute, then wouldn't it be
one sec. All Christians mean, in terms of what Eli means when he said he's evoking the word God, is independent mind.
Yeah,
that there's a higher, there is a higher
though,
objective principle at play here. That there's a
We
higher
are kind of
power at
assuming
play.
this. We are assuming this.
We're not assuming this. We agree to this objective truth.
You can't objectively say that that is what's happening, though.
But it is a breakdown. No, wait, before you get away from that, I just want you to see that. So, like, Circa, that's fine to say that you don't have to come to that conclusion. But what Eli was asking you is, what's the other answer to that?
That makes it an abductive one, though. That's the problem. That's an abductive reasoning.
No, it doesn't make it abductive. So the transcendental argument is deductive reasoning. No, he's asking you.
If you have incomplete information, it becomes abductive here.
Okay, it's really, you think that's you think that the transcendental argument becomes abductive?
At least the necessary condition part, not the whole argument, man. But
okay, so let's
be built on a deductive argument, right? At least the necessary condition.
Well, yeah, it's deductive reasoning. So let's test this real quick. So, okay.
Do you have all the
Socrates
information?
is a man. Hold on, Socrates is a man.
Objectively, that God is actually the mind-independent thing that's being, embodied by this.
Yes, because if you try to deny it, you end up Yes, I do know that, and I can actually give an argument for that. The reason that I know this is because my epistemology is theonomous, whereas yours is autonomous. You're going to get stuck in circular argument and circular reasoning the second you try to move to a second order knowledge claim and justify that. All you're going to be able to do is appeal to another second order knowledge claim.
Slow down. Give me your argument. You don't need to be all weird. Give me your argument.
I'm not being weird. You don't understand it. That's fine. You can say that, but
just being weird. Give me your argument.
Yeah, because if you deny that,
he's saying slow it down for him, Steelboard.
Yeah, so if you deny,
bro, like talking 55,000 miles a second, just relax.
Steelboard's just good at this shit. That's all. Go ahead, Steelboard.
If you can't give an accounting for the three laws, if you can't give an accounting for the laws of logic, right, and you can't give an accounting for truth or knowledge and how it exists in what way, huh?
What do you mean by counting?
Giving a reason to believe that these things exist, or a good reason to believe these things exist.
I mean, they are universal and necessary for rational discourse, right? The three laws. But can you honestly, objectively say that they exist everywhere, even outside of our own universe? We know that.
Are there other universes?
Yeah, no matter what language you're speaking, truth will still be truth. Water will still be water.
You don't know that, though. We only know our universe.
Oh,
no.
In order to Spanish people. One sec. So Spanish people exist, but they don't drink water.
No. I have a way to refute this.
Exactly.
Really quick. I'll pass it back to you. But
hold on, Surkar. There are other universes?
I didn't say there are. I said there might be. We don't know.
Well, can you think of any universe where the three laws of logic wouldn't apply? Can you think of any other universe where the rock is not itself? Or whatever the thing in question is? Whatever the thing in question is within this other universe.
Maybe.
That's the law of identity. The rock is...
Maybe.
Maybe. I was gonna say that they're talking about the law of identity, and he's not getting it, and he makes fun of them because he doesn't get that they're talking about the law of identity.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think that people actually try to comprehend these things. Like, if you try to imagine that everything, or there is no law of identity, it basically means there's nothing. Like, when you take any of these rules out, it ultimately just leads to just nothing existing.
Yeah, it's true.
Itself, like, it can't be the rock and the beer and a cup of beer at the same time. It has to be one or the other.
And this is a rational foundation of thought, right? Formal reasoning, right?
Yeah, this is one. Yeah, these are the laws, part of the laws of thought.
So does reason explain everything that's metaphysical or at least supernatural?
Reasoning, like just reason.
Yeah. What is it? What is in the center of a black hole? How does the law of, a non-contradiction here apply to that when it's a singularity and we have no idea how the physics works?
Just because we don't
exists
know.
as technically nothing at the same time, right? It's a singularity, it's undefined, divided by zero. So what would you say the law of contradiction even means something when it comes to a black hole? What is a black hole?
Can a black hole be a black hole and not a black hole?
A black hole exists as something that kind of seems like math.
Can it be itself and not itself?
Again, the math says it should not exist. A law of non-contradiction says it cannot exist, but also exist at the same time, right?
Yeah, it either exists or does not exist. So does it exist?
So a black hole mathematically says it does not exist, but it looks like it does. What would you say to that?
I'm not asking. I'm asking, does the thing exist? The math could be wrong.
I asked you a very specific question about a black hole with the law
and
of
I said the math could be just because the
So math stops. Is that what you were telling me yesterday, Lion, when you said that he said the math stopped working inside of a black hole?
Yeah. You can
Yeah,
imagine math not work because math doesn't work in a black hole, supposedly. I don't know how he knows that, though.
He makes a lot of knowledge fucking claims, and I don't know how he knows any of them, to be fair. There's like no way of knowing that.
math is wrong, or the math
So
doesn't
one
make
of the
sense, or we're
laws
doing the
have
math
broken
wrong.
already.
No, that's don't break the laws. Hold on, real quick.
I mean, mathematically, black holes seem to not exist, but they do.
Hold on. If you say to there could be a variable that they're not accounting for because they don't know about it.
Thank you. So
with the black hole scenario, but can the black hole be itself and not itself at the same time?
Well, right now it looks like it doesn't exist, but exists in the same context because physics breaks down. So
it does just because it's
it doesn't. You think it doesn't break down at a singularity?
Hold on,
guys. This is just like, come on, Circa. Is there anything else you can because a black hole? This is like an observed thing, but we don't even know what it does or what it is a theory. Come on, dude.
It's a theory, not so. So again, it's not something that you have the same kind of knowledge
based on like logic, though, right? It's
hold on. So wait. Because people disagree. So because people disagree about what the black hole is itself.
Wait, math disagrees with you, buddy. That's the whole. You know what a singularity is, right?
Yeah, I get the math doesn't. I get that. Like,
so
it's like the opposite of like.
Dude. It's
no,
math.
I'm saying so. Okay, is there a variable that we don't know about? Is it possible?
Maybe.
Is it logically possible for there to be?
Couldn't that change this law? I don't know. Maybe it actually does exist and not exist at the same time. Who knows?
No,
you can't have something that exists and not exist at the same time. That's a performative contradiction.
Black holes say otherwise mathematically, man.
No, they don't.
No, again, this is the problem when people bring up quantum logic as a critique of classical logic.
Quantum logic, bro.
Yes. No, seriously, you can laugh, but this is the actual problem, is that the math that we have is an incomplete model for what other things are showing. It's not saying that it exists in a contradiction. It's just showing that the mathematics presents an incomplete model.
You think reason is complete? Do you think reason is
dude,
complete?
This is why. No, hold on really quick, guys. This is why, as Easy said, it's a theory. It's not something that they say is an objective fact, like the tree in front of me is a tree. That's why there's different levels of knowledge. There's like normative, and then there's epistemic knowledge. With black holes being a theory, the incomplete math doesn't show that it's somehow fundamentally breaking the classical laws of logic, because guess what? In order to even do the science it takes to theorize about a black hole, the laws of logic have to be the case first for you to even have the possibility of doing that. And what we're talking about with possible
Are you
worlds
saying they're
here,
complete?
no, hold on. The mathematics showed an incomplete model. Okay,
You know, laws of logic are math, right? It's a math, like a logical math proof. It's a proof.
Can I break
right?
in?
No, yeah, math is derivative. Yes, one second, but math is derivative of logic, but that does not mean that it's fundamentally viable.
I think I saw this part. It's premonition going to give us like a physics class, something like that.
Hell yeah, she is.
Yeah, I remember
Violating or the laws. You would have to have like a more complete model to say that it's violating the laws of logic.
Okay, finally,
Okay.
you guys have
I mean,
moved into my wheelhouse a little bit. I wasn't even going to come in tonight at all. And then I saw you black holes. Okay, you're going to have to follow me for a minute here. Black holes are a thing. And the conclusion I have come to, I think I'm the only one who come to these conclusions. All right. And you guys are going to think this is ridiculous, but this is what I think it is. A black hole is matter. They know quarks and the things that rotate so fast. I'm brain locking. Anyway, back to black holes. Black holes are formed when the rate of the speed of the atoms that make up the bulk of the body of the black hole, when the rate of the speed of the atoms equalizes out with the rate of the speed of the spin of the body itself. Okay, try to follow me. So you have atoms moving at a certain speed, and then you've got the giant ball moving. It finally reaches the same speed as the atoms themselves. At that point, the entire thing, I mean, it's still spinning, but to itself, it halts. It doesn't actually halt, but it halts and it collapses in on itself.
That's a black hole.
Which, yeah, and it creating the black hole. And what happens is it smashes the atoms together to where there is no atomic motion inside of the black hole at all. And they
but premonition. I do apologize to interrupt you. Like I said, you're well versed in this kind of stuff. But you see what the problem is? Like the problem is we're now trying to define what the fuck a black hole is and all this kind of shit. When the argument's supposed to be about atheism and God and all this shit, this is what Circuit does. This is what's bad faith and he's disingenuous. So I would like to ask Circuit a real, because again, my mom took Tylenol. I'm a retard. Can you please? No. Because can you please define what the word means?
Word?
Yeah. What does that mean?
I don't know. Word? I'm gonna hit you with the tautology right now.
Yeah, so you don't know what word means, but you're using them.
I don't think I'll be able to satisfy the one you want right now, considering the line of questioning that's happening.
You could Google if you want. Like I'll tell you. Like word means word means.
You want me to answer purple, bro?
A
Fucking
word,
tell me the answer.
You don't know what a word is. I'll tell you what a word is. A word is a unit of meaning.
Unit of meaning.
Yes, and another word. That's why in the beginning was the word. In the beginning was meaning. God is meaning.
It doesn't have any meaning.
No,
that's not the way the theology works.
Real quick. I'm not saying that, right? But what I'm saying is, in terms of meaning, if you're to deny God, you're to deny meaning, which means in terms of atheism, if you deny God, there is no meaning. It's meaningless.
No,
you're trying to make a statement that has meaning while saying there's no meaning.
You're trying to appeal to scripture to the guy who rejects scripture. Like that's a bad argument. But I have a question real quick
I'm not.
Pretty bad argument.
I have a question for Sirkar. So basically, your example here with the black hole is basically saying based on my math, this engine shouldn't run. But then I turn the key and the engine fucking starts. So therefore, it's a
Can you
contradiction.
observe? You can observe an engine, though, right?
Can you observe a black hole?
No.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
I didn't ask. No, I asked, is it logically possible for you to observe one?
Not that we know of yet.
That doesn't answer my question.
We
Is there some
don't
contradiction
know.
in observing it?
Don't we have to actually do the thing?
Well, the answer is actually yes. There is a way to observe it. You can do it through certain kinds of What happened? Yeah, you keep listening. There are ways that you can see them. Hawking's radiation is a way to do it. It's very hard and very complex to do it, though.
No. For logical possibility, it just means that there's no contradiction.
Because
Superman
it is
is
a
logically
singularity,
possible.
right? It is divided by 0 in its math. It is
Superman is
functionally
logically
breaking down.
possible. You know that, right?
Even in theory,
well,
you're
does
supposed to
Superman
be able
exist
to
in some
see
math?
them. You
Eli,
can
you're on
observe
mute.
them, in
I
a
see you
sense.
trying to talk there. You're muted.
My bad. Yeah,
Superman
that's
had
why.
his own
That's why the
fucking
black.
math, bro.
Appreciate that. You came in clutch. But that's
not-
why
I
when
didn't
we're
know
talking
Superman
about
had math, dude.
no. You admitting that we can't observe the black hole just goes back to what we were saying about a theory. When we're talking about the transcendental argument, we're talking about facts and what we know to be true, and the possibility
black
of knowledge
holes are
and truth
theories?
itself. Yes,
You
I
think
think
black
it's a
holes are
theory.
theories?
Well,
You guys-
you just admitted
Yeah, we're
that
talking
we
about
can't
meaning.
observe it. So
Physics.
We
comes
can do the math though, which kind of
you just
in a
said the
way,
math
is
says
more
it doesn't
important.
exist. So
It breaks down. That's how we know it exists.
He doesn't even know what words are, bro.
the math shows it doesn't exist. That's how we know it exists. That doesn't make any sense.
Because our math. the
Yeah,
things that we
meaning is
do-
meaningless. That's what he's saying,
Yeah,
Eli.
Wait,
Meaning
from
is
what I
meaningless.
know about black
One
holes
sec,
is
one
we
sec.
can
Do you know what
observe them and
logic
we
is
have a
built
theory
on, bro?
about how
What
they
is
work.
logic built on? What is logic built on?
Meaning.
Meaning, like I think when he has no answer, it feels awkward. Sekar is a book of citations without quotes. It's going quantum. Kokoshuka, that's a good one.
Logic is
Proofs
Meaning.
of math. If math
No,
breaks
backwards.
down,
You
that's
have that
kind of
backwards.
Weird.
yeah. No, math is derivative of logic.
I
just
can
said
say a
that.
lot about
That's what
black
logic
holes
is
to make
built
a
on,
troll
math.
here, but let me
Logic
just
is built on
really
math.
quickly get in good out. Nix
Or are you
and
trying to say that, like,
Steelborn, you
somehow
two
the
need to
idea of
reply to
logic
me.
is more important than math?
Premonition, call me before you go to bed. Premonition on Discord.
Did
Before you
message
go to
me on
bed,
Discord?
you call me. Yeah, I've messaged both of you. You guys are worse than Speakeasy. Have a good night, everybody. Get the donos in. Great,
wait,
great
Everest.
debate. What?
Everest.
You guys are worse than Speakeasy is a good one.
Lie. You just came in here to heaven, Max, bro.
No, I did. I actually, I
That was the
didn't want to
biggest
derail.
compliment. See, I'm not that bad at messaging back. See that?
Come on, Everest. You
Yeah.
came in here. You got to start heaven maxing now, bro.
Listen, I don't want to take away from the arguments that's going on. You guys got good stuff going on. I just wanted to make sure because I've been trying to get a hold of Premonition literally all day. So no, it's okay. We know your Alzheimer's kicked in. It's okay. You get passes. So just call me before you go to bed.
I'll be there only in moments. I just wanted to finish explaining to these guys what
Take
a black hole is.
Take
We'll
all the
remind her
time you
before
need.
she gets off.
Yeah, just give her a quick reminder, a little nudge with the cane. You know.
Yeah, we'll get it.
All right.
We'll make sure to remind.
Good night, everybody.
I do.
But-
I do
okay,
have
okay, but back to Sirkar real quick.
I just want to
Sirkar,
be
hold on.
real quick, just like so I
An
can have an
argument for the
understanding.
necessary
Maybe I'm
condition?
wrong. One sec, Sirkar. I just want to maybe.
What's up, K2? Are you able to talk now?
Yeah, I just kept losing signal.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I saw the message.
I'm wrong here, but I thought with black holes we observe them and we have a theory about what they do, but that's it.
I have
That's
answers
not about
to
their
that.
existence, though. Their existence is mathematically. We proved it mathematically before we ever saw or even thought of one. That's what happened.
Yeah, I have answers. And I just
Wait, what? No, that makes no sense. He said that mathematics doesn't work. He said that mathematics doesn't work inside a black hole.
He just contradicted himself.
Yeah, mathematics doesn't work inside a black hole at the same time. Yeah, we predicted them before we even see them because of mathematics. What?
had the last thing to say about black holes. The theory that black holes produce light, but the gravitational pull of a black hole is so strong that it sucks the light back in. That is
The event
incorrect.
horizon, yeah.
That is
It's the
incorrect.
event horizon.
That's wrong. Okay.
Well, if
yes.
you're inside the event
that's
horizon,
event
it's not.
horizon. Let me explain. The reason what's happening with the black hole, because the matter has crunched into such a degree, there's no atomic movement, there's no light being produced at
Where
all.
does the heat come from then?
What heat?
Black holes give off more heat than suns.
Is he talking about the amount of? What's he talking about? The accretion disk? Is he talking about the accretion disk? Because the accretion disk is not the black hole. That's gas around it that gets superheated. But that's fine.
Gonna have to ponder that more. I've figured
It
him
means they're
out.
vibrating.
So from what I'm reading, by the way, just Carl Schwarzschild solved the mathematical problem that Albert Einstein had with black holes.
He solved the singularity? Are you serious?
What it says.
Solved it? He solved the singularity?
He introduced the concept of the Schwarzschild radius, a cornerstone in the theory of black holes.
I didn't solve the math behind why we
Does
don't know
anyone
what happens
else
at the
get
center of the
the
black hole
feeling
beyond
that
the
Sakar
horizon.
has
your question
knowledge?
is- wait, I
and
thought your
doesn't know
question
how
was
to
they
is
exist.
about
explain himself?
He knows things, but he's so
Like
unlikable
he has
that-
not. He's like, no, it's like he goes to college and gets all this knowledge, but he doesn't know how to apply it in the real world. I'm sorry, I should have worded that better. Like that.
Oh yeah, that makes sense to me.
Sorry, I'm back. My mum's just gone. Yeah, sorry, carry on.
Yep, welcome back. Welcome back. We're just still. Well, we're looking at the open panel right now. We're talking about black holes. It's kind of fun.
Hold on,
the
it's like-
escapable point, man. It's the point
No, hold on a
at
second, hold on a
which...
second, hold on a second. I thought your
Isn't that
question
how
this
you,
entire
measure the
time was about
size
whether or
of a
not
black
they
hole? Wait,
exist.
isn't that how you measure the size of a black hole? The
Is your
Schwarzschild
question?
radius?
Hold on. Is your question?
All right, so I just want to say, are we debating black holes now? I just want
Exactly.
to
No,
No,
I wanted to.
But this is why I keep pointing out, Easy. They keep falling for his bait of talking about black holes rather than drilling back down on this ridiculous claim that you can have independent
bring it back,
concepts, but you
actually.
can't
I was
have
gonna bring it
independent
back.
minds.
Hold on. I
bring it
wanted
back
to
to
steer
your
this.
proof.
I wanted to steer this
because I
back to
just
what
think you're
Steelborn originally
demonstrating,
asked him.
Circa, that the theory or black holes is a concept that comes from a human mind.
they're
What
a
was
reality.
asked of you was a how can a concept not come from a human mind?
No, the question that was asked was how
gonna
can something
exist there
exist and
whether
not
you like
exist
it or
at the
not,
same time?
right?
Yeah, no. This, and I can bring this all back because I have a question that ties it back to what Steelborn was asking. He was asking him, can you imagine a world where the laws of logic don't exist? And Circa was bringing up how black holes appear to violate, the law
Mathematical
of.
laws.
Yeah, to appear to
Just
violate
nothing
certain
to do with
laws.
anything.
But here's the problem with that, with saying that there could be a possible world with no law of logic, is existence itself predicates the law of identity. To say that something
Wouldn't it be
exists
different?
means that it's itself. That means that the law of identity is in effect. And in my opinion, the other classical laws come out of the law of identity because you have to have the object, you have to have the subject in
it's
uniform
axiomatic.
to make true and false claims about the rest. So this is back to what Steelborn originally asked you in his line of questioning is, can you think of a possible world without these universal invariant laws?
I already answered. I said maybe. We don't know anything in the world.
I don't want
We know
about
anything in the
maybe. I'm
universe.
asking, can you do it? Yes or no?
I'm out, guys.
That's a yes then?
Hey,
If I say
premonition,
maybe,
go
that's
call
a
Too
Everest.
retarded to answer
Love
the
you
question.
dearly.
Technically, a yes.
Don't forget to call Avarice.
I'm gonna call him right now. Yeah, I know. I'm completely senile. Okay, guys. See you later.
That's technically a
Yeah.
yes, but I don't really like making the claim that I know, so that's why I say maybe. Are you okay with that?
No, that's not an answer to the question.
You're not okay with being like, I don't know? It's
Wait, he's asking you just to use your
That's not
imagination.
atheist.
I'm
please,
confused.
I can say something for a second. You're claiming to be atheist. What you're describing is agnostic. Circa.
I know that they're pretty similar. I honestly nowadays I feel like ex-locally use them, but
again,
one is lacking knowledge and the other one is lacking a belief in God. I feel like they're pretty similar.
it's for
Unless
God's
you know
similar.
Greek differently. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, again, it does.
What do you think, Wellhard? Are they the same? Are they similar?
They're similar but not the same. Like you said, one is lacking knowledge, one is lacking belief.
But
I'm an agnostic. We went over this the other day, I think. Yeah, I'm
you're a
agnostic.
walking contradiction. I agree with that. But the
No,
I was talking about the, you know, when you go into a debate and you say I'm.
You were talking about faith, but I am an agnostic atheist. I don't know whether God exists, which makes me an agnostic, but I don't believe that one does. That makes me an atheist. Whether faith is involved.
When you say that,
matter.
When you say that, I just take it as
I believe that it doesn't exist. Yeah.
You don't have the knowledge it exists, and you're leaning more towards that he doesn't exist. When I hear that.
Yeah, I'm not seeing convincing evidence.
Because it contradicts yourself.
It
Yeah, you just don't have the evidence.
I don't know whether God exists, but I've not been shown enough evidence that he does. That is not a contradiction. That is an agnostic atheist.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying I get it. We accept all kind of beliefs in this channel, even the ones that they don't believe, even the ones that they don't think they believe. It's fine. But I was talking about
except for the one where you believe if you're God. I'm sorry. I don't think we should.
I'm talking about going into a debate and then using those interchangeable. Do you think that's bad faith? I would think that it's kind of bad faith.
No, they're not interchangeable. One is about knowledge, one is about belief. I don't know that a God exists, but I don't believe.
No. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about.
All right, sorry.
Yeah. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about. Let's say that I go to a debate and midway, and I say I'm an atheist, and midway through a debate I say, well, I get it, but I'm actually agnostic. Would you think that's kind of bad faith?
No, because they mean different things. Like I've explained, one is about knowledge, one is about belief. They answer two different questions. Agnostic is about knowledge. Agnostic is about knowledge. Atheist, theist is about belief.
Okay.
So you can be like, do you know 100% that God exists?
Yes.
Right. So you're a Gnostic theist. You're a Gnostic.
I'm an Orthodox Christian. Well, no, I'm not an Orthodox Christian, but I believe in Orthodox Christianity. But I'm not.
No, I'm saying you're Gnostic because you claim to know. You're 100% sure that God exists, so you're
I'm 100%
agnostic.
sure that God exists. Yeah.
And you're a theist because you also believe
To
that
the
God
highest
exists.
degree of certainty that's possible.
Yeah, so you're a Gnostic theist. I'm an agnostic atheist. They answer two different questions is what I'm trying to point out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just making joke because I hate Gnostics because they're different.
Right.
I don't have a special revelation. Okay, I don't have any kind of a special revelation that was shown to me by God directly. It was just it's a basic argumentation and basic logic that got me there.
So do you claim to know that God exists?
Yeah, of course.
No,
I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Yes, I'm talking about the idea of Gnostic is a word that has different meanings. One of them is a person that has a special revelation, usually coming from God, that allows them to know that God exists. Which I don't claim. I'm not claiming that.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Like I said,
mean, dude?
Well, this is easy, guys. This is easy. Circa.
Why the fuck do you care? It's such a stupid fucking thing to bring up.
Circa, can you imagine a cat with boots on?
See, then he throws the insults. It's like he doesn't have.
See? You can answer that one. So the fact that you say maybe to the other one, is that maybe because you can't imagine that?
Mm-hmm.
Cat with boots on?
No, you can't imagine a world
without the laws of logic. You can't imagine it
again,
because
one is like universally, in reality. The other one, I don't really know how you can make claims about other realities that we don't know.
okay.
if
How
they
about
exist.
this? Can
I
you,
don't know
can
how
you
you can
imagine
make claims
being
that's
able?
enough.
Wait, can you imagine being able to fly?
Yep.
No, there's no contradiction there. That's insane.
No, again, I demonstrated the
imagine it.
impossibility.
Can you imagine having the powers of Superman?
I can, yeah.
Now, can you imagine a world without the laws of
Agnostic.
logic?
You're not atheist, bro.
That's great, man. I'm glad you know better than me.
No. That
I'll
just
look to
answer
you
the
for
next
my
one now,
opinions
sir.
on myself
Can you
then for the
imagine
future.
a world where a tree can also be a cup of juice?
Sure.
At the same time. At the same time.
Yeah, at the same
I can
time.
imagine one if you're asking me.
Really?
At the same
What does that
time?
look like?
I didn't say it was true. You asked me if I can imagine
I'm not
one. I
asking if
obviously
it's
can
true. No.
imagine it.
I'm not asking if it's true, Circa. I'm not trying to do some trap here. I'm asking like for a genuine curiosity. Can you imagine a world where there's something that can be a tree and a cup of juice at the same time? I can't.
I can
picture
imagine
that.
it. I can imagine it.
What are you imagining then?
Could you draw it for us?
I mean, it's kind of a combination of the both interchangeably, so I guess it's not really a good one, but-
So it's either or. It can't be both at the same time.
So yeah.
I mean, yeah, you got
You
me
mean
with a lot of
agnostic?
identity.
Well,
Holy
and
fuck.
here's
I mean,
the
I could've just said A
defeater
equals
to the
A,
whole
but,
thing.
like-
No, one second. Let me
no.
explain that, Circa. The mere
Wait,
fact
guys,
that you
don't all
can't even
dogpile,
imagine
though.
that.
Just like because now
just to
I've got them
clarify.
there. I've got them there
I'll
for
be
you guys.
fine.
Just do
Right.
it,
Yeah, because like to point out that the mere fact that you cannot like even conceive of that. That's what the main thing here is.
What do you mean?
You
conceive
cannot
of that?
even conceive of that. That's what they were saying. You can't even conceive of a worldview.
What is my world?
Yeah.
Why are you saying my worldview?
You cannot even imagine that thing that you just said.
Okay.
Something that's both a juice box and not a juice box at the same time.
Got it.
You cannot even
Wait,
conceive of that.
Real quick, when Teriax says worldview, he's talking about your metaphysics, your ethics, and your epistemology. That's
So
what
he's
the
doing the Jay Dyer fucking totality fucking slamming together collapse thing. It's just not how you do this, but it's fine. Is it really?
What else goes into a
for conversation,
worldview
though?
aside from your metaphysics, your ethics?
No, it's
and
just a
your
catchphrase he came up with to make everything kind of rest on three branches of philosophy, so he can fucking interconnect them and then try and say other people can't build coherent
No,
fucking theories of
okay,
knowledge without
let
them.
me-
It's a fucking
Yeah.
stupid ass tactic that I think it's just kind
Well,
of worthless.
it's
It
not.
makes
It's-
everything
it
in isolation
follows.
suck.
It works.
It
Well,
follows.
to be fair, it's a better
I'm being
tactic than
100%.
just
Like
saying,
literally,
"Nuh-uh."
like what you're saying is like imagine a world where it's me.
Nah. Yeah, well, to be fair, that's like a very simple tactic we've been having to deal with a lot lately. Puss in Boots exist. It's a great movie. The second one is a really great movie, to be honest. It's like
And I'm just
extremely
thinking
good.
about this. Could you have a worldview without ethics? Like a sociopath or something. And I'm just thinking about this. I'm not trying to make an argument or anything.
Could you repeat the question? Like a sociopath?
Yeah, could a human have a worldview, but it didn't include ethics? Like there was no good or bad. Like a sociopath doesn't have like empathy and stuff like that.
Well, first off, I do think they have empathy. I think they're most empathetic. They just don't care about your feelings. They just, they just use you. When it comes to what is the second part of the question? Sorry.
Yeah, just could you have a worldview without ethics? Like if you didn't know what was good and bad, if you were unaware, like murdering someone, you didn't know whether it was good or bad. Is that possible?
I think you can have. I think you can. You can.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
I was
can,
just
you can
wondering
have
if
an
that-
idea, but you cannot make any claims of good and evil, right?
Yeah.
So one
Yeah.
of the things I have a problem with a ton of atheists when they make is that every single atheist will make a claim about what good and evil is.
Holy shit!
I would say good and bad because evil implies some kind of.
Yeah, it's you're
Like,
just using semantics. It
yeah,
doesn't matter
good
if you're
and
saying
bad.
good and bad
Yeah.
or good and evil is the same thing.
Yeah. I would say my ethics, my morals are based on well-being. So if something harms someone's well-being, that is a bad thing. If someone helps someone's well-being, that is a good thing. So I can make claims about that because that is objective. If you agree that morals are about well-being, you have to start off with a subjective point that morals are about well-being, and
Oh yeah, but what if
then
I don't agree? Morals are not about well-being.
yeah, then we're not talking about the same thing. So
Yeah,
yeah,
but why would I accept the fact that morals is about well-being?
because I think that's what everyone is talking about when they're talking about morals.
Do you think
It's
there are
about
moral actions that have to be taken that are not about the well-being of the individual?
no, I would call that amoral. If they're not about well-being, then I would
Let's say
call
that
that
there is a family. Husband goes to work. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think he has to go to work?
It depends on his goals.
No,
If he wants to feed his, if he
it's not
wants to
about the
feed his
goals. Okay, this is what I'm saying. It's not about the goals. He has
Yeah,
a
but that's
wife. He's a husband. He has a wife and kids. Does he
Yeah.
have to go to work?
if he wants to feed his wife and kids, then I would say yes.
Oh, so he doesn't want to. He doesn't have to go to work.
If he doesn't want to, then no, he doesn't have to go to work. It's his choice. But I would call it immoral if he doesn't want to feed his wife and kids.
Why?
And I will call
That's not about well-being.
It is because his wife and kids don't get fed.
Yeah, but
That
it's
is
not.
about
It's not
well-being.
his. It's not about his well-being, right?
No, not his well. No, I'm talking about well-being in general for like everyone, not just one in particular person.
Okay, well, let's say that you say that he has to go to work because you're talking about the well-being of more people for some reason. Fine.
Yeah.
He works at a mine and he's gonna die in 10 years instead of in 40. Does he have to go to work still?
No, it's still his choice whether
So
he
it
goes to
wouldn't
work
be
or
immoral for him to not do it, right?
Yeah.
Again, it depends on
He
his
has to go
goal.
to work so he can pay his taxes and be a slave to the government, man.
No, I thought you were gonna say. I thought you were so close to say the other word, and I was like, interesting.
The corporation. Hold on, I can do that too. I can do that
You
too.
were gonna say the
He's a
corporation.
slave to the corporation, man.
Yeah, but anyway, that was a side. I
But
was
let's
just
say,
yeah.
let's say we build a society on the well-being for the maximum amount of people that we can, right? Let's say that as we're doing this, we're figuring out that everyone's well-being is actually being hindered by 1% of the population. Can we get rid of that 1%?
I would say it would be. Sorry, I just got that. Let me think about that. It depends on what reason. You would have to give a reason why that 1% is a problem.
They're just causing social dissidence. They're burning down buildings. They're actually harming other people in a grander scale than what it would be to just remove them.
I would say lock them up, put them in prison, not like kill them or anything, but like lock them in prison so they can't do that damage. Yeah.
Well, we can't afford. But what if we can't afford to feed them?
What if you can't afford? But I think we have prisons. I don't think that's an issue.
Well, I'm saying, what if we couldn't?
What if you couldn't? What, put them in prison?
No, afford to feed them.
Feed them.
You couldn't put them in prison and feed them.
No, we could put them in prison, but it's gonna cost us too much to feed them.
Right, so you would let them starve to death.
Well,
and that would be against their well-being.
Yeah, but we can't afford to feed them. Otherwise, other people outside of the prison who are not actually causing harm to the society would also starve to death.
This sounds like something that happened in history. Wink, wink.
Yeah, hold on, K2. Like, shh.
Yeah, it's complicated. Morals aren't an easy subject to deal with. I'm not saying that I have all the answers. I was just speaking out loud. You know?
It's fine. You don't have to bite that bullet. I was making mostly a joke.
Is it a joke?
No, not really, but it's
Or
an
is
entailment
it-
of the worldview. But
Or is it like, or is it something that happened in history?
oh yeah, multiple times. One specific time in the 1900s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway. Jesus. I like cookies. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Meaningless, and it's like
I didn't say anything
like
yet, actually.
one sec, and like to try and convey that worldview, you're literally saying I'm going to convey something that's meaningless. That's literally impossible.
I never said that. Or
That's
even
what
conveyed
atheism
that.
is.
Okay, look, I want to
No,
break
it's
this
not,
down
you
to
idiot.
make. Hold on, I want to cut this down really quick. Whenever you ask somebody, can you imagine a world without these laws of logic? It's instantly self-refuting, because the second that you've imagined a world that exists, okay, existence presupposes the law of identity. So immediately, the first time you think of anything in the world, you have the law of identity. It is self-defeating to even attempt to imagine a world without the laws of
Yeah,
logic. It's literally not possible.
To have that clear, what you're
so
saying,
we-
Eli, you're
just-
basically
just to
saying
go even
because
further
the
in this
world
meta
itself
conversation.
would have to also be not the world.
Well, yeah,
Let's just go further in this meta
existence, yes,
conversation.
exactly. How does it
can't
exist
exist
as itself?
Again, do humans perfectly capture information?
What does perfect have to do with it?
Do we capture all the information perfectly?
No, we're
Is it in its
finite
completeness?
minds.
Okay, so can we honestly say that we can think of everything in the ways that
No,
we
but
can think?
I'm demonstrating
When you
the
say imagine,
impossibility
I
of the
can't really imagine
contrary.
everything 'cause
Hold on, real quick,
I'm
real
not
quick.
able to do that perfectly.
Sirkar, can you imagine a square circle for me?
That's not engaging with what I said, bro. Are you trying to be
No,
clever?
but hold on. But can you think of a square circle?
I can think of like a circle in a square.
No, I asked for.
Why don't you
can
engage
just
with
think
what
of a
I say
square
instead of
circle?
asking another question? Why?
Because what
He
you're
just
what you're
defeated
saying
his
doesn't make
own
any
fucking
sense. So what we're
argument.
Are
asking you is
humans perfectly able to fucking imagine everything? Do we have
no,
all
but
the
we
information
can
when
we
we think
can
of
we
things?
can actually demonstrate what can't be the
Can we
case
think
because
of
it's
other realities and
contradicting.
universes?
There are other universes.
I said, can we think of them?
Ask
Sure,
Rock
I can think of them. I can
to
think
make
yeah.
a square circle. See what happens.
Can we get a square circle? You know what this
Yeah.
this reminds me this reminds me of the argument from what's his name? Indian Jesus. Indian Jesus makes this argument all of the time. He will make the fallacy. This is a fallacy. It's do you know everything? Does that mean it's a possibility? It's a possibility fallacy. So, do you know everything? No. Is it possible that what you don't know is the answer? It's kind of like that.
Yeah, but this is what I'm not arguing. This is what I was saying before. If you can't imagine a world without the laws of logic, that makes the laws of logic necessary. Do you know what I mean? It's impossible.
Even in the question that you're posing, you're using logic.
Yeah, it's impossible to even think of a world that doesn't have the laws of logic, where a thing isn't the thing that it is.
Yeah, but he's saying, well, let's say this: is it possible that the laws of logic exist in a world that is in a different universe per se?
Yeah, can you imagine that world where a thing isn't the thing it is?
I would say that no, but in the sense that everything is possible, I would say yes. But then there becomes a possibility fallacy, because the fact that there is a possibility doesn't mean that it's even true or that it can happen. It just means that the possibility exists.
No, I would say possibility and impossibility have to be demonstrated. Oh, sorry, I've got a phone call. I'll be right back.
I don't agree with that. Possibilities have to be demonstrated, but that's fine.
That's what a hypothetical is.
Can you just assume that they're the same as ours? Mathematically, physically, logically?
I actually think they would have to be the same as ours.
Absent the mind.
I don't know how you could do that because we haven't lived in them. We haven't experienced.
Let's get back to the problem.
You have to presuppose
and
the
then
laws
we're
of logic.
imperfect at capturing information, which means we could have imperfectly captured these laws of logic, right? They are just math.
No.
They're proofed on math. They're made from math.
No, you have it backwards. Math is derivative of logic. Can
And then
7 be?
we
Can
do
7
stuff
be
with
not
math
7?
to prove them, right? We do stuff with math.
Can 7 be not 7?
So the proof is
God,
made
he
from
sounds
math.
so fucking
No,
retarded.
7 be not 7.
Can you
Yeah, it
have
does.
f1 over x equals 0?
Yes, but that presupposes that f maintains its identity over time, which means that the laws of logic have to be in place
No, it's
prior
undefined.
to the math.
You can't divide anything by 0 in math. I'm sorry.
I didn't know. I thought you were talking about the equation, whatever the fuck the equation is.
I was talking about just math in general because that's the proofs that we use laws of
No,
logic.
but
Yeah, but one sec,
No,
Circle.
you got it
Do you not realize?
backwards.
One sec. Let me point out. Do you not see like what you're doing, Circle? Like this is like a self-defense mechanism that like
No, it's
people
not.
do
I'm just using math to beat math, and it's
because
kinda stupid
they're
you guys don't
realizing they've held a false belief. But please, I'm being sincere
I don't
here.
know what
Like
that the fuck's
the
supposed to
way Steelborn genuinely asked you that question, then you just return back with some random math thing, and then
You didn't
he
genuinely
basically
ask me
even
anything.
granted your argument in good faith, and then you said no, actually, like you can't do that because it's
look at
impossible in
Charles'
math
guide.
and all this kind of stuff.
Oh my
When
God,
you're
bro. Are you
basically
done
acting in bad
signaling?
faith because you
I will say
understand
this:
what
he did a
Steelborn's
pretty
trying to
good
get
job
to,
at dodging the
but you're just
question.
refusing to engage
You
in
have
that
it backwards.
meaning behind
Thing.
his
You have it
question.
And I want to
backwards.
He's
point.
extremely good at dodging. And that
Like I don't think that. I don't think it's even possible for anybody to comprehend in a logical universe. It's not possible because you have to use your own mind to construct it, and your mind is a logical apparatus. Like, you have to use logic to even construct anything. Otherwise, it's just blank.
Yeah, I agree. I know what you mean, and that makes sense to me. Yeah. So you need to have access to the logic in order to be able to even try to construct, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that's it's a true statement. Let me press play for a moment.
Now, fucking virtue signaling for your friend here, like Jesus Christ.
But I also want to point out that Steelborn
You're not
had a
being
line of
genuine, you fucking
questioning
Lucky
to
Charms
you.
weirdo.
Steelborn had a line of questioning for you that was related to the prompt, and when it got to, could you imagine this type of world, we got hung up because you said maybe. I demonstrated the impossibility of imagining a
No,
world
my
without
question
the laws of
was,
logic.
do we perfectly capture information, and can we perfectly do that?
Okay,
And then
even
he said a
saying
question.
something.
When I asked one first.
Okay, but even in saying perfectly as some kind of metric or
loaded.
standard, well, it also implies that there's true or falsity.
100%. Implies 100%.
Well, that implies that the laws of logic
Can
exist.
we have perfect knowledge of
So
everything?
when he says like the laws of logic must 100% be objectively true everywhere, even if we can think of other
Because if you
universes,
deny them, it's
I just find that
self-refuting.
unsatisfying and kind of self-defeating, like you're saying.
Because
deny it, it's
impossibilities
self-defeating.
to the contrary.
Yes, denying the universality is self-defeating. That's what we're pointing out to you.
Yeah, but we can't perfectly capture whether it is actually.
Hold on, real quick.
universal.
Hold on. I can get rid of. You realize this,
Right? I mean, how can we do that?
One
Is
sec,
that
one
a
sec, Circle,
universal
right.
claim?
Yeah,
No, 1 sec. We can do this really easy. We can do this really easy. On the beach.
No. Is that a universal claim that we can't perfectly capture things?
I think the word we're looking for here is unfalsifiable, but it's
No. He's got a
self-refuting.
point. What he's asking.
Own it, bro.
It's very
What he's
easy.
asking is,
Is
hold on,
that a
you're saying-
universal
Let easy
claim?
go. Let easy go.
Claim is
Hold on.
not fucking
You're saying, Circa, that we
self-defeating, bro.
can't have
No,
perfect
let easy
knowledge
go.
of
Let
anything.
easy
Is
go.
that a universal claim?
1 sec, Steelborn. Let easy go.
I couldn't hear Steelborn because your fucking Lucky
Well,
Charms mascot was talking.
Steelborn's just repeating my question. You said that we can't perfectly know anything. Is that a universal claim?
Yeah, I guess so.
Do you?
So he can know things. All of a sudden, we can have universals because I guess it helps his argument. It's just a contradiction. This guy's just a contradiction machine. It's incredible.
Perfectly know it.
Alhamdulillah, habibi.
I didn't say it was objective.
Contradicting machine.
Yeah, I mean, do you perfectly know that we can't
the
perfectly
logic
know
there, if you
anything?
want to have fun, works against you equally.
Let me
right?
let me give it to you this way, right, Circa, right? One sec.
I didn't watch the debate, but I assume Li won because of the. Yes, he won absolutely. Hey K2, welcome back.
If we have a beach,
if we have a beach,
no,
if
if
it's
it's just
I hit the wrong button.
One sec. If we have a beach, if we have a
Thanks
beach,
for having me, though, Emmett.
there is a finite.
You're always welcome. I
Later.
know it's not as fun or exciting as
No,
conferences.
No. I just got home.
Okay.
I hit the wrong button, then I was waiting back there. Then I'm like, oh, I just pulled in. I was gonna, but thanks for letting me up. No, this is fun. I like shitting on fucking Circa anytime.
Fuck Circa.
Yeah, fuck him. All right. Thanks for having me up, Emmett. Later, everybody.
K2. Later.
See you, K2.
Amount of grains of sand on that beach, correct?
Yeah, you can fractal.
Oh, this is my favorite
would
part.
we ever be able to check that there's a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach, or be able to empirically prove the total amount of grains of sand on that beach?
Because the way you define what a grain of sand is going to make that impossible. It's going to be adding.
Okay, yeah, but we can still make the claim. But you still made the claim that there is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach, correct?
No.
No, this is just the
Alright,
problem.
he's
of
literally just
deduction.
lying now.
Well, it's like
I'm not lying.
Jelly.
Your fucking analogy is stupid. You don't even know what a limit is. I'm pretty sure you fucking.
Circa, there is a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach. Yes, Teriak, there
do I have
is.
to- do I have to
After
fucking
the
do the
thing.
fractal
No,
math
there's
for you
not
right
a
now?
finite
You
amount of
understand
sand on the
what's
beach. What? So there's an infinite
I can
amount
do
of
it for you,
fucking
you
grains of
fucking
sand on that
leprechaun.
beach?
What the fuck you want?
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck
never
out of
even
here.
said this.
Who the fuck is this guy? Where did they pull you from? A fucking homeless shelter?
I
Shelter?
didn't even
What
say
the
it. You
fuck is
literally
going on
interrupted
here?
arguing with someone who's not
This
me,
is
bro. I don't know what the fuck
So yeah, I've got. Yeah, he can't claim that there's an infinite amount of grains of sand on the beach. Yeah, I agree with the other guy. Yeah,
Yeah.
not
well,
the atheist.
yeah, he's. Yeah.
That is stupid. Yeah,
That was really bad.
Believable. Mm-hmm.
You literally are making straw
Hold on a
straw
second.
man.
Straw man, yeah.
Circa.
Oh fuck.
Is there an infinite number? We'll just like whatever your definition of a grain of sand is. I'll just grant it. Is there an infinite number of those?
I don't think you understand
at
what
a
that
beach?
means, then, do you? That's
I'm
the
asking you,
problem
like,
with
grains
fractals.
of sand? Do you?
It's called the fractal effect. You know what fractal is, right?
Yes, but is there an
Do you? I'm not really sure. I only brought that up about the
Are you a
grains of
mushroom,
sand because
bro?
it is specific to this, because the word is defining what we're going to be measuring.
Oh
And
my
words
God.
kind of change about what kind of grains of
Just-
sand you
I
have,
mean,
what kind of
That's why I said
sediment you're gonna
whatever
include.
you want, however you want to define it.
I know. It feels like this question is pointless because you're trying to lead me to something that you don't even understand yourself. So just get
No,
on.
I
with it.
No, again,
No,
you're
no,
just
one sec. I'll tell you how it relates. One sec. I'll explain how it relates, Circa.
Leprechaun man, go find
Because
your
you're
fucking
saying,
Lucky Charms,
you're
King of the
saying,
Rainbow,
one
let
sec,
him talk.
one sec. You're saying that like, oh, you can't account for everything. You can't account for perfect truth. Ergo, truth doesn't
No, you
exist.
can just keep.
But we're showing you the
keep making
impossibility.
it bigger.
Yeah, we've showed you the
I'll show you this
impossibility to
on
the contrary.
fucking
That's how you
retard.
prove it.
No,
Do you know what I mean?
and this
Because
is,
in
this
the
is
one
true.
sec, John.
the equation
Because
up for
in
you.
the beach.
Teriak is spurging and it's funny.
I'm just gonna get something to eat. I'll leave, and I might come back later if you're still going.
That's
But,
okay.
Yeah, I gotta get.
Have a good one,
Thanks for
Whiteheart.
having me.
Take care.
All right.
Yeah, man.
All right. Bye.
Example, We know that there's a finite amount of grains of sand on that beach because it'd be impossible to say there's an infinite amount of grains of sand on that fucking beach.
Oh, you're just stupid as fuck. Let me show you why.
Yeah, it's called an analogy, motherfucker.
Well, yeah, and
No,
I
it's
want to
not.
point
You just
out
wanna
that this
say
is what
math,
he's
bro.
done the
Literally.
entire debate.
You don't
This
understand
is-
the basics of calculus.
you're
It seems
gonna
like you
show
need to know what a fucking limit is, dude. You know what a limit
Mhm.
is? You know what
Inner
a limit
fifis.
will do when it approaches
Prove
something?
it.
You know what that's called? You know what it's called? Leprechaun Man. Then
What?
shut the fuck up, you fucking moron.
Yeah,
You
the
can approach
impossibility to the
something
contrary.
infinity.
That's what it's called.
You
It's
can
called the
literally approach
impossibility to
something
the contrary.
infinity. It's called a
You can literally,
convergence.
yeah, you can
You
literally
fucking
suck my
moron.
left testicle.
Like, let me give you an example here. You
Mhm.
fucking elementary school
Yeah,
retard. Okay?
yeah, yeah. Go
One
ahead, go ahead.
half.
Yeah, draw
We
on
have
your little
one
piece
half
of
right here,
paper there.
okay?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, can't see shit. Yeah, turn that light off. Yeah, there you go. Don't have to look at that ugly fucking face.
I'm gonna show you a little number line. Okay, you got this?
Okay,
Paying
yeah.
attention, or are you
Fucking
chasing that fucking Lucky
Yeah.
Charms, bro? What are you doing?
Yeah, would you agree that it would be impossible for
One
there to be an
half. We're
infinite
gonna put-
amount
we're
of
gonna put
grains of sand on
zero
a beach?
here, okay? If I go from
Yeah.
1/2 to 1/4,
Yeah.
I've technically gotten
Mhm.
smaller, haven't I?
Yep.
Yes, you can infinitely
Mhm.
reduce the number. I
Can't
get
you
what you're
just keep
pointing at.
making that number half, bro? I can do
Yes.
that. literally
Yeah.
Infinity. You
Yeah,
know, right?
bruh.
So
Totally,
there's
bruh.
infinite grains of sand on the beach, is what you're saying.
There's an infinite amount of times you can go to
There's
zero.
an
yes.
infinite
You can literally
amount.
keep doing
There's
it.
an infinite amount of grains of sand on that beach.
Yes, if
This
you
is
cut
ridiculous.
the fucking grains.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Guys, I just want to point something out. This is what happens
Why
when
do I have to
they
teach
don't...
basic calculus to this fucking
No,
dude?
it's not fucking
He's
basic
using a lot of
calculus.
Basic calculus teach you there's an infinite amount of grains of sand on a beach.
No.
You're being
Hold on,
pedantic.
Motherfucker.
Here's the problem with this. Here's the problem with what you're saying, Sirkar. You're saying that because whatever
The problem
the
here is
metric
you don't
is,
understand basic math. That's the
no,
fucking
no,
problem.
the problem is that you're
You guys
saying
are
that because
using
we can
math
change the
proofs,
variable,
not
because we can
understanding
Never go
math.
full retard.
Sirkar, shut the fuck up for a
base
sec. You're saying that because we can change whatever our unit is for what a grain of sand is, we can change that definition can change for
No,
what
you
we
can
define as a grain of
approach
sand.
it. It looks like you can function it. You can put it on a graph, you stupid fuck as well. You can
Yes, you
literally
can
put it on a
change
graph.
how the fuck you're
You'll
defining a
never
grain of
get
sand.
me
That
lucky
doesn't
charms.
mean-
This, watch. You can literally have something that approaches.
Come on, fractals and shit.
But my fractals and shit, yeah, it's pretty much what's happening right now.
The fucking line infinity, even though it technically looks like it's not.
Uh-huh.
Are you aware of
Does
that?
it ever reduce
yes.
to zero?
High school, I
If
took
you
Yeah,
that
you
long
realize
math.
that's not reality.
Ever
Yes,
reduce
it is.
to
That's
zero?
literally
If
how
you
we
cut
define
it
reality.
back,
That's how
when
math
is
There's
functions.
a fucking curve on my fucking board here is reality, bro. We're
Hold on,
talking
guys,
about a
guys, hold on.
beach.
But guys,
We're talking about a
hold on,
fucking
math.
beach.
But hold on a sec, Teriak, did you know that because you can find because you
The
can
proofs
find
inside of your logical proofs are literally
hold on.
math. They're
Hold on,
fucking
Terry,
physics.
Proofs
Correct.
inside of your logical proofs.
Teriak, because parabolas
I'm losing my
exist,
mind,
we
bro.
can't determine if there's an infinite number of grains of sand on a beach.
Look, I'll
That's
even
Circus
write out
fucking
because
argument,
I bet
bro.
you don't even know any of these logical fucking laws and their proofs. Okay, I'll write out for
Yeah,
you.
please
different
teach
ones.
us how there's
Why
an
don't we do some
infinite
premises
amount
right
of
now?
grains of sand on a beach.
You
Yes,
can
please.
literally
To be
do a
fair,
proof
I
like
like
this. Okay.
pool as well.
This is
I mean,
fundamentally
maybe I should charge you
stupid.
for these fucking courses. What do you think? Do you think I should do that?
What is he?
Is he gonna get Sirkar University and get like negative amount of people joining? Is this guy's retarded?
Probably. He's going to have to pay people to go to it. I'll go to it if he pays me the right amount.
You're gonna have this. You're gonna have Sirkar scholarship.
If you want to prove
I'd
that,
pay you
like
to
this
shut
one,
up,
right?
actually.
Circa.
You know what that is? Law of contradiction. Part of it, right? That's part of it. How do you
Okay,
prove this?
squiggly line. Okay, what does squiggly line mean?
That
No,
you-
I know what the
okay,
symbol that you drew
You said
is.
you knew what laws of
I know what the symbol you drew
logic
was.
are, right? Okay, thank you. But Leprechaun Man doesn't because he's never.
Bro,
gotten
you're
past
literally
algebra, I
you
think.
just have a whiteboard with a squiggly line. And you're like, bro, this clearly proves there's an infinite amount of fucking grains of sand on the beach.
No, I'm not. I'm saying this is what logic proofs look like. I'm writing it. Are you cool with that, or do you?
Okay,
you
here we go.
just talk about them
gather
without
round,
any fucking
kids.
understanding
Circa
of
wants
what's
to tell us
underlying.
a story.
Make it make sense. Land the motherfucking
I gotta charge you for
plane,
this
for
one, I-
fuck's
Jesus Christ.
sake.
No, dude, what you're doing is being intentionally pedantic to avoid answering the
No, I'm
question of
using
the
math.
hypothetical.
That's not
No, this
pedantic.
is what it is. This is like if somebody said, like, well, for example, when you touch something and you go, well, technically at the subatomic level, there's always a space between my fingers and the object. So I mean, are we really talking about touching here? It's just avoiding what the
You tell me
hypothetical
you
is
can't
asking.
think deeper than just what you want to think, or
No,
what?
it's no, but for the sake of the
does
hypothetical,
it hurt
you
you
know
internally or
what's you
something to be
know
like,
what's
I don't
being talked
know?
about. You know what's being asked about infinite or
I
finite
asked
numbers
you,
of
what
grains
happens in a
on
black hole in singularity? What happens there with the laws of logic?
Now we go back to
Again, if something
I-
exists, then it
Do you
presupposes
have an
the-
explanation for it?
if anything exists,
The
it's
math says it
presupposing the
shouldn't
law of
exist.
identity.
The math says it
okay,
shouldn't
but
exist.
do-
Law of
does
contradiction
it
is what we're talking
exist?
about.
Does it exist?
We don't know. It looks like it should.
Okay, exactly. So we're talking about knowledge in this conversation. So you
Isn't
brought
the
up a
reason,
non
like, we
sequitur
even
or
knew
a red
about
herring.
black holes is because of mathematics for
Yeah.
a long time.
It's kind of interesting because he said black holes, like the mathematics deny black holes or doesn't work inside black holes, and then he literally states like 5 seconds later that the only reason why we know black holes existed was because of mathematics. It's like, well, which one is it, right?
Yeah.
He really contradicts himself all the time. It's kind of funny at the same time sad.
Good job.
No, I didn't. This is literally math breaking down, which is
Okay,
math is how we
again, that
use
doesn't-
Guys,
to
look,
make
hold on,
proofs
hold
for
on,
laws of
hold on,
logic.
look, guys, look, real quick,
It's
look.
math truth.
Hold on, guys, ready? Look, modus ponens.
You're saying
therefore,
laws of logic are
therefore-
truths, and those
Modus-
are
hold on,
made
hold on,
from
look,
proofs with math. Are you
Hold on a
fucking
second.
kidding me?
Circa, look, hold on. Look,
And
modus
math because
ponens,
of
therefore, infinite grains of sand. I can. It's like,
Modus
what the fuck are
ponens.
you talking about, dude?
If you know P, P is then Q. You may write down Q, right? Whatever. Fine. I'm just saying that the math there is how you can prove modus ponens, like you just said. And there's plenty of times we can think of where math breaks down in our universe. How do you know math is 100% objectively true across everything then? You just don't. You're just acting like you do, and you don't even know the math.
No,
That's
but
fucking
you're
hilarious to me.
confused.
Method.
You're
That's a fucking
confused. You
hilarious.
think no, but you think that logic
I
comes
don't
from
understand
math,
why
not
he's
the other way.
debating right now. I'm
No,
not
but
teaching
you,
in Yale.
but you think that
Circa.
logic. Hold on. No, but
Hold
you
on,
think
what
that
is it,
logic
boys?
comes
What
from
is
math and not the other.
I don't think he would be able to teach anywhere.
Yeah, but the way he treats himself, it's his lift, you know. He's the most intelligent person that's ever lived. And don't you know about this? Don't you know about the fractals? He should be teaching everybody about the fractals.
Teach us about the dude. Teach us about the fractals, dude. Jesus. No, he. I know what you mean now. He kind of sounds like Alex Jones too. You know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Way around.
We use
You
math to
understand that?
describe the logic. Thereby, it doesn't matter where it comes from. The math
no.
itself can be broken down where we can look at it in
Circa.
certain places.
Circa.
We're gonna open the door
Hold on, Circa,
to
Circa.
some doubt.
Circa,
Yeah?
real quick, hold on. We're
Don't you
gonna
think?
assume the law. Hold on, real quick, Circa. we're
No,
gonna
you're not
assume
gonna
the
say
law.
anything. That's what I thought.
Circa, we're gonna assume the law of identity here for a sec, right? We're just gonna assume that just for the sake of this question, right?
Sure.
So the value of 2. When I say 2, I mean 2 things, like 1 unit and 2 units, right? Can 2 plus 2 ever equal 5?
Are you? No. I mean, not really. No.
No, because it would be a contradiction, because then the value of 2 would have to be itself and
Is
not
that
itself.
axiomatic, or is there something underneath there that's making it, evidently self-evident true? Do you know?
No, I don't-
Is
I
the
don't-
Statement 2 plus 2 equals 4 an actual axiomatic statement, or is there something else at play there?
No, it's
Do
not
you know?
axiomatic. It's not axiomatic. It's it would be universal. It'd be it's an entailment of the laws of logic. It can't contradict itself. It has to be itself, and it can't be itself and not
No,
it's,
that's
not
not.
something else.
There's another underlying thing there that's actually doing the axiomatic work. It's not.
Oh,
just
so
laws
wait,
of-
so math is an
whatever
axiom?
The fuck you just said. No, math itself is not an axiom. There's underlying proofs involved with it, right? So I just don't really understand why 2 plus 2 equals 5 is supposed to prove what you just said.
No, it would prove that math exists. Or that the concept behind the numbers, right? That
It
means that the
proves-
concept is universal.
Except when you look in a black hole, I want you to tell me with a straight face that you know exactly what's happening inside of it.
So, if you look at 2 black holes, are you actually looking at 2 black holes, or are you looking at 5 black holes? Because I'm not entirely sure how many black holes I'm looking at when I'm looking at the black hole. Also, a person needs to go up there and start making jokes about black holes. Let's be honest.
What is
What the
happening?
fuck? Did that have to do with anything? Hold on, real quick. Can you do me a favor? Can you just look up the word?
asking
can
you-
look
He's trying to bait you into the black hole again. That's what that was.
Watch, watch, watch.
Red herring.
Physics.
Circa, can you
Tell
look up
me.
what a non sequitur is?
That's not a non sequitur, bro.
It's a total non sequitur to what we're talking about.
Point A to point B is not hard here. Do you need me to fucking like help you along, dog walk you into this? You fucking retard.
Oh, you want
I
to talk
can
about
do
a
that.
fucking retard? I'm
Coke-
asking you about the
are
fucking
you
laws of
interviewing
logic.
me,
black
Circa?
hole?
I'm at the laws of logic, and you're like,
Math
have you ever
breaks
looked at a black hole? Urgh.
You literally asked me, can you imagine a place where the laws of logic may not be there?
Look,
They're just
as a man who's had a very young infant at one point, I understand once you get to this level of just like absolutely getting sick of somebody because you've had to deal with a baby crying for like 2 weeks straight and just being done with it and going a little loopy.
I don't know. Roasting the glasses, man. You're gonna miss those times. You're gonna be
I already
like,
do.
You're gonna be like, why are you not just crying instead of being annoying?
Why are you arguing with me right now instead of eating the food that I prepared for you that you asked for?
I'm giving you weird arguments about it at the same time, I guess.
Yeah.
I told you that I wanted eggs, but I wanted the other kind of eggs. What other kind of eggs? This is the way I do them for you. No, the other kind. Okay.
I just told you math breaks down, which is underlying proof of what logic is.
If you're
on a black
imagining
hole.
it, that would be
How is that non
exist,
sequitur?
which entails the
You
law
just
of
don't
identity.
understand this fucking concept because your brain can't think.
Wait,
No,
what do you mean
don't
math
understand
breaks
the-
down?
You think that fucking math comes from, or that logic
So-
comes from math. You have it fucking backwards.
That's how
If
you prove the
assume-
logic with math.
But again, math is derivative of
Never in my life. Oh, that's actually funny.
I think he brings up the noumena pretty soon too, and that's
Oh,
when I
no.
got really mad, and was trying to fix my internet so I could call him a moron about that. But
I saw
Of
you up there,
always.
so
But
you
it
had
The
to
also-
math
be up
is,
there
can
at
be
one
suspect.
point.
If the math can be suspect, doesn't that
I
make the
kept
whole thing
disconnecting and
suspect?
reconnecting.
That's what a whole hypothesis is. What the
No,
fuck
that's
are
if
you
you
talking
assume that
about?
No, if the
logic
math
comes
can
from
be
math, not
suspect,
the
the
other way
proofs
around.
are no longer there. How do you prove logic then?
No,
Wait.
you have it backwards. We're saying
By
our view is that
testing
logic,
What
or
the
that math
hell?
is derivative of logic itself, not
Fine,
the other
if
way
it's
around.
derivative of logic itself
Circa-
and it's susceptible to
Circa-
corruption
yeah,
in this
yeah,
way,
yeah,
it can
yeah,
break
Cir-
down
yeah,
in a
Circa-
black hole. How
Circa.
do you just go on saying it could?
Hold on,
Yeah,
Circa,
your
Circa.
one
You
sec,
know-
one
hold
sec.
on,
Your
you
whole
know-
claim, that math breaks down. What does that mean? That means that it no longer makes sense, as in like it starts contradicting itself. You can no longer identify
Yes.
shit. Correct?
You
Yeah.
can't
So
divide
it
by
still
zero.
adheres to logic.
No, because it still
The black
exists.
hole, the referent, is still going by logic. It's the
Isn't it?
mathematics
Because it
that's
exists,
wrong.
but doesn't exist.
Yes, we are
Wait.
catching up on the mathematics side of it. Just because we can't explain the mathematics side of it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist.
yeah.
If you can't explain the
exactly.
math and the math can break down in certain areas,
The
then
thing still
proofs for
exists,
logic-
but our description
Shut
is
the fuck
faulty.
up,
That's
you
basically what you're
leprechaun
saying.
weirdo. If the
Yeah,
math
it's an
breaks down,
incomplete
Yeah,
model.
because you're wrong, Circa. You're getting schooled by a fucking
so you're saying
leprechaun.
math is always correct everywhere.
What?
Yeah,
It's always
yeah.
right.
What?
Wait, I mean, you can come to
No.
an incorrect conclusion,
Okay,
but
so if
assuming
math
that
is susceptible to some variance of like, let's say the scientific reasoning inside of it, right? The way we do this doesn't actually make sense in some places.
In
then
order
the
to do
underlying
science, you have
math
to
that's
assume that
derivative in the
the
proof
truth is
can
objective
be
and universal
susceptible
and
to this.
absolute.
Obviously.
Wait, let me ask you this: how do you prove a tree
No,
exists
answer the
with
question.
math?
Engage with what I said. I'm tired of getting fucking like
How do you-
20 Qs
wait,
from all of you when you don't answer.
How
me.
do you prove a tree exists with math?
Wait, engage with what Circa asked.
Yeah,
and
repeat the
then-
question, Circa.
If the proof is, like you said it's derivative of math, or math is derivative of the proof. It doesn't matter. It doesn't.
No, it's
it has the
derivative
same
of
effect.
logic.
This
Math
is like
presupposes logic exists, dude.
That's fine. Math, though, is the way you can make the proof for it. That's
yes,
my
you
point.
can give a mathematical demonstration of logic. I agree with that. So I've
No,
never.
that's how you prove it. It's called a proof.
Yes.
No. That's what a proof is.
Is it the only way to prove it?
That's how we prove logic. That's proof. It's a proof, bro. Do you not know what that is?
Yeah, okay, one sec. Sirkar, one sec. Can math prove
No, I
math?
don't need a fucking monologue from you. I just need him to understand this one concept so I can continue.
It's not a monologue,
Is
it's
that
a
cool?
question. Can math prove
It's
math?
fucking something I don't want to hear. Okay, so what I'm
Yeah,
saying
'cause
here
you're
is that
closed-minded.
proofs Are how? No, I'm not. Is how we.
Yeah, you
fucking
are. You literally just said,
determine
I don't want to hear you.
the law of logic, right? We
Wait,
use
guys,
mathematical proofs.
hold up. Let's see if this will help. Like, cause let me explain it in this way, Circa. Because like, the reason math presupposes the law of logic, because 1 can't be 2, and we're gonna add 1 and 2. That's presupposing the laws of logic already.
It's presupposing
the law of
that's
logic.
why
Imaginary numbers in this.
logic comes first.
How do you use imaginary numbers in this?
How do you
Well,
what?
They still have an identity.
Can I? We're referencing 2.
Man, I really
All
don't
right.
want to be talking this hard about math right now. but-
Okay, I just want to step in here really quick because I think
know.
I see
don't
the
want to talk
problem.
this hard about math either. That's why
The
I'm
problem
like,
here is I have a lot of guys.
But no,
who are
he's-
talking
he's-
very confidently
he's
about
using
math
black
and they've
holes
never
without
even taken
logic.
past
It's
an algebra
that
course. I
easy.
think I don't understand how this is possible.
Listen.
Just maybe I'm. Are you disagreeing with what I'm saying, Circa? That you
No,
need
not
logic
really. No,
for math.
what you said is fine.
That math presupposes logic, as in, when, like, for instance, the law of identity. 1 has to be 1. It can't be 1 and 2 because then we couldn't do math.
Yeah. Well, you
right?
also can't divide by 0, correct? That's undefined. It's not something you can do in math, correct? Correct?
Yes, you can't divide by 0.
Point is,
Okay, so what I'm saying here is that there's.
But do you agree with what I said?
You're
Though?
using math to then say your proof is correct. And the point I'm trying to make is math is not axiomatic like that. It's not self-evidently and objectively true. So the proof can be corrupted by the fact that math can break down in the way we understand it. That means when we think of other universes, that could corrupt the entire law of logic.
No.
How? How
No?
can you do that?
I want to step in here really quick because I see what's happening.
All over the place. Why are you jumping
Yeah.
away from the Circa? Do you agree with me that math
What do you use to
presupposes
make
logic?
a law of logic? Well, how do you prove a law of logic?
The laws of logic, because it's the impossibility of the contrary to deny a law. Any of the 3 laws.
I
of
will
logic is
answer your
self-refuting.
question. No problem.
How'd you prove an axiom?
Can you just answer me first?
No, to deny the
I
laws
did,
of
I
logic is
did.
self-refuting.
This guy just thinks that it was shit out of a fucking
It's a
book
yes
or
or
something.
no.
Like, no, someone had to do the fucking proofs.
Does math presuppose logic? That's all. It's easy. Do you
Yeah,
agree
the math
with me, yes or
describes it,
no?
I guess, is what you're trying to say, which is fine. But the math can be incorrect.
So the
Exactly.
description can be incorrect.
Well, no,
And
this
that
is what I
means
wanted to
what
point
now?
out.
If your description
That your
of the
description's
proof to
wrong.
make the law of logic actually work.
No.
No.
The reason that the laws of logic are true is because if you tried
I
to
just
to
looked
deny
up
them, it's
what logical
self-refuting.
proofs were, just to see if
At
I
least
could
with what we
understand
know in our
what
reality.
he was trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
And like, I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Logical proofs, discount math. That doesn't make any sense.
I don't think logical proofs
But-
discount math. I don't think there is any like that. Yeah, that makes no sense at all whatsoever.
Yeah, I don't get what his point was. It was like he was just throwing out big words to see if he can just confuse people.
Well, that's been his whole form of argumentation is that just throws words in and pretends that he's saying something smart with words, and it doesn't matter if the words have meaning or not. It's like, oh, I said big word means big thing, thus big thing means big thing means I big win.
Yeah, and then he uses it in weird contexts too. And then he's like, "Oh, so you don't know what you're talking about?" No, I don't understand what you're talking about in the context of the sentence you're making. I don't get it.
And then he gets all and incredulity. That's the other part of it's like Ben Shapiro. It's like Ben Shapiro. It's like Brian Shapiro had a stupid kid. Well, are they related? Now that I think about it.
Right? Yeah, that makes sense.
In what other reality could you say that this tree is a goldfish
center
at the
of
same
black
time?
hole?
How the fuck is
It's
that?
crazy how
Can you
you're
really
asking.
say it happens the same
I
as the
don't
center
know
of black
why
hole?
we're getting away from what I asked. You're using logic to ask me how logic works. That's
No, I'm
so
using
dumb.
math.
Can you just?
I'm telling you that math
That's
is
how
not
you prove
fucking
logic.
axiomatic.
You don't prove logic. You observe the necessary preconditions for them.
Proofs
If
are how
reasoning
you
is
determine the true
possible,
statements of
the
logic.
laws of logic
Proofs-
must be valid.
They are
Reasoning is
mathematical
occurring right
proofs.
now between me and you. We're debating.
They are mathematical
Therefore,
proofs. Speaking
laws of logic are valid.
They are mathematical proofs. That's what logic is.
No.
Oh my
Okay.
god. So you're saying math came before logic?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying this is how you determine. the
Oh
logic
my
itself.
god. So
I want to try to.
jeez.
I want to
do
try
a
to get
logic
in here and
law without
steelman
math?
this.
Could you do it without proof?
No.
Can you do math without logic?
Yes. you
Without
don't prove-
math?
Can you do logic without math?
You don't prove the laws of logic. You show how they're necessary preconditions for proof itself.
And look, I want to point
For
out here
proof,
as
you need logic. Proof is a part of reasoning.
Oh, he's getting the whiteboard again.
Oh, he's getting the whiteboard.
Oh, shit,
okay,
boys.
he's getting the slow boy whiteboard.
Do you know what Gödel's incompleteness theorems are? Any of you?
I've heard of them.
heard of it. Yeah.
Okay. So you know there are limits on what can be proven within a mathematical system, then, right?
Yep.
That would
And
make
if the way
sense.
we determine logic laws is using mathematical proofs to show
No.
that they're true,
That's not what
You
we
don't
do.
think so?
You keep assuming that.
I would,
no.
I would love for you to tell me how you can do this without a mathematical proof.
Easy, just told you.
Gödel's
Are you going to
incompleteness
use
theorem.
mathematics?
We
for it?
observe the preconditions for proof to even
What
exist.
does the law of identity mean, bro? What is it? A equals.
That's a
A?
representation of the law. It's a description of the law. Yes.
And there's a proof to this, right?
No, that is just a description. Yeah, the proof is that
You
if
don't
you
think
deny
there's
it, it's
any
self-refuting.
proof?
The proof is if
You
you
don't think
deny
there's
it,
any
it's
proof
self-refuting.
with the law? You don't
If
think
you
there's any
deny it,
modus
it's
ponens?
self-refuting.
Real
That's the
quick,
proof.
real quick, Steelborn. I'll use his language. Can you prove an axiom, Durkar?
I use his
Prove an
language.
axiom? It's self-evident.
Oh!
Oh man, he's actually funny. Damn, I'm annoyed at the fact that the leprechaun is being funny.
Self-evident.
So you can't prove an axiom.
Is the law of logic
How
going
can
to
you
be
do that?
an axiom?
Yeah, no, the laws of logic are they are actually they're self-evidently true. We observe them as preconditions for proof to even exist.
Well,
This is
hold on.
crazy.
I'm pretty sure they're foundational.
I
axioms,
don't.
but
I
again,
don't.
Let me
go
ask
that
you.
Do you have a PhD in
The point
mathematics?
I'm trying-
I don't know why.
The
I don't
point
know
I'm
if
trying
you're
to tell you is
just
that he asked me, can you
obtuse or
think
what's
of another
going on here?
universe?
Hold up, Circa. For a math proof, does it
Mhm.
depend on a non-contradiction?
A mathematical proof can use.
Yep.
you
Does
can
it
do a
depend
proof
on
by
a
contradiction.
non-contradiction?
You can do a proof by contradiction, yeah.
No. Can you answer my question? I'm asking you. Mathematical
That's what I meant.
proofs, do they depend on non-contradictions?
No, they're gonna depend on the logical methods like you're
So
talking
you
about.
can give a mathematical proof that has a contradiction in it?
No, you proof by contradiction. You can't prove it by having.
What?
You're correct. No, you're correct.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Does the mathematical proof depend on an identity?
An identity?
Yeah.
The law of identity.
I guess it could, yeah.
Identity. We just say identity because we're going to go into this.
All
long
of the
rambling.
laws of logic are going to have a downstream, like you said, derivative. They're going to have mathematical.
about the excluded
fucking
middle?
arguments that are proofs.
No, because you just said you need the mathematical proofs to prove logic. If the mathematical proof depends on logic, how would that
Exactly.
work? You
So,
just
when
admitted
you
that
give
mathematical
the
proof
logic-
depends on a non-contradiction.
Yeah, you're putting your
proof is
mathematical
something-
cart before your
a
logical horse.
mathematical proof
Exactly.
shows something is true within a system, right?
A system of what?
A logic itself is what allows a system to function.
That's fine. Logic. There you go.
That's the
Logic
difference between
guaranteed
what
to be
you're-
objectively the same in
It
another
would still
universe.
rely
What?
on logic for that to even be able to be established if something is true or not. So I don't understand what he's even trying to. He's saying that he's disproving logic by using logic. I don't.
Well, he's been trying to do the same thing ever since we started the conversation, and the only reason why he's doing it is because he doesn't want to admit that that he just doesn't want to be give any ground on anything. It doesn't matter if
Yeah,
he's
but
right or wrong at this point. All he wants is to be able to say, "Yeah, I went over there and I fight them all. 8v1 and I won," even though this is the saddest win I've ever seen in my life, if it's a win. It's like, what did you win? Because it surely doesn't feel like a win.
It just feels like he's bickering to bicker. Like he's not saying anything. He's just like bouncing. He's like avoiding the arguments, circling around. Then he gets trapped by the same type of argument. Then he just runs around in circles again. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah. And it's not like anybody's getting anything out of the conversation anymore. How many times have they have to go back to the black holes for people to, for him to understand that it's not, it doesn't matter. It literally doesn't matter. Black holes are completely relevant in this conversation at this point.
Yes.
It has to be, because if you were trying to deny it, it would be self-refuting.
What is
That's
the
why.
other
If you
unit?
deny
I want to get
any
hold on.
laws, it'd be self-refuting. Do you not get
I want to
this?
get back to the black hole problem because
Hold on a second,
what?
hold on a second, Eli. This is important. Do you not understand that if you deny any of the laws of logic, it's self-refuting?
Are you familiar with like a Penrose diagram?
Oh my god.
No, I don't know the question. I might know, but can you answer my question?
It's erudite all over again. Every single time you ask a question, it's like, oh, let me go into my bag of tricks. Agrippa's trilemma. Oh, I already used Agrippa's trilemma. Let's do a pop quiz. It's
Just Google what Penrose diagram is, and he's trying to bring back up dark black holes again.
No, not the black hole. Not the black hole again. Good morning, Frankie. It's all about physics and coding, not philosophy. Do we know all math? Apparently, yeah. It sounds like he's trying to disprove logic, which is dumb. It is dumb.
Can you answer my question instead of answering my question with a question? Can you answer? Don't ask me a fucking question. Answer the question.
If you go so fast, you could stretch time so far that you could actually reach. If you were able to go around the entire flat universe, that you could reach the end of your spaceship if you went fast enough.
That's
So
great.
let's
So
say
how
you're
about
a
you answer my
spaceship.
question? How about you answer my question instead of asking me a question?
I'm answering your question.
No, you're
too dumb
not.
to
I
realize
asked
it.
you a question.
Yes,
I
you are.
asked you
You're
a
literally
question.
fucking too dumb to realize it.
No, I
It's
asked
kind
you a
of annoying.
question, and you go, "Do you know what a Penrose diagram is?"
Yeah, I mean, a
That's a
Penrose
fucking
diagram.
question, retard. Answer the fucking question I asked.
What he's
No, I'm
talking
not gonna
about
answer it.
now
You're
that
fucking
I've
stupid.
looked at this
Oh, I'm
Penrose
not gonna
diagram,
answer.
I
I
understand
don't
what he's saying now. The whole idea you can go fast enough eventually that you would reach the other side is talking about going around a black hole in time, slowing down to the point where you would eventually reach this contradictory point where you would catch up with yourself or pass yourself, depending on the speed that you're going at. So I don't understand what he's trying to say with that. Even then, it's not, as far as I understand, I don't know a whole lot about this stuff, but it's not, even if you were to catch up with yourself, it wouldn't actually be you. It would be like an illusion. It wouldn't actually literally be you that you caught up with.
Well, I still think that you still would have, even if you do that, Well, that's just theoretically, isn't it? Isn't it right? I don't think that's possible. There's a lot of weird theories going around when it comes to physics that people pretend they understand and they don't. And I'm not gonna pretend that I understand it, but that sounds like a contradiction in and of itself.
Yeah, like the way that I remember it from like a long time ago when I used to be interested in this stuff is that they just assume, like, I think he's assuming that it literally is you catching up with yourself, but the way it was explained to me was that it was you're catching up with like a mirage of yourself. Like it's not actually you.
The thing that I could see is you're going so fast that you are able to look at the light, like see yourself in like the path, see like the back of your reflection. That sounds like an explanation to me of what you're saying, but I'm not entirely sure we're even talking about the same thing. But yeah, it's the problem that I see when it comes to some of the physics and some of the ideas of the physics, especially in like super big, so like black holes, in centers of the galaxy, super fast, or super small, like quantum, is that there's a lot of uncertainty and people don't really know a lot. And people take that as, oh, I can just make any shit up I want, and that means I'm correct. And that's not what it means at all.
Yeah. Man, it's a thing that bakes in a lot of assumptions that can't even really be proven.
Yeah. And it's not even that they break in a lot of assumptions, it's that the assumptions that they're making are completely, some of them are completely wild. They make no
Yeah.
They're just making shit up. And I made this before. One of the things that I remember in CERN is that they literally write up a bullshit article that could be disproven by a person with basic knowledge on particles, and the only reason why they did it is because they wanted to cause certain reactions. And it's kind of annoying that that's where we're living in a sense, because that's where we are at the moment.
Yeah.
That's not an argument.
I mean, you can't really make
Fail.
the claim.
L.
I'm sorry, guys. You can't make the claim that logic is just going to be the same everywhere.
Yeah, it has
outside
to
of our
be.
universe. It is in our
Go
universe
ahead,
because
hold
we
on.
can
Demonstrate
see
how
that,
any of the
but-
laws of logic can be changed.
Yeah, no, Steelbone. Your question was, you do realize that if you're to claim like, if you're to go against any of the laws of logic, it is self-refuting. Do you realize that, Circa?
Yeah. So the creation of the universe, right? Does there need to be
to refute logic is illogical, correct, Circa?
I'm not going to answer your question.
This
Hold on, wait. Does something
It's a very
created need
simple question.
creator? Is that the question?
No, I'm answering your question by thinking of ways in which we could probably try and pontificate on whether logic can break down.
So logic can be illogical.
So, like,
Oh my
How
God!
can
Talking
logic
to this
be
dude,
illogical?
Hey, you want a cheeseburger?
No,
Yeah,
why
my
are you asking me a
shoe
stupid
size is
statement?
8.
Alhamdulillah.
In order, Circa.
Imagine having him as a kid.
Oh, if I had him as a kid, he wouldn't be this way.
No, but you know what I mean. Stop it.
This is where I remember
by
this.
Eggs, by eggs, I mean black holes. Shut up and eat your leg.
Well, there's something that when I was reading this Russian saints stuff, he said that the best way to teach a kid is with a stick to the back of the head.
Oh, okay.
And like,
yeah.
so I think that's all Sakar needed was a stick to the back of the head every once in a while.
You know very well that I will not deny that as a possibility. In fact, here, have 2 sticks. You deserve what you want. Oh man, the tank looks amazing.
Congratulations, dude.
In Circa,
I don't-
in order for you to imagine this other universe, do you have to distinguish things, this versus that?
Sure.
Law of
You've now,
identity.
you've now.
So you already you're
No,
already
all of them.
using the law of identity.
You know, he's actually
Okay,
using
so
all
how
of
about
them.
how about
He's
how about
he's actually
let's
using
do
all of
something
them.
a
He's
little.
using
Let's
included
do
middle,
something more specific here,
non-contradiction, and
okay? So
identity.
God is supposedly, at least in Trinitarianism, is in the Trinity, correct? But
Yes.
technically, he's all three at the same time, but the outer branches are not technically the inside, and they're not each other, the other ones, right? So how does that work? Is there not a lot of contradiction there?
Oh my god!
Again, so this is super Reddit
The
tier.
church teaches that God is in everything all at once. Is that not a lot of contradiction?
Did he really
No,
go to the
because
omniscient
again,
argument?
Well, and also
Could 3 could be 1? Could 3 be 1? 3-1?
3-1. That reminds me. He did. Andrew made that argument against freaking Muslim Lantern. I think he started a debate saying 3-1, 3-1. And then he
Yeah.
made the argument for Mohammed having a micro penis, which is still one of the best arguments out there.
Hell, I've seen I think Jay Dyer debating that same dude, and like he wrote like a 3 on a piece of paper, and it's like, is this 3 and 1?
Yes.
And that the guy could not figure out like how to answer that question.
Is this 3-in-1?
It was like, no, it's a piece of paper with a number on it. It was like, okay, well, is 3 a single number? Well, yeah, but it, and then he just couldn't fucking answer the question. I don't remember everything he said.
Oh man, it looks pretty cool. Pretty sick.
Yeah, it does.
I can change the turret. It's magnetized. It's not super strong, but it stays, which is happy. Well, I'm happy enough.
That's pretty cool.
Let me see. Here it is. And I try to follow the instructions. I
laws
knew following the
of logic.
instructions was a bad idea. I had to correct a bunch of errors and little things that I did wrong because I followed instructions instead of just looking at thing and making it like a caveman.
Refer to laws in the temporal world. God being the
Wait, so you
grounding
can think
source
of a
of those, he
universe
wouldn't
that's
be.
not the temporal world. Is that what you're
And
saying?
real
universe is created.
Real quick, sorry guys, to the chat.
Eli, no.
We
Yeah, that
have
was a mistake.
6
No,
minutes.
it wasn't. No, it
Sorry,
wasn't
guys,
at all.
One sec, boys.
I got to
We
get
have
into
6 minutes in the chat there. We're only at 4 out of 20
Ooh.
super chats. So if we
That
don't
was
hit
a
the
mistake.
20 super chats, we're wrapping up in 6 minutes. So
No.
if you wanna get that another hour in, get those super chats in.
No. So,
Okay,
sir,
so hold on. Let me
The logic is the
clarify.
energy of God is part of God's
What does
nature.
temporal
God's nature
world
can't
mean?
contradict himself. God's nature
Right.
cannot contradict himself. So God can't create a God more powerful than him. God can't make a rock
Okay,
so
but
heavy
he's
he couldn't
he's
lift.
existing, in multiple places at once, kind of, right? What's going on there?
Why couldn't a God do that?
I
Is he
don't
not
know.
all powerful?
Can you not distinguish between them? I'm confused.
Yes, you can distinguish between the 3 persons of the Trinity
How do you distinguish between them then? If he's he's technically all of them.
by their roles.
Their roles. Oh, okay, got it. Interesting.
Exactly.
That
And
sounds kind
what-
of vibes and fifisy.
No, it's not
what
vibes
does
and
temporal
fifis.
world mean?
Yeah, it's the created universe. So
It's Bible and Fifis. Interesting.
Oh my God.
Man, I should have known that it was all Bible and Fifis. It would have saved me a lot of time on trying to understand theology if it was just Bible and Fifis.
I know. Creation
Outside
itself.
of our created universe, it might be different, or what?
God's the
No,
only thing
again,
outside.
there's
Father's
only
the only
two.
thing
There's only two: the created and the uncreated. All that the uncreated is God. It's not another universe. There's only
Does God
one
have to
universe, the
exist by
created
these
one.
logic laws, or
No, he's the grounding source of logic itself, so he's not bound by laws external to himself, the way
so
we
he
are.
can be a contradiction?
Yes. Well, no, not exactly. So
Oh,
that's a
you
bad way to
just
phrase
fucked
it.
up.
No,
You're
hold on.
trying to
I can
save
deal
him,
with
bro.
this. No, he's not a save. It's not a saving thing, dude.
No, it's
God.
It was a bad way of phrasing it. No. So the thing is, so hold on a sec. So what you're saying? So what he's saying is that the laws of logic are part of the nature of God. God's nature can't contradict himself. God's nature can't contradict God's nature.
Yes,
Very
he's
good.
bound by his nature. He's not bound by laws. That's what I'm
Do
saying.
you just think of something that technically doesn't have to abide by those laws then?
He has to abide by his nature. It's
the,
not a
the laws
law.
of logic are part of his nature.
But the laws of
Yeah.
logic are from that nature, so he can change them.
No.
No?
He can't
Why
be
not?
illogical.
No, because it's why would he change his nature?
Because fifis and stuff.
It's like yeah, they can just change the nature. Why would he change his nature? Because of Fifis and stuff. What? That makes no sense. No. Yeah, because of Fifis and stuff. So dumb.
Because it would contradict his nature.
What if he changed them?
It would contradict his nature. That's like asking me, what if fire wasn't hot?
I got it. Okay.
Yeah. So, again, you're fundamentally not understanding what's
Fucking
being
atheist,
asked.
Your fucking arguments.
I mean, yeah, it seems to me that temporal world creation, God.
Yeah, no, whenever you're talking about is God bound by laws, that would be something outside of God. In the worldview that we're positing to you, there's only the created realm and the uncreated, and all that's there's not an uncreated realm. All that's uncreated is God himself. He's informed by his nature. His limitations come from his nature, not external laws. So when we're talking about the law of
God has
identity, that's an
limitations?
external law to us. Yes,
God
by
has
his nature.
limitations?
Of his nature, absolutely. He can't be evil. He can't be illogical, as you just asked. Absolutely, he's limited by his nature.
So what is he?
No, I wouldn't say that he's limited by his nature. I would say that he acts in accordance to his nature because that's who he is. So it's not even a limitation. It's like, yeah, I'm logical. Deal with it. That's how I am.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't like it? Well, fuck you. That's how I am. So okay. A very few of those that work at Frankie, give us your lunch money. By the way, give us the fucking lunch money.
He's God.
The unmoved mover, the alpha and the omega.
Truth.
Yeah, it doesn't really sound like much.
The unmoved mover.
Truth doesn't sound like much. What
I
he
like,
engaged
I like
in
Thomas
debates.
Aquinas' version of this much better. It's a little bit more poetic. Poems. I like poems. Can you give me something a little less fucking stupid and bitchy?
I'm being
He's
the bitchy
crashing
one.
out
Okay.
because
All the passive aggressive remarks. All this shit.
crashing out so
I have no
hard.
argument. Give me some
He's
slam
crashing out.
poetry.
I'm
Unless you
just
give
gonna
me
say
your
one
answer
poetic
in the artistic form of slam poetry, I will not accept your answer, sir. Where'd you get that one from? Fucking Oxford?
No, I'm just pointing out some contradictions.
It's not a
There's no
contradiction.
contradiction. You've
What?
demonstrated.
give us a contradiction in P and
what's
not
the
P, sir.
contradiction?
I mean, God
Name
can't
one.
have limits. I thought God was.
He had the
Name
contradictions.
No,
Again,
God
logic
can't
can
have
break down.
God can't have external limits.
It's like one of the things I've been thinking about lately. It's about the nature of man in a sense, and it's like man acting according to its nature, so it does what man would do, kinda. So if you're a man and you do anything that would usually be as the way a man acts, one of the reasons you are kinda changing in a way your nature, not 100%, but in a way, is by partaking in theosis, is like you are changing the way that you act in accordance to who you were or who you used to be, in a sense. So I've been thinking about
as far
that.
as from what I understand of it, it's not so much that you're changing, it's that you're healing and becoming what you were intended to be.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you're like, at least in, this is bad interpretation, but at least in what I remember reading, especially in Romans, he pretty much asks you, like, you have to die to your sin, and get back together with God, and that sounds to me as a way of talking of that's not in a way of me of like renouncing your nature to partake in the nature of God and act in accordance to His nature, and not your like desire someone. But I don't know the whole thing, so I might be a little bit wrong on that one.
A logic law is not an external one? Does that mean
No,
it
it's part of the
presupposes
nature of God. It'd be
Why
internal.
does God need these?
It's just part of the nature of God.
Does he subscribe to the laws of logic?
They're part of his nature.
Dude.
Do you subscribe
Why?
to being a person? What the fuck does that even mean?
Why? It sounds like he just has to live by the laws of logic to you.
No, the laws of logic are part of the nature
I
of
mean,
God.
Are you bound by your human nature, Circa?
He's taking, like, this is what, you know, I debate with JS a lot, and he kind of makes the same kind of argument. It's like, God has all this power, that means he must use it. God is wielding a sword, that means he must, use it on somebody.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't even make any sense in the context. If I'm holding a sword, does not automatically mean that I have to be swinging it at somebody. I don't have to use what I have to enforce something all the time. Like, I could have the sword and it be just something that I have. It's kind of like
it's like being humble, because one of the things that it's in one of the definitions is you have a sword that is sheatheded, and you know how to use it, and you can use it, but you don't have to, right? You're keeping it sheatheded for a reason. You're in control, and you're the master of it, not the other way around.
Yep.
And it's the same with God. It's like he's in control of. Oh, this is what I said. It's like it's his nature. It's not like he is, being held back by it. It's just part of him. He is perfectly. He's perfect, so he can act in accordance to perfection. And
he knows when to wield the sword and exactly when to use it.
Even if he were to do, and this is one of the things that I had to kind of explain, he is the justification. So if he does something that you think is bad or illogical or immoral, you have no justification. So you are pretty much judging him in accordance to what he does, which is the correct thing. So it's a contradiction.
Yep.
I like how you collapse in this because you don't have a way out.
No, it's not a collapse.
You're saying
Hold on,
God
real
lives
quick,
by
hold on.
logic, but God is logic.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah,
He's also like my favorite sunny day.
Are you doing the Mean Girls thing? Is that what you're doing?
On like a summer night when the sun is looking really good, and the clouds.
Here we
are
go.
like,
Yeah, you can't give the contradiction. You just assert shit.
Give us
and
some
can't
Robert
back it up.
Frost there, will you?
He's like, I'm just gonna start.
Not when
reading
he's
the
Shakespeare.
Do anything with what you told me. You're just like literally saying it's like true,
You
and then I'm
claimed
supposed to
it was a
accept
contradiction. Give the contradiction.
Yeah, demonstrate the contradiction.
God has limits.
How is that a contradiction?
I thought God did not have limits.
God does not have external limits.
Again, so your definition of what all powerful means.
They're distinguished by their roles. That's kind of
Yes,
that's
because
true.
they do
It's called
different things.
personhood. Yeah.
Shout
Like, real
out
quick,
to the
hold on, how do we
chat.
distinguish?
And I'm pretty sure that the whole thing, when we're talking about it, is pretty much, when it comes to it, the limits are kind of for us in a sense, so that we can understand him.
Yeah. They're self-imposed limits. They're not like limits that are just there that weigh them.
Yeah.
Pulling through in the
Wait,
last fucking 3 minutes. Last 3 minutes, chat pulled through to hit that goal.
fun.
Shout out.
Yeah,
to you,
so
man.
let me
Chat.
wake up a little bit here. So Circa's getting
And
kind of cocky.
woman, bring me my stew.
Circa, you said there was a contradiction. You said God having limits by his own nature is a contradiction.
I will.
Can you actually explain how that's a contradiction?
I don't know. Depending on what Christian church you're thinking of.
No,
I mean, it
you
could be
made the
delivered
claim.
from
How are you deriving the contradiction? All you do is appeal to other people's arguments. What's your argument for the contradiction, Circa?
You didn't even let me finish, you fucking weirdo.
What's your
you're
argument
eating,
for
and
the contradiction?
Again, some churches
You're getting
think that
too
God
cocky
is
and you need to be
omniscient.
piped down.
You literally just interrupted me again, you fucking weirdo. Why?
Because I
What's
can
the
already tell the
contradiction?
problem with your argument. I can tell the problem with what the problem with your argument is going to be before you even.
What, that it's omniscient, omnipotent?
No, because some
Yeah.
churches say this and some churches say that, and they can't agree. That's a disagreement fallacy. Just because people
That's
disagree
not
doesn't
what I
mean
was
there's not a
actually
truth
going
in
to
the
say.
matter.
Thank you for
But not only
showing
that,
us that you have no
but
idea
not
what
only
I was going to
that,
say.
but not only that, God is
Yeah, let him
omniscient,
have no idea what I was
omnipotent. There's
gonna
no
say. Why are you still
contradiction in
talking?
saying that God has limits by his
Why
own
are you
nature.
still
that he
talking? You literally got it wrong. Can't you
I
just
wasn't
shut up?
finished. It wasn't
Just let him-
finished.
let-
I know,
let
but
him
you got it
answer.
wrong. You could stop when you got it wrong. That's probably
All right,
the good thing to
Circa,
do,
just
right?
answer. Just answer. You're good.
Is God not omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent?
Correct.
Yes.
What does omnipotent mean?
Be
all
all powerful.
Source of all power.
All powerful. So why
Source
does he
of
need to
all
be set
power.
by limits?
No, he's the source of all power.
Yeah.
That doesn't really answer my question.
No, it's okay.
That does-
Just all powerful according to his nature.
So he could change everything because he's all powerful, right?
According to his nature. Just like
Source of all power, yeah.
No,
That's
God.
not
So he could. That's the idea. But why would he act not in accordance to his nature? That's the that's the question.
Yep. And he just doesn't get it because he's stuck on all powerful, thinking that it has to be used, or thinking that it's completely unconstrained by anything.
Well, it's like
You can-
it's like a very Luciferian idea as well, right? Because it's like if I would sit in the throne, I would have all power and I would do anything. That is
Yeah.
the kind of the Luciferian idea of I'm gonna be in the throne.
Yeah, these hell, I just lost my train of thought. Sorry, I was good late.
No, it's okay. You gotta go to bed. Go to bed. It's fine.
a contradiction.
Himself.
Could he make a tit that was so big?
It's like saying, could God be not God? God can't be anything other than what he is.
Yeah.
So
Okay, like,
your
you're just
your
asking
question
that would be
is
a contradiction.
Yeah, your question's a contradiction, not what we're saying. And you have not demonstrated a contradiction yet. So will you at least admit that you say shit you can't back up?
Wait,
Circa,
do
can
you
you
have a
be not
PhD in mathematics, Circa?
No, I don't.
So then why are you talking about all the mathematics and all this kind of shit?
Because it's kind of important to understand these things.
Terry,
Oh,
that's
okay.
just a red herring. Let's just, yeah. Can you demonstrate the
It's
contradiction?
not a red herring. It's a valid question, bro. I don't know why the fuck you just said that.
It's a red herring to what we're talking about. Anyways,
No, it's not. How is it irrelevant?
because we're talking, you're making the claim that our position has a contradiction
You just
based
said
on the
this
nature of
question
God.
was a red herring, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, the reason why I asked it, the Steelborn is because it seems like he basically holds mathematics as like the one true thing in his worldview. He thinks
No,
that
I
everything
don't.
like maths proves everything.
Did you not just hear me argue that math can break down? Or
Yeah, but
What
that-
does it-
but, like,
what
you're
does that
still
mean?
putting math
What
above
does that
logic.
mean for math to break down? Can you explain that in detail, please?
I'm wondering
I mean,
if you're.
I just described
wait,
at the quantum level, math breaks down quite a bit. It doesn't have to be a singularity, but yeah.
At first,
So-
I thought you wait. At first, I thought you pronounced it wrong, Circa. But are you saying omnipotent or do you mean omnipotent?
Omnipotent, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
because omnipotent is a whole different
Yeah.
thing.
That sounds
So
like
I
some of the
thought maybe
dispensaries.
A strong
that
fucking
is what
drink.
people refer to when they say that
Yeah,
it's
yeah. That's what I meant to say.
powerful even beyond logic, unlimited even beyond
Yeah,
logic.
yeah. That is what I
Okay.
meant to say.
I just wanted
Right.
to make sure because you said omnipotent.
It's definitely not
and
like
I
a
was
strong
wait.
drink.
right. And again, this is the problem with what people who aren't.
Well, God would be powerful even beyond, but it doesn't matter. Good to see you, Mr. Panga Weevil.
familiar
That
with
was
the
argument
actual
doesn't make any
theology,
sense at
they
all.
assume that all powerful means
That is powerful above logic.
No, I mean his argument. If he's meaning omnipotent, let me make sure, because isn't that that he's just everywhere?
Omnipotent is just all powerful, but I think it still has like constraints in the logical sense.
Hold on.
I'm holding. I'm gonna play it.
God could be like not God, but he can't be anything other than what he is. He's informed
Are you,
by
like,
his nature,
making up
so he's
someone's
all
argument?
powerful according to his nature. No, I'm telling you Trinitarian theology.
Okay,
You're
so
also like you're also
At least
the
as
first law,
defined by
right?
the Eastern
Identity, like A
He has
equals
a lot
A,
of
God
ideas on
equals
this, but I
God,
really
God
disagree
cannot
with
equal not God.
Blake,
Exactly.
if he wants to add in, did you know that fractions can reduce?
I don't know why you keep
I did
saying
know that fractions can reduce, but
my
that means that there's an
arguments
infinite
now.
number
I
of grains
really
of
am not
sand.
giving that many. I hope you know that. Like, you don't even know my worldview. I don't know why you keep assuming that. It's just weird. Okay, when people go like you're a leftist or a fucking righty, I've never even called any of you guys Republican or conservative.
We don't
yet.
know
but
your
Circa, to
worldview
be
because you
fair,
never
I
have
think
one.
I think many questions have been asked on how you view something, and you do like turn to these other people. So I think a safe
being a
assumption
contrarian,
would
yeah.
be that you have a similar worldview
Yeah.
to these people you're referring to.
No,
So what
I'm
is
just
your
to be in
only
bad faith
to poke
again?
holes in the ideas that we're talking about. You asked me.
But
do
you haven't.
think
No, but hold on. If
that
you
we
give a
can make
position,
claims-
there's entailments to
Oh
a
my God, I'm
position
still
that I can
talking.
assume.
Shut
Well,
up,
how-
bro. Fucking Christ.
How dare you question his worldview?
Yeah, he didn't need a worldview to bring here.
No,
He just has to. He just has to be a piece of shit. That's all he's got to do.
like I understand.
He just has
if-
to avoid all the questions.
I understand if you're gonna do internal critique that you don't want to bring a worldview. I was gonna do that with Melvin, for example, because what I wanted to do was go to how many people they were interviewing, how many people, how many did they have in the result poll, how many. If you go to the metadata, does the metadata actually reflects there is this, or is just a big circle jerk of bullshit? And let's be honest, all of the bullshit that it was gonna present is gonna be that. And the reason why he denied to have the debate was because he realized he pretends that I said something untoward, but that was the debate. I was pretty obvious at the beginning what kind of debate it
Yeah.
was and why.
Yeah, and even within that, like you'd have to give a reasoning why it's not good, right? Like he'd have to give a reasoning why the argument is either bad or
Oh
that
yeah.
there's something else that can replace God at that end point of the argument.
Yeah, let's say that I the first thing I would do is that whenever I'm talking about the methodology, I would say this amount of people took this amount of things. This is the problem with this methodology. That's my reason for the problem with the methodology, and then we can have the discussion. But yes, I would still be making, even in the internal critique, I would still be making known what the problem is and why I think it's a problem.
I don't think he understands that he needed to do that to have a debate, not just say, "Nuh-uh."
Yeah, no. What are you talking, Elder? All you have to do to get a debate and win it is to say, nah.
I guess so.
Mr. J. Dyer taught me that. They also think that you saying Jay Dyer is like a win. Like whenever people get mad at me and they start saying Andrew Wilson, it's like, no, dude, I'm not. Wish I was. Trust me. Especially with the amount of money he's making lately. But no.
Yeah, they think that the easiest way for somebody to feel, I guess, good about themselves without doing too much psychoanalysis is just like reducing you down to this robot that just copies other things to make yourself look cool. So that's the way they can kind of try to discount what you're saying. Is like, well, that sounds like something Andrew Wilson would say. That sounds like something Jay Dyer would say. Okay, so what's the problem with the argument? If you think I can't do anything besides present you this argument, then test it instead of just accusing me of just copying.
Yeah. What is the problem with it? And why is that a problem? The other question is, why is that a problem? Because there's a lot of people who say, well, this is a problem. And then you ask them, like, well, why? And they can't tell you why it's even a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't like it. Well, I don't care if you don't like it. If it was that easy. Oh, it's a problem
Well,
because
I don't
like it. Well,
I don't like it because Jay Dyer's mean. He says mean things.
The mini argument. The mini argument is also very annoying. I know that it's like, well, it's very emotional. One of the things that I've been doing that I think we ought to do more is the shaming. Whenever they go on into these kind of, oh, well, Jay Dyer did it, that's why it's bad. And then you just go into whatever the hell they believe that is the most horrible thing, like abortion. Oh, you believe in killing babies is fine.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, it's whataboutism. It's like, I know, but it's relevant because I don't care about your moral indignation. That's the point.
Yeah. Then it is ultimately like, why would I bother being like good faith with somebody who's just trying to emotionally manipulate me and themselves into not actually having the conversation and just trying to shut me up?
Yeah.
Specifically when they believe in some really horrific shit that they can never justify.
And it happens all the time. Like, they actually believe horrific shit all of the time.
Yeah, and it's hard for them to grasp because they don't have anything but like even the ideas that most people have in Western society have an idea of good and bad, not because of themselves, but the culture that they were born into, which is given morals by God to some extent.
Well, I think all of morality is pretty much God-given, right? In all senses, even in other I'm just gonna say religion, but even in other societies, they all are always presupposing that God give them that's a God-given idea.
Yeah, pretty much. And the ones that don't, kind of create societies nobody wants to really live in, and don't last very long.
Yeah, but well, that's not necessarily because of them. I will also blow them up just because I don't.
He asked me.
Oh my God.
If
Hello, but this morality isn't God-given. He presupposes God, Shiva. Like it's still presupposing like the justification. you're deceiving yourself. That's the way I look at it. Now we can disagree on that, but yeah, I don't think it's. I think it's God given in a sense.
Try
Making a
harder,
claim
bro.
About fucking whinge more. Fucking other universes and the claims in them, okay?
What is your worldview?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if we can make claims outside of our universe.
All
that's
right
I'm saying.
then.
Well, again,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't think there
that's
is
what
any
everyone
universe
says. We
outside
can't
of
make
this
claims outside
universe,
of our
and you're just
universe. You
agreeing with
fucking
that.
retard.
I'm not agreeing with it. I said I
Holy
don't
shit.
know. Why do you keep acting like that's the opposite of what you think?
That's
a you
agnostic.
problem.
Again,
Not me problem.
Well, again, but
That's literally a
to
you
say
problem.
that you don't, again, this is what you
why
keep
me
missing
literally
with the
doing something made you
no, this is
insecure
what you
earlier.
keep
Stop that shit.
missing
Weird.
with the atheism definition is you think that just by saying I don't know and saying that leaves the realm of possibility. So there is a positive claim that it's possible, and I want to know how you know that it's possible.
How I know what God's possible?
Any of the things that you're claiming are possible, like other universes, a universe without a God, you're saying that it's possible. I want to know how you know
I've kind
that.
of been using logic to do that, but you've never seen another universe.
No. What? Hold on. Wait. You've been
You've
using
never
logic.
seen another universe, right? Or unless maybe you might be the first person in the world. I don't know.
No. Again, I'm not the one making claims about the
So how do you
possibility of other
observe-
universes.
How do you observe another universe?
I've observed the multiverse. It's in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, and
Yeah, I think Doctor Strange
talk about a DMT trip.
But wait a minute.
That abides by the laws of logic still.
But here's the
No,
thing.
you can Mobius
I'm saying
correctly
other
in that.
universes.
So no.
I'm saying
No,
other
no,
universes aren't possible.
That's a
Okay, that was a big W by Easy. Abide by the law, still abide by the laws of logic. I can actually say that's not true. It's a big W by Easy.
perfect example. Why you skip right past that?
How Buddhism with the natural presupposes God, because they're two different things. Like if the idea of good has to come from you're presupposing the idea of good presupposes that there is a will that is higher than that is doing that you are aspiring to be. That is the standard of how to act in a sense, and otherwise, if there is no standard, then no action can be seen as good or bad. It's just I try to explain this, but the point is it's just a thing that happens. It's not good or bad. It's just a thing that happened. So that is why. That's how I will see it and look at it. A lot of seems to be misunderstanding possibility here. Things can be logically possible, but physically impossible. Well, he's saying that it's both, right? He's saying that that it's logically impossible and physically impossible. Well, they're talking about truth, so it's logically impossible and it's not true. That's the point of the debate. It was clarified.
You just people imagine other universes all the time. The difference here is they asked you to imagine a universe that doesn't have the laws of logic in it. But you admitted earlier that you have.
How can anyone of us truly understand the true nature of our Lord God when we have got bits and pieces from the Holy Bible? Go to the church. Go to the Orthodox Church.
That's kind of the whole point of the church.
Yeah, it's not only the bits and pieces. It's be holistic about it. Go to the church. But be wary about claiming that people are presupposing something you believe to be true. I don't have to. It's not about me. It's about you can tell me I'm wrong. You can tell me your argument of presupposing how to act is wrong because of this. If you're saying it's wrong because you said it, it's kind of weird.
To distinguish this from that.
which would mean the laws of logic are presupposed there. I don't know why we're going back to this. You already admitted
We're using
do this.
laws that we use in our own world, our own universe.
Well, again, this is the problem. No, hold on. Possible worlds are like a hypothetical used in argumentation to describe a hypothetical.
A hypothetical, yeah.
But what I was talking about was like ontologically actual other universes existing, not possible worlds used to illustrate a hypothetical.
Eli, he just agreed with Easy, but they tried to disagree in a sassy way. Because he literally said, yes, when we imagine other universes, we still have to use our laws of our universe, which means it's not other universes.
Right, exactly.
Because you still have to use logic. Right. You still have to identify different things.
Okay, maybe.
So it's impossible not to have logic.
Exactly.
Sure.
And that makes it universal.
I'm actually I want to continue this now. So just for fun, I'm going to say yes.
Just for funsies.
You're agnostic, not
because
atheist.
I do think this is supposed to lead back to the transcendental argument, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So now that he guys, so he's agreed.
Hey, Joseph, good to see you. Hope you enjoyed your 2 hours of sleep.
Now that the laws of logic universal, go from there.
I think I'm gonna go to sleep now.
They're universal,
good night,
immaterial,
Lion.
right?
I'm just gonna finish this.
Conceptual.
Sure.
Okay. How is that grounded in anything other than a universal immaterial mind?
I think you can ground it in multiple things. Right?
Such
it doesn't
as?
have to be that.
Such as?
Consciousness, like I mentioned earlier. Matter.
Is that a particular? Or...
Wait, no. Hold on. Wait, consciousness is that a mind?
Consciousness doesn't have to be a mind.
Okay.
What would consciousness be other than a mind?
Hold up,
I don't know. Consciousness.
No, wait,
We're in the open
wait.
panel section now. All right.
No. But he's saying
right now that
wait. He's saying he can
to be in a mind. Same matter can.
Okay, but wait. You agreed it's a universal immaterial concept. This goes back to the question we had in the debate. You're saying that a concept can be grounded in something other than a mind. How is that possible, and how do you know it?
Well, I don't know it, so I can't do that.
Okay, how would it be?
I just told you that maybe because we don't know how these things actually work. Like, there's no objective way for you to tell me God is literally how it gets grounded. So,
why does logic ground it? That claim needs justification. What doesn't claim needs justification at all, right? If that is the claim in and of itself, the question becomes that it's like, well, if there's no need for grounding for metaphysicals, then why do we need grounding at all? Because metaphysicals are way more important in the claim area than any other claim. Because it depends upon them. All other claims are dependent upon the metaphysical claims, so that would be the answer to that, or what would be my answer to that? It's like, well, if metaphysical claims don't need justification, all other claims don't either. Nothing requires justification. Yeah, I hope you're well, Ashton. Hope everyone's doing good.
well, I can point to different things. Consciousness, maybe. Matter. I don't know.
Well, no, I know, but concepts definitionally are ideas.
Immaterial means it can't
right?
be matter.
No, but the concept is the linchpin. It's an idea. Ideas definitionally are thoughts. Thoughts definitionally come from minds. But you're saying there's a possibility that you have ideas and thoughts that don't come from minds, and I want you to give your best stab at demonstrating that that's remotely possible.
What are the ideas and thoughts that don't come from minds? What are those?
That's what you're saying, dude.
No, I'm asking you to continue. What do you mean by ideas and thoughts? Do you mean like objective claims, truth claims?
The definition of concepts.
Okay.
Yeah, so demonstrate to me the possibility of an idea, thought, or concept that's not grounded in a mind.
Like mind independent, not in a mind. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Okay. So the idea of an objective truth from a moral realist, right? Let's say murder is wrong. You think that has to be inside of a mind to be grounded?
I think that all concepts and ideas are grounded in minds because definitionally thoughts come from minds.
Okay. So
the question would be:
why
does
are we
a
saying
thought
that's
come
true?
from anything other than a mind?
Are you saying the objective truth is only relative to when a mind actually brings it, like kind of like
No,
the way
I'm saying
physics
it's
works when we actually
dude,
like observe shit? Like
you're the
Schrodinger's
one who
board?
said I can ground a concept in something not a mind. I'm asking how that would be possible. Where in any form of the definition of concept is there not an implicated mind?
Again, I'm questioning that it needs to be in a mind for you. That's what I'm questioning.
Okay, so how do you have
what is the reason it must be in a mind? Why?
I think presupposed we also misunderstand what grounding is. Just grounding. Grounding just means that you have a good justification, a good reason to believe that is correct. At this point, I mean, can you basically say go down the trail of logic? What is objective and subjective? Because normally, what they say is objective is anything you can prove with math, but then they say it takes a mind to interpret math. But at the point, that's how you explain objective versus subjective is one is mind dependent and the other one exists outside of the mind. Well, I prefer to do it with objective and subjective. Objective, the way that I look at it is objective is anything that is not mind dependent. Subjective is everything that is mind dependent. And the way that we look at the object, we say that there are objective. Well, no. We say that there are mind-dependent things that are true, and they don't necessitate my mind to be true. So that's the way I see it. You have a chicken, I can logically send it through the particle accelerator. You're telling me that's illogical. It wouldn't go somewhere else. I don't know what a chicken would do in the particle accelerator. It's the same shit he did with Rob the Bed. Do you mean X? Do you mean Y? Personally, yeah, it's there's no grounding is about ontological dependency chains. Not in this case. Grounding means to have a good reason to believe that is correct, especially when it comes to metaphysics. And when it comes to metaphysics, what you have to have a good reason to believe that the laws of logic are correct in all senses. Okay, and they need to have the grounding comes in where do they come from and why do you believe that they're true? Why are they true? Why is this a true statement? And then if you go with the route of presupposition, foundationalism, then you have the problems of foundationalism. If you go with the skepticism, they are not true. If you go, so it all has a different explanation, and it becomes since there are metalogical questions, talking about big metaphysics, they're different in and of themselves. Yes, that's because presupposed closer misunderstand around what grounding is. Not in this case. Damn it, have an answer. I don't know about the fucking chicken.
Can't we just have
And with them giving you a straight answer, if yes, it's X, but still, do you mean this? Jesus, yeah.
Definitionally,
he's just obfuscating.
What it means for a thought, an idea, a concept.
Eli said this like 3 times. He said the definition of a thought is it comes from a mind. If you're saying a thought can come from something other than a mind, what is that? That's easy, right?
I didn't say thought. I said the objective claim, the truth.
No,
claim.
you said a concept.
He's asking you about thoughts. Can thoughts
Concepts.
come from anything other than a mind?
Concepts are ideas, which are thoughts.
Probably not thoughts. Yeah, not thoughts.
Oh, okay. So it can't be grounded in just a consciousness. You need a mind.
So objective
Thank you.
truths are not mind independent?
No, they are. So objective truths are human mind independent, grounded in the mind of God, informed by his nature, which is invariant.
God's mind is where they're grounded, and that means they're not mind independent.
No, independent.
Well,
philosophical objectivity means independent of human mind.
Right.
Meaning that if there were no humans left, this would still be true.
I don't think you can just exclude God there, right? You're just allowing it to still exist in God's
That's
mind.
the-
But
look up the
mind
Delta.
independent means mind independent means
No.
the thing is true, whether
Again,
we think about it
No,
or have an opinion
one sec,
on it.
one sec,
as
circle.
in people.
Yeah, yes, we're talking about human minds. Human minds. One sec, one sec. One sec.
So he's got a different
One
mind.
sec. One sec.
just
Like when,
presupposing that.
let's say my favorite color is yellow, but when I die, like that's like meaningless.
Oh, God.
It's irrelevant, all this kind of shit. But there are some
this guy
thoughts or
fucking-
some object things that exist even whether or not I live like or die, they still continue to
literally
be
just
true.
explained what mind
And the mere
independence
fact
is.
that
I don't
these
know
are
why the fuck you are
discovered,
just continuing.
the fact that these are discovered and not created proves that there is some sort of objective intelligence or mind out
No, it
there.
doesn't. No, it does not. You cannot just make that claim. That's what a non sequitur looks like.
No, we've proved that
No, but
claim
I've demonstrated it to you all night long.
How?
all night
How
long,
do you
baby.
prove this objectively?
Again,
Well, this was the point of asking you if a thought
what
can
what
come
fucking
from
leprechaun man
anywhere
just said?
else.
How is he?
Yeah, okay,
able to
one sec.
prove it?
I'll give the simple proof again. Independent concept exists. Ergo, independent minds, the whole said independent concepts exist.
Swap out the word independent for universal there.
Yeah, okay, universal
What you
concept
say,
exists.
bro?
Ergo, a universal mind, the whole said universal concept exists. Agree or disagree, Circa?
For the concept, I guess in the way you're using it, yes, that would probably be needed. Yeah.
Alhamdulillah. Welcome to the club, baby. You're no longer an atheist.
Yeah, what would you call
That
that?
means that
Universal
like all of
mind?
a sudden objective truths are just mind dependent, not mind independent.
No,
they're dependent on the mind of God.
The existence. One sec. The existence. One sec.
The metaphysical. The metaphysical. Ah, this is a metaphysical. It's the fucking metaphysical. Yeah, I get to see you, sir. I'm driving. Oh, yeah. I already read this. We're talking about the metaphysical, okay? And yes, it wouldn't be any true of the matter in a sense, because matter doesn't have a true. They just have a present state. So, why would matter care about past state or future state? It's about present state. That's a leap. The claim that universally applicable concepts require universal mind require justification. Universally applicable concepts require universal mind require. Okay, let's start there. Because apparently we still have problems with the basic argument. So you can say I'm wrong, okay? But you need to justify it on your end. So the way that it goes is like this. If let's do it in question form so that we may get there, maybe. Okay? Can you hold universal concepts on particular minds? Okay? Can a particular mind create a universal concept? Yeah, I got a link. We can do it. Let's do it. Let's do this.
Circa, the existence of objective truths prove that an objective mind exists or an objective intelligence exists, aka
Objective
God.
truths are dependent on the mind of God, aka mind dependent.
Yes,
now.
but God's mind is not the same as a human mind.
It's
Human mind's are
different. I
finite.
get it. I know what you're gonna say. It's
But
different.
it's
fine.
independent.
You notice
from
I
our
never
mind.
once.
Answer, though, it's just vibes and fifis.
God's mind
it's
is
an actual
independent
category
to our
difference.
mind.
No,
Are
it's
you
literally
just
vibes and
hurt
fifis,
that
bro.
the
You're
dude
just
was
gonna
an
be
It's
like,
an
it's
actual
different.
logical category
Feature
difference. You're
is-
trying to conflate them into category.
You guys are making objective truths just mind dependent. What with God's?
No, the mere
Correct.
fact that you
and it is an
you even-
invariant nature.
Corrected? No.
What's no? Hold on.
What I'm saying is no, because you're misconstruing what we're saying. What we're saying is the mere
I'm
the
not.
fact
He
that
understood
you
it. Apparently you did it, bro.
the mere fact that you concede that objective truths exist prove an objective mind or an objective intelligence exists. But you're now trying to deny that because that's
Why are you so happy?
what you realize that's what they mean by
They're
God.
mind dependent. They're mind dependent.
Right. So if they're mind dependent, whose mind are they dependent on?
So objective truths are mind dependent. I got it.
Whose mind are they dependent on?
God's mind. It's still mind dependent.
Yes, so you're no longer an
Okay, but
atheist.
now
Congratulations.
atheism's impossible.
I don't really think that conclusion is satisfying to me. It doesn't actually it doesn't actually have anything to make
It's
that
not
claim,
satisfying
but I do
to me.
understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, so hold on. So wait,
That's not a counter, bro.
Sirkar. So what you're saying is that I have no way to refute this. Ultimately, I'm just going to appeal to my incredulity of I'm just incredulous of the fucking conclusion.
Yeah. Right.
Thank you, Matt.
I'm a
Dillon.
retard.
No way to
I mean,
prove
it doesn't
this
satisfy me.
evidently besides your vibes and
Just
fifis.
admit you're wrong.
It's the impossibility of the contrary, dude. That's the
Which
proof.
is not a deductive argument, bro. I've already told you this. Now you're doing an abductive argument. Congratulations.
No, impossibility of the contrary would be deductive reasoning.
You're literally with incomplete information going, what is most likely? This is most likely.
No, we're not going what's
Abductive
most
now.
likely. We're going what is the
Do you
necessary
understand?
condition for this thing to exist?
If you are using the other side, opposition, dialectic,
No.
you are not making the argument from yourself.
We're
You are
saying
doing
that
an
the
abductive
denial, Circa,
Denial
we're
is
saying that
self-refuting.
the denial is self-refuting. That's deductive.
Yeah, we're saying that. Hey, Shiva. Good to see you.
Hello, am I edible? I am.
You are audible.
How's it
yeah.
going?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yes.
Okay, that's better than no. So
I'm not doing badly. Things have calmed down considerably over the last week or so.
Well,
in terms
I'm
of my
glad to
mental
hear.
stakes, yeah.
But
there's only so long
Sorry,
one can maintain being a crazy nut job.
If at any point you think of being mean or bad, or this is bad for you, just let me know and we can change topics.
If I start to get triggered, I'll let you know and then bounce because I'm not interested in having rage spikes.
Well, I don't wanna rage, like attack you in that sense, right? So if anything, I would like to have the conversation more than a debate or anything. Let me say hi to Nate. Hey Nate, how you doing?
Hey, good. I'm just gonna hang back up here and listen in a little bit if you don't mind.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
As I give you guys a little bit of the Pennsylvania countryside here.
I'll put you up so people can see you.
All right, I'll mute up for a bit.
Pennsylvania. Okay, so what do you want to talk about exactly? What is your?
Well, I suppose they seem to be circling around tag, don't they? In a vague sort of way.
Well, the argument was about tag. One is talking about. So Circa over there is giving an accounting. Well, he's supposed to be defending the atheist framework. And
right. Well, first of all, that's a mischaracterization. There is no atheist framework in the same way that there's a Christian framework, because atheism isn't an ideological view.
Well, I would say it is, but it's not a. I would say.
I mean, to the extent,
it's just not a unified one.
Well, right, yeah.
What you mean by Christianism?
Precisely.
But the Christianism is because if you put out the new sects of Christianity, it wouldn't be unified either. So, but yes, not unified.
But also, there's no doctrine other than the rejection of a specific proposition, right? And so, but that rejection of the proposition doesn't carry with it a whole bunch of kind of rules and practices and rituals that you engage in, like so.
I do have to disagree, but I know what you mean at the same time.
I would categorically reject the assertion that there's any such thing as a Christian worldview. Like I think that's a misnomer. That's a mischaracterization. Because different Christians might have wildly different worldviews. Sorry, different atheists might have wildly different worldviews, right? Like, so to lay,
but in fact, that is my characterization of the atheist framework is individualism. So all of them have a different framework. All of them have a different idea of the world in a sense, because it becomes a it becomes their own. Their mind is their framework because they become
Right.
nominalist. It's by nominalist
I mean,
I mean
some of them.
individualist, but it's
Well,
like,
those aren't synonymous terms.
I
but
know,
yeah,
I know.
yeah.
I that's what I clarified. What I mean is the individual and their mind is the framework now. So they don't share.
So I think
yeah.
right, but I think you can say there is an Orthodox Christian worldview, and that statement would be much more coherent than saying there's an atheist worldview. Because even if individual Orthodox Christians have different views about various things, they are broadly going to be in alignment with each other.
Well, they are under the authority of the church, right? So
yeah.
The authority of the church is the one that's gonna decide if they have let's say that two members have different ideas, and there is a necessity to actually say or to explain which one is correct. The church is the one that's going to be the one that will make the decision.
And I think within that system, like it's perfectly it's perfectly valid, like to say within Orthodox Christianity, this view is true and this view is false. Just take if we're just basing truth on coherence rather than correspondence. Does that make sense? So like in the same way that we know that 2 + 2 = 4 is true because it coheres within the kind of system of everyday mathematics that we use, right? Where, 2 is a symbolic value, and, the various operators have kind of symbolic values, and the relationships between them are always the same. So I think, but this thing that they're doing here, which is logic is conceptual, universal, and absolute, and that concepts require a mind. I suppose the premise in this argument that I would take issue with is that would be the third premise. Universal concepts require a universal mind. That is what requires justification.
Okay, so answer me this question then. Is it possible that that a particular mind is able to sustain a universal concept?
When you say sustain, do you just mean think about?
No, I mean, because universal concept, it has to be true for all minds. So well, that's the universality of it. That's why it's everything.
Well, I suppose the way I would take issue with framing it as a universal concept, and I would say that it appears to be universally applicable, which isn't exactly saying the same thing.
I agree. So you will be denying that there's universals.
Generally, I think just in terms of everyday language, like, so what I have started doing recently is demarcating between colloquial language and philosophical language. So in everyday language use, like I would talk about, the ball being red, right? And we might say that it has the property of redness. But if we're talking like kind of universals and particulars, and what is it, Aristotle who came up with that? Maybe I would maybe take issue with that because I think like that's a claim. It's a claim made about a whole range of things, including things like, say, color, that upon closer examination appears to be entirely false.
Well, for example, math. Would you say that about math as well?
My views on maths and logic, I suppose, are kind of in flux at the moment, and I'm having some sympathy with a kind of like a mathematical realist or a logical realist position, in that the reliability of, say, maths and physics and logic and all that kind of stuff Like it does seem to be really, really fucking reliable. And so maybe it is the case that they've kind of formed part of the structure of the universe in some way that we don't quite understand. So I might have some sympathy for that view, but I don't think that necessarily implies a designer. I think it just implies structure.
Okay, but the problem is that this is the problem when I see these kind of things, right? Because if it's if math, for example, if 2 + 2 = 4 is dependent upon particular minds, then if I would say 2 + 2 = 5 in my particular mind, there wouldn't be a standard ideation.
No, because it's not coherent. So what's true? So there are different. No, it's not coherent. Okay, right.
You
so
and your worldview.
No, Emmett, no, it's not coherent within the system. So there are different models of truth. Wait. There are different models of truth, and I tend to take a kind of pluralist view on truth, right? And so one way of looking at what's true is, does the proposition correspond to something in the world, right? And that's called correspondence theory of truth, right? So if I'm outside and it's raining and I say it is raining, then that statement is true because it corresponds to reality. But there's another model of truth, which is coherence, which is something can be true if it coheres within a given system. And so within the system of everyday mathematics, which does have a name that I've kind of forgotten, but just the maths that we use every day to, count our change and whatnot, 2 + 2 can never equal 5 because it doesn't cohere within the system.
No, I get it, and that makes sense to me in a big sense. What I'm saying is, oh no, what I'm saying is, okay. This is what I'm saying. The framework in and of itself, the framework is also dependent upon the particular mind. So 2 + 2 = 4 in your framework that depends on your particular mind. It's coherent towards your particular mind, and maybe it's shared by a bunch of people, fine. But if in my particular mind, in my own framework, I can say 2 + 2 = 5, and I would be as right to say that as you was right to say it's 4.
Yes, but only if you came up. So I think there are weird forms of like modal mathematics in which you can argue that
I'm not
2 +
arguing
2
for
=
model
5.
mathematics. I'm just saying.
Yes, but that's what I'm saying, Emmett. Within the system of everyday maths that we use, if you came up with saying
you're pretending
2
that
+ 2
system
=
is universal, and I'm saying that it wouldn't be universal.
No, I'm not pretending
it would
that.
be. Yeah, it would be particular, and it would be particular to the mind. So if I say 2 + 2 is 5,
I don't see why that's a problem.
Okay, perfect. But then everything when it comes, there's no truth, right? Everything is a particular.
Wait,
depends upon the mind. Yes.
No.
Yeah, of course.
No, look, Emmett. Let's say 2 + 2 = 4, right? What are we saying here? What like when we write out 2 + 2 = 4, right? What are we doing? We have one symbol that represents a numerical value, right? And we have another symbol. We have another symbol that represents a numerical value. So we have 2, and we have 2 of those 2, and then we have the number 4, and we also have 2 operators, right? We have an addition operator that manipulates the symbols, and then we have an equals operator that also manipulates the symbols. Within that system, 2 + 2 can never equal 5, and it doesn't matter if you come up with a way of 2 + 2 = 5. That's a different system, and it might be coherent within that system, but it wouldn't be coherent within the everyday mathematics. And it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but why not?
Because that's not how maths works.
Universally?
Universally in the sense of how human beings use mathematics, yeah. That would appear to be the case.
So if another species just comes up with a, says 2 + 2 = 5, since it's another species, they're right? Because in my worldview, what we're
But wait,
doing
it
is
sort of
not.
depends. Look. It depends. Maybe that species. Maybe that species. Wait. Maybe that species uses a different base.
It
In
doesn't
which
matter.
case,
Let me
it does
explain
matter
this.
because
No,
within
no.
that system, it would be coherent.
Let me explain this. This is what I'm trying to explain. In my worldview, we're not using numerators that can be in anything. We're talking about conceptualizations. And the concepts, this is why word concept fallacy would be a good idea here, is, and that's what I would actually say. If you're saying two equal, that's a word concept fallacy. That's what I would say against me. The concept that I'm looking towards is the number 2, which is a unit 2, and in a
Right.
in the universal, because this will be universal. This concept is universal. 2 of these
Right.
plus 2 of these will always have get you 4 of these.
In
And all of
what
those
base do
are
we use? Is it base 10?
conceptualizations. Well, wait, all of those are conceptualizations that go to those concepts. We can use different symbols to represent them, but the symbols are
Right.
not in and of themselves the concept is the concept in and of itself has a meaning. So I cannot
Right.
say 2 = 3. That would be denying. That would be an illogical form of sense. But it all is
Agreed.
coherent between the framework. But the
Right, yeah.
framework. Yeah, correct. Now this is the big
Yeah.
difference.
So
The
Go
framework
on.
that I have is a universal framework, and it's not dependent upon
No, it's
my
not.
mind. And you're
No, it's
saying
specific.
what?
It's specific.
No, it
The
is
framework
specific.
isn't. Wait. No, the framework is not universal. The reason why is because you can't always translate from
You
one
can always
framework into
translate.
another. Right.
I think you can always translate. Why? What can't we translate?
Like, I mean, I don't know. I'm not a mathematician, to be honest. Let me retract that statement because maybe you can translate. Maybe you can translate like from any branch of mathematics into any other branch of mathematics. Like that might be the case. So I'm going to retract that. But like, let's assume that mathematics is universally applicable.
Mm-hmm.
I see no reason why it couldn't just form part of the structure of the universe, and we're just discovering something about the structure of the universe.
No, I agree that it's part of the structure of the universe. In fact, I would say that it's part
Right.
of the nature of the universe, but it's not objective. And if it's not objective, we need to have there must be this is the part where we're going to disagree. In my worldview,
Right.
I would use the tag argument to go to the conclusion that there is a mind that is universal, that is able to hold this kind of
Right, but that third premise needs justification, right? Universal concepts require a universal mind.
because
That-
the reason
the
is
soundness
because
of that.
they cannot be particulars. Otherwise, they're dependent upon that particular mind, and if that particular mind ceases to exist, that particular that particular concept would also cease to exist because they are particulars.
Unless it's communicated.
But it doesn't matter if it's communicated or not, because
No,
let's say,
it does matter
let's
if
say,
it's communicated.
Well, let's put it this way. I would let's say that all of humans lose all knowledge. Okay, we
Right.
still have our brains, but we lose all knowledge. I would say that in
Right.
100 years, we lost 2 + 2 = 4, but I would say that in 100 years we would have 2 + 2 = 4.
Right, but what we wouldn't have, let's say that we lost all knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
and that 100,000 years passes. What will happen is that the science will end up being the same, right? Because the science is just trying to describe the behavior of systems in the world, right? But what wouldn't be the same is religion.
No,
I can pretty much guarantee it. The Bible would not be the same.
Yes, but this is different claims. the universal.
So
when I'm talking
the
about
fact
the
that science
universal
and
is,
maths.
I'm no. First of all, 2
Go
plus
on.
2 equals 4 is not a description of any reality, because you cannot show me any physical object that is the number 2. Okay.
Agreed.
So it's just conceptual. It's a
Agreed.
concept.
And I can't take 4 rocks from 2 rocks to end up with -2 rocks, right? But I can do that in maths. I can subtract 4 from 2 to get -2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can do that in math, but you cannot do that in rocks.
Right.
Unless you're Jewish, then maybe you can.
Unless you.
By the way, you
So,
owe me.
yeah, like-
you owe me 2% of that rock I lent you the other day. Just saying.
I mean, I think the like the question about other universes is interesting. Like,
It is interesting.
Could you conceive of a possible world where logic doesn't work the same way?
I cannot, but it's an interesting question. I'm not gonna say that it's not an interesting question. There are good games that try to tackle like illogical reasoning and paradoxes, and I think they're very interesting games. But at the end of the day, when you're trying, this is the problem that I have with that. It's like you can the denial of reality doesn't mean that you have created a different reality. So fantasy,
say that again.
deals. The denial of reality doesn't mean that you create a different reality.
Oh, that depends. It depends.
I would say that the
There's
denial of reality. Okay.
There's a view. There's a Buddhist view, which belongs to the school of Dzogchen, and I'm quite fond of Dzogchen. It's a kind of non-dualist way of looking at the world.
Okay.
I like this is a psychological model, so it's not meant to be taken as being literally true, right? But the Dzogchen view is that we project the world outwards, and in the Dzogchen, like traditionally it said, we project the light in the universe out of our eyes. And I think what that's pointing to is not literally saying we generate all of the light in the universe in our bodies, and then that gets pushed out, and that's where all the light comes from. Like what it's pointing to is the psychological tendency that we have to map our own like psychological projections onto what's actually in the world.
Okay.
And so, like, in that sense, I think you can make the argument that we do create our own experience of reality. Like, we're not creating reality itself, but our experience of it.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that. So the reality question is, let's say that I agree with it. I'm gonna
like you understand what I'm saying? I'm not saying that we literally create the world in some kind of weird quantum woo fashion. But just that, say, like, if you and I were both looking at the same object, say a seagull killing a pigeon, like, and we might both have a very different experience of the seagull killing a pigeon, and you might see death and destruction and violence, and I might see the kind of beauty of impermanence, and we're both kind of projecting that out onto the same phenomena.
Yeah, I understand, and I can even say that I can agree to a certain extent to it.
Yeah, as a metaphor. Yeah.
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 Well,
sometimes you need to be really careful not to, like, I think there's a tendency in these debate circles to take things really literally.
Well, the thing is that I believe I have a particular mind, and my mind is different than your mind, and I have different
in
experiences.
the details, yeah.
Yeah, and yes, in a lot of senses, like we don't have the same IQ. I don't see the world the same way.
Mhm.
I come from a different background. The way that even in epigenetics we're different in a sense, right? I'm not talking about
Yeah.
I'm not talking about our nature. I'm not talking about you're less human than I am or anything like that. I'm saying that I have a particular mind that is different than yours because we have a complete different experience in life, which
Agreed.
makes perfect sense. So when people talk about, well, your particular mind sees the world in a particular way, that
Mhm.
that is an obvious statement that is completely true. Now,
Right.
the in that aspect, I totally agree. I can see somebody, and be like, this is the most beautiful person I ever seen in my life, and then somebody else might look at that person and be like, mid. And at the end of the
Yeah.
day, is the way that they look, at the world, and the way that I look at the world are different, right? But when I have a problem is not necessarily when it comes to the logical idea, when it comes to logical ideas, and when it comes to knowledge and replication of it.
Mhm.
There is the question of, is there a true universal idea? Is there true universal claims and ideas? And even saying, if you say no, that is a universal claim on idea. And if you say yes,
Yeah.
that is a universal claim on idea. And if you say, I
Yeah.
don't know, then fine, you are granted your ignorance, but you're out of the debate. So that is a
Yeah,
problem.
I would say that the question is flawed.
Why?
Because because it generally when people have these kinds of conversations,
Mhm.
there's a whole bunch of assumptions that
Well,
are
but I'm
kind of
not making
bundled
an
in.
assumption here. This is an actual question.
Well,
when it
no,
comes to
there is an
philosophy.
assumption. There's an assumption that things require some kind of ultimate grounding. And like Buddhism and Madhyamaka Buddhism specifically would say that view is untenable.
Yeah. Yeah, but then
And I
it's like,
think
why?
this is one of the things that I find really interesting about, like, because there's quite a different, like it has occurred to me in the last few months that there's actually, I have a very different worldview to, say, like Christians.
Yeah, we do hold different ideas. One of the reasons why I decided never to become a Buddhist in a sense is because of the flux in there is a. I might be getting it wrong because I'm not a Buddhist and I read little, but one of the things that I dislike a lot was the denial of the law of identity in the self. So
well, in the ultimate sense, yeah, it would
Yes.
say that it's conventionally true.
Exactly, but it's not true. Like,
Yeah.
it's not ultimately true.
Well, yeah, but it's what Buddhism is doing there, and it's inviting you to test the proposition.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not saying this is the truth, you just have to accept it. It's saying this is the way things are. If you want to see this for yourself, then you need to follow these steps. And what the anatma, which is one of the three marks of compounded existence, anatma being non-self, it's not saying that you don't exist. What it's saying is that when you examine the kind of psychophysical organism that we just refer to as the human being, when you examine it, that there's nothing that you can identify as being a kind of like essence or substance.
Yes.
Everything is in a continual state of motion and flux.
Yes,
and,
exactly.
And so there's nothing you can really pin down and identify as being a thing in any ultimate sense.
Wait, am I grifting? What
Are
am I
you?
grifting?
No, I don't think so. Or maybe you are. Ask for some money and then you can satisfy his complaint.
Yeah, give me some money, and then you can't complain about me grifting. What the hell's this? He just made me believe I was getting money, and I was like, damn it. Yeah, well, I did receive some money. My bad. This is by How Long Net. It says, keep up the good work. I'm really sorry about that, I guess. But it didn't. It usually tells me when I get money in Ko-Fi, and this time it didn't at all. It was just like not there. I was joking about that you owe me 2% tax of your route. Oh, I see. I'm not comment. You can call me.
Do you know what's interesting about the third premise of that particular version of tag? The kind of universal concepts require a universal mind. Universal concepts exist, therefore a universal mind exists.
Okay.
Like, because I have issues with the first premise, but not like I'm normally just happy to grant the first two premises. You know, that concepts and that logic is universal, absolute, and conceptual, and that concepts require a mind.
Well, I usually
but when I
don't
challenge,
go there. I go a
Sorry?
little bit backwards. So the way that I do tag is, concepts are mind dependent. That's premise one. Is that?
Okay.
And then I would ask you, do you agree with that? Do you agree with concepts are mind dependent?
Yeah.
And then I will
Sure.
ask you about, I don't even go all the way. It's like, I will go just like universal. Are there universal concepts? And if the answer is yes, we can quabble about how how we get to universality. But if you say no, then we don't need to go forward. We have a disagreement in that premise in and of itself.
Well, it's like, let's say that I agree. Let's say that I grant that there are universal concepts. Is that like in the version of that argument that I've heard, that's contained within the first premise?
Yeah,
universal concept. Yeah,
I just like to go point by point, because when I say concepts are mind dependent and all these characteristics, a lot of people lose their mind immediately. So if I go a little bit point by point, it's a little bit easier for people to grasp. Oh, okay, I'm granting this, I'm granting that. So if we grant that they are universal,
what I'm happy to grant unequivocally is that logic appears to be universally applicable.
Yeah, but you don't have to, right? And I would.
No, but I'm happy to.
What I would, if I was an atheist, or if I was against, if I was in some way kind of form a denier of,
or a logical
of
anti-realist
God,
or whatever.
Yeah, I would absolutely. I will never grant that one. I would be like, no, there are no universals. That would be my first squabble.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure. I'm happy to have that argument, but I think the meat of the argument isn't actually in that premise. It's in the premise: universal concepts require a universal mind. Like that, to me, seems to be the kind of weakest premise.
Well, to me, it isn't, because of what we talk at the beginning of this conversation, right? It's like, if that is the case, and then we're gonna go and have a bunch of, we're gonna have some presuppositions and some ideas, but the question at the end of the day is gonna become the idea at the end of the day will devolve into: is it possible that you can have universals on a particular mind as the foundation
I'm going to say
of the
yes.
Universal?
I'm going to say
I don't
yes.
think it's possible. I just
right.
it doesn't,
then
it doesn't
you need
make any
to
logical sense.
You need to justify that, because my justification is that we appear to be able to think about universal concepts.
Yeah, but
like that appears to be something that we can do, right?
Yeah, but the thing that you can do doesn't mean that you justify in the belief. Like that is the thing in question. That's what we are questioning. We're not saying
Yeah.
that the thing is not there. We're saying that thing you're doing
requires a universal mind, and that requires
No.
justification.
We're asking, how do you, in your worldview, justify that thing that you're doing? And this is the second part of the.
Oh, I don't. Wait. I think that's a faulty question. That's another faulty question.
No.
Logic.
Wait.
Logic doesn't require justification. It's a rule set.
It does.
No, logic is no. It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Look. The laws of logic. They are not propositions in the same way that me saying it's raining outside is a proposition.
But the question is, why not?
Because it's a rule set that governs how we engage in a very specific type of reasoning.
Yeah, but there's a rule set now, right? So we're going back. We're
well, yeah. What do you think the law of identity is, or the law of non-contradiction? It's a rule governing how we engage in certain types of inferences.
Yeah, but,
right?
but we had different accounts. To me, they are universal. Universal concepts that mirror the nature of God, and thus we can actually have the capacity of understanding them.
That's the claim that needs justification.
All of the claims need justification.
Oh yeah, but in terms of if I'm attacking this formulation of tag, I'm normally happy to grant. Yeah, okay, we'll grant universal concepts. We'll grant that concepts require a mind.
Yeah, but if you're granting universal concepts, the concept in and of themselves cannot emanate.
Why not?
Cannot be sustained because particular minds die.
Wait. What do you mean be sustained? What does that mean?
Be sustained. Well, the thing is, my particular mind, when I die, if I am just a materialist, my particular mind as is will die with me, so it will cease to exist. So the concept that
it depends. Not all physicalists believe that, but sure, yeah.
What
because some people seem to have some very wacky views.
What materialist doesn't believe that?
Emmett, I have met some crazy woo merchants.
Yeah, but
I
don't. This is a problem. That's the problem. Okay, if I'm gonna go ahead and grant any contradictory worldview, and I'm gonna be like, yes, that's justified as any other worldview, I'm doomed. Okay,
I'm not
There's
saying
no
that you
way
need
I can
to do
have
that.
any conversation. Ever.
Wait. I'm not saying that you need to grant any particular.
Yeah, but it's like I don't care, right? If a physicalist comes to me and he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna go to heaven," I'm gonna be like,
"I don't believe that
either."
I don't believe that either. You do care, otherwise you wouldn't be having these conversations.
What I mean, but I don't care is I'm gonna disregard them as possible objections to the argument.
I mean, even if the objection is kind of coherent?
It's not.
Because something can be
the problem.
Well, wait, no.
It's not.
I mean, quite often woo merchants are incoherent, but I think that I generally, even though the positions I present might be contradictory to yours, I think the arguments that I present are generally quite coherent.
Yeah, we like the view. Thanks so much, Nate. No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you in the sense like when it comes to you talk. It's not about your worldview, right? I was talking about physicalists, and you're like, well, there's a couple of physicalists somewhere that believe in heaven, and I'm like, the fuck is wrong with them? They don't understand their worldview. So I'm not gonna accept that as me being wrong when it comes to the general idea.
There's a difference between materialists and physicalists. So my understanding is that materialists would deny unequivocally that the mind is immaterial in any way. Like they would say, everything just arises independence upon like brain functions or whatever. Whereas I think the physicalist view is somewhat different in that a physicalist could very well hold the view that consciousness is immaterial, but it supervenes on the physical, in the same way that a magnetic field is immaterial, but it supervenes upon matter. Or beauty, for example, if you're looking at a painting, you could say that the experience of beauty that you have is dependent upon the paint on the canvas. And if you change the paint on the canvas, your experience will be different, but you can't say that the experience has been caused by the canvas. It just supervenes upon it. So the physicalist position is a bit more nuanced than the materialist position.
But they're both the
Sorry,
the mind
you
is
know
a
I'm
metaphysical
pedantic.
term that is away from that is away from the physical. Like they both think that they're only matter. So
No,
I think
no, that's
yes.
wrong. No, a physicalist could believe that the mind is immaterial, but that it supervenes upon the material.
They would
Whereas
think that
a
the mind is material, but it
not
supervenes into the material. Is that what you said?
No. A physicalist could believe that the mind is immaterial, right? But that it supervenes upon the material in the same way that a magnetic field is immaterial, but it supervenes upon physical matter.
Okay.
And so it's not the same as materialism, whereas because a materialist would say there is only matter, and this kind of sense that we have that our minds are immaterial is an illusion. Like so the materialist position is much more reductive than the physicalist position. So I'm probably a physicalist in that I don't know that the mind is material. Like I think there's quite a strong argument to be made that
So
it
they're
might not be.
dualist in a sense? Physicalist?
A dualist? Well, I suppose so, although I'm kind of like all of my views are provisional, because I'm trying to be like the Buddha who had no views.
Okay.
And I don't really know what that means. I don't really
Yeah.
Just to be clear. I'm just taking it as an article of provisional faith, you know.
It is what it is. Oh man. It's so late. I think
Is
when
it?
I go to bed.
Have you been up all night, have you?
I've been up all night, so it's 7 a.m. and I'm probably gonna go to bed now. Take some time off. I've been working on Warhammer.
What, tabletop or?
Yeah, I was working on. I'm building a tank right now. I'm building a castigator tank from the Emmet Sororitas.
So is that 40k? Is it?
Yep.
The only it's funny. I painted Games Workshop figures for years, even though I never played Warhammer. Just because I used to run D&D campaigns, and you know they were cheap and available.
Well, they're cheaper
my
by
only
where
knowledge,
you are, I guess.
yeah, and also this was years ago. Yeah, my only knowledge of Warhammer comes from Total War Warhammer, which I loved the first two games. The third one was a bit weaker, I thought. Yeah.
The first two, well, the first one was like really impressive because it was so nice, but the second one was really impressive because it was actually good.
Yeah. And then they shit the bed with the campaign in the third one.
The third one. It's odd. It's odd because you would think that with the changes they made to sieges and the battles,
I haven't played it since they did the Siege rework. Are Sieges good?
well, you would think, because I don't know if you remember, but the big complaining too was that all sieges are the same. All sieges are the
Yeah.
same. So
And
they
also the Sieges were fucking piss easy to cheese in two.
yeah. So they were they complained and complained and complained about how the sieges were bad, and they changed the siege system like completely. They did the whole overhaul, and somehow
Yeah, but it still wasn't good. they still fucked it up.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say, and somehow they fucked it up even more.
Yeah.
Like people that were complaining before about how bad the sieges were complaining even more now about how bad the sieges actually are. And that was like, well, you fuckers asked for it. What do you want me to say?
I think yeah.
It's all you fuckers for. But you know what? I can just show you because I've been working on it for a while. So I have it here. It's a lot of fucking work in general. So here's the tank.
Oh yeah.
It's just
so
build.
you're not painting it until it's assembled.
No,
Bold.
I'm painting it. I'm not assembling completely because I'm gonna do a camo, a special kind of camo. So that's a turret, and I can take off the turret and put the other turret. I used magnets.
Have you seen there's a fan made Warhammer 40k film called Astartes?
Oh, Space King? Is that what you're talking about?
No, Astartes.
Oh yeah,
A-S-T-A-R-T-E-S.
yes, I've seen Astartes, and Astartes 2 is coming supposedly.
Yeah, the guy who made that, I think he must have had a fucking huge influence on Games Workshop, because now when I see trailers for Games Workshop products, it seems to have his like stamp all over it.
So this is how I'm gonna paint it. If people are wondering about me painting it, is I'll share. Give me a second. I'll show. So I have 3 paints. This is dark magenta, this is magenta, and this is light pink. These are the 3 ones. I'm gonna be doing camo using this as a stencil because they're Emmet Sororitas. And then I'm gonna hand paint the logo, and I'm gonna cross it with this, which is a jeweler chain, so it looks like it's chained. And I'm gonna add ears, and that's the whole point. And it's a lot of work, and I don't want to talk about it. But yes, it's gonna go pink.
Oh, right, is that why you're featuring a pink tank on your thumbnails?
Yeah. With cat ears.
That makes much more sense now. I didn't really understand what that was about, but now I do.
So I've been thinking about what it's gonna be. I made a joke I made an unfortunate joke not long ago about I didn't know what a snow bunny mean. Somebody said to me that a snow bunny just meant white chick. So somebody asked me like, "What kind of girl do you like?" And I said snow bunny. And then I realized that I realized that a snow bunny doesn't mean that. It means white chick that likes black guys. So I started making the joke that my Sororita army is gonna be called the Snow Bunnies, but I'm planning to add like chains, so all of them were like they're repenting from their past, the sins of the past. And that's the idea that I have right now. You know, go full anti-melanin. Why not? You there, Shiva?
I'm here. Yeah.
Okay. Laughing alone feels a little bit weird, but it's fine. I get it.
I mean, I often laugh alone. It's fine. I often laugh at my own jokes, which is probably really bad, isn't it?
I don't think so. Laughing at your own jokes is fine. You know what is weird? It's not laughing at your own jokes. When you're like, the thing I would consider to be weird is if you think you make a joke that you think is super funny and people don't laugh at all. That is, I don't even see that as bad in and of itself. It's just sad. I just find that sad. I like this more. Or something. It's fine. When ogres are in trouble in World of Warcraft, their face animations are reminding me of Muppets. Okay, Shiva, do you have any last words? We can have this conversation another day when I'm more awake.
No last words. Thanks for having me. It was a very pleasant conversation. I hope you have a good rest.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining me. I sent you a message in Discord. I don't know if you watch it, but if just take care of yourself.
Okay. Thank you. See you later.
See you later. Have a good one. Ouch, calling me out, Emmy. I didn't call you out. I just oh man, it's just what it is. Yeah, hard camo is gonna be very hard to do. I have the stencil, and I'm gonna be using a lot of the airbrush, and it's gonna be very interesting, I hope. But I think it's gonna be hard to do anyway. And then there's a billion details on the tank that need to be unpainted when it comes to that. So I'm probably gonna go and finish taking everything out and finish setting it up separately. And then I might I need to mask the parts that need to be masked and everything. Thank you for joining me, Shiva. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 7 a.m. So let me see if anybody's online. If anybody's online, I'll send you all guys over there. If not. If you haven't subbed, I recommend you to please sub. I need the subs. I'm gonna go ahead and give away. I'm gonna give away some Terminators for. Well, I'm not giveaway. Not giveaway. I give away one. Maybe. I'll think about it. But some Terminators are gonna go out for the celebration of if I get monetized, which is gonna be really good. Hopefully. Let's see if anybody is on. I don't see anybody on. I do have an announcement. Whoa, what's this? We have an announcement here. It's gonna be Foursquare, and it says "Do rights exist?" And I think this is gonna be very interesting. This is by Abe. It's gonna be today, later on tonight. So if you wanna go ahead and put it on your calendars, that would be awesome. To the people that donated, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the dono. Long Haul Nate. I didn't see it, which is kind of weird. It just suddenly appears on my chat, but it didn't appear this time. So yeah. Wicked Wally, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here, Jared. Have a good night, everyone. Hope you enjoyed the tank. It's getting there. There's gonna be a lot. It's gonna be a lot of stuff, and I'm working on it. But it's getting there. From yesterday, that I just took like 4 things out of a spruce, and I was a little bit overwhelmed. To today, there was a big change in things. So I'm happy about it. Hit that like, hit the sub, and take good care, everyone. Have a very good day and good night. If you're gonna go to bed, have a good night.
Emmet.